Check the video timeline to see where the new part begins. The story begins with the protagonist thinking about his bad luck and noticing that it has finally ended. He wonders if the ambulance hasn't arrived yet and what's going on. Even while he's calling emergency services, he realizes something is strange. In a moment of reflection, he admits that his life was full of difficulties and that, even when he tried with all his might, he always ended up doing something stupid. If he could be reincarnated, he would not only want to be happy, but perhaps live without expectations. The character continues thinking about his situation and asks again if the ambulance hasn't arrived yet. He recognizes that he is calling emergency services, but feels that something is wrong. He remembers that his life was just a bunch of bad luck, where even his best efforts went wrong. In the midst of this, he admits that, if he could be reincarnated, he would not only seek happiness, but a normal life, where he could do acts of kindness from time to time. His desire is to have a peaceful life, not a meaningless life. Someone announces that a healthy boy was born, saying this to Leah-sama. The woman next to the baby calls him her adorable boy, relieved to finally meet Siebert. Meanwhile, the newborn, in shock, realizes that he has actually been reincarnated, but is surprised to have come back as a baby. The character is wondering in surprise, thinking he had died. The person in front of him thanks him for his hard work and calls him dear guest. Then, he explains that he is the guardian of life and death and that place is the world between life and death. The guardian says that the guest has already lived a full life, even if it has been marked by unfortunate events since childhood. He tries to reassure the guest, saying that he will be reincarnated in a new world and will receive several advantages. In the end, the guest remembers how his life ended, crushed by a steel pole that fell from a building under construction. The guardian apologizes with a smile while formalizing the contract for reincarnation. The character, confused, asks the guardian to slow down, wondering if he is a salesman due to the way he is talking quickly about benefits and magic. The guardian explains that the blessing of reincarnation will give the character several useful benefits, including the ability to revisit previous lives and better understand the world around him. He emphasizes that there is a special benefit, described as a remarkable power of great value, known as the Eyes of Appraisal. The character repeats, surprised, the name of this ability, while the guardian confirms it with a confident smile. The guardian thanks the guest for listening to his entire explanation and informs him that they have reached the final part. The character feels suspicious. Finding the situation suspicious, the guardian continues to explain that the evaluating eyes can judge and evaluate everything the character sees, being a special power, even more so in his case. He suggests that the character test the skill to understand its true potential. Soon after, the guardian presents the World Reincarnation Lottery, highlighting the importance of this last stage, while the guest continues to find everything extremely suspicious. The character resigns himself to the situation, realizing that he has no choice but to accept reality. He had expected an explanation about the new world, but with no alternative, he ends up participating in the lottery. When turning the mechanism, a golden piece falls out, signaling that he got something special in the draw. The character is surprised to realize that he got a golden piece, questioning whether he really won, despite all the bad luck he has. The guardian, surprised, comments that he got that world, as expected of someone who is lucky. The character then wonders if, in fact, he took away the worst world, to which the guardian confirms, saying that, without further ado, the reincarnation process will continue. The guardian says goodbye, wishing the character a good life in his new world. As the character is launched into his reincarnation, he observes that the last memory of his previous life is the guardian's smiling face. The character's expression of shock and surprise is evident as he finds himself being transported into the unknown, thus ending his transition to the next chapter of his existence. The newborn character, now called Sigfried, is starting to see the world around him better. His new mother comments on how adorable he is, asking what happened, and comes over to comfort him. Sigfried, upon observing his new surroundings, recognizes his new mother and reflects on this internally. One of those present observes that Sigfried's eyes are wider than before, while another comments that he looks healthy. The mother is advised to be careful, remembering that Sigfried's neck is still fragile. The newborn, in turn, begins to understand the new situation in which he finds himself. Newborn Sigfried reflects on his new reality and the appearance of the people around him, realizing that he is in a different world based on the clothes he sees. He wants to find out as quickly as possible who he is and what kind of world he has reincarnated into, but recognizes that, as a baby, he cannot yet speak or walk. He remembers that the guardian granted him a special benefit related to magic, specifically the evaluating eyes, which allow him to judge and evaluate what he sees. Determined to try this ability, Sigfried prepares to use it, believing that he can discover something important with his new powers. Sigfried realizes that he has not received instructions on how to use or activate the eyes of appraisal. Unable to speak, he decides to try to feel the ability. With concentration, he strives to activate the evaluating eyes. Meanwhile, the adults around him notice that he seems to be in a good mood. Eventually, he manages to activate the ability, and a series of information appears before his eyes, revealing details about his level, attributes, and abilities, including an assessment of his magical and physical capabilities. Sigfried, when using the eyes of appraisal, accesses his own information panel, which looks like a game screen. He confirms that he was able to view his data and discovers that his full name is Sigfried von Arbel, aged 0 years. He has various resistances and abilities, in addition to the blessing of reincarnation, but he is confused about how he has acquired all the magical characteristics. Still, he is pleased to have understood more about his situation. When checking his attributes, Sigfried is surprised by his luck value, which is 200, and reflects on how bad his luck was in his past life, thinking that 200 is a low value. He also notes that his other attributes, such as magic, attack, defense, and agility, seem low, questioning whether their values should not be higher. Considering the variety of skills he is supposed to have, 2 girls, Arian Sama and Theobald Sama, appear at the door. An excited Arian expresses her desire to finally meet Sigfried, but is reminded by Theobald that they need to be careful as Sigfried and Leah Sama still need to rest. Arian apologizes for getting excited, explaining that she was looking forward to meeting Sigfried. Theobald, in turn, also promises to be more careful next time. Despite this, Sigfried's mother, laughing softly, invites the girls to come closer, while Anna, apparently embarrassed, also apologizes for her excitement. Sigfried, observing the situation from his baby's perspective, feels scared and internally asks them not to be rude to him. Arian and Theobald come over to see him, commenting on how adorable he is, with his silver hair and purple eyes, which make him look like his mother. Arian is excited, saying her brother will love him when he sees him. Theobald, in turn, holds Sigfried's hand and is delighted when the baby responds to the touch. Meanwhile, Sigfried's mother asks the girls to keep quiet as they are getting too excited. Orion, noticing that Theobald was quicker to hold the baby's hand, expresses her desire to also have the same interaction. Arian, excited, says that from now on it will be the older sister who will take care of Sigfried. Theobald expresses his desire to play with Sigfried as well. Despite knowing that Sigfried is a boy, Arian insists that he is so cute that she wants to dress him in nice clothes and line him up with her dolls, as he looks like a doll to her. Theobald tries to remind Arian that Sigfried is a boy, but Arian thinks he would be happy with that. Meanwhile, Sigfried internally worries about how to react if they play rough with him, especially since they seem so energetic. He wonders what he should do in this situation, worried about whether he will be able to handle the excitement of his new sisters. Arian, emotional, apologizes for being noisy and affectionately comforts Sigfried, saying that everything is fine. She expresses her love for him, saying that when he gets a little older, they will be able to visit different places as a family and create many happy memories together. With an affectionate smile, she thanks Sigfried for being born, showing deep gratitude and affection for her new brother. Sigfried watches these words with a look of surprise and emotion. Sigfried reflects on how warm and caring the people in his new family are, something he finds hard to believe after being so unlucky in his previous life. One of the family members expresses happiness to see that everyone gets along with Sigfried, while another family member comments that he is also grateful to have been born into that family. During the conversation, someone mentions that they will do an initial assessment the next day, leaving Sigfried curious about what that means. The atmosphere is one of unity and appreciation for the new life Sigfried has found with this family. The characters discuss the initial evaluation that Sigfried should receive, mentioning the names Willy and Gerd, which are new to Sigfried. One of the characters expresses concern, saying he doesn't trust the evaluators due to what happened to Gerd in the past, but believes that with Willy, it will be safe. Another character mentions that Uncle Willibald, a great knight, should come for evaluation, but he is currently out of the country on a mission. The children are excited about the possibility of seeing their uncle, while Theobald questions whether Sigfried really needs to undergo this evaluation. In the end, one of the adults fears that something similar to what happened to Gerd could happen again. One of the characters explains that the initial assessment is a common practice for newborn children of noble families, used to verify their elemental aptitude and determine the successor's training policy. If the child does not have magical aptitude, he or she will be trained in martial arts or other areas. Sigfried, curious, hears about this practice and about his older brother, Gerd, who is currently at the Magic Academy. They discuss how Gerd was forcibly sent to the academy at the age of 5, after his magical attributes were revealed during the assessment. They remember how Gerd cried a lot when saying goodbye to his mother and mention that many children who go to the gym never return. One of the children, worried, wonders what will happen if Sigfried has an aptitude for advanced magic, fearing that he too will have to leave his family early. One of the characters expresses regret for not being able to protect Gerd, who was an extremely talented child. He promises that this time he will do everything to protect Sigfried, ensuring that this will not happen again. Meanwhile, Sigfried discovers that he has an aptitude for advanced magic, which scares him. He remembers that children with this aptitude are forced to enroll in magic school, where they end up staying away from their family and studying alone. Sigfried, worried, reflects on his bad luck, wondering if it is still strong even in this new world. He becomes distressed, thinking that just when he believed he would finally live a peaceful life, he may be separated from his family, leaving them sad. He feels the need to act, but is unsure what to do. Sigfried looks at his skill screen and realizes that he cannot delete any of his magical elements. He reflects on the danger of being discovered with so many advanced attributes, fearing that it will lead to more than just confinement to magic school. Sigfried even fears being used as material for experiments. He decides he needs to do something about these advanced attributes, but is undecided on what to do. He worries about what might happen if he gets caught with all these abilities and feels like he can't handle it alone. Furthermore, he remains suspicious of the Guardian who mentioned there was something special about him. Feeling overwhelmed and anxious, Sigfried begs for help, realizing that the situation could quickly escalate if he doesn't take action. Sigfried, frightened, is suddenly approached by an explanation system that appears in his vision. The system presents itself as an assistant, ready to help the master clarify all his doubts. Sigfried, confused and surprised, asks who is responsible for the apparition. The explanation system then begins to detail its functions. It explains that only special masters who possess the eyes of appraisal can see detailed information, while others only estimate abilities. The assistant offers to explain things that cannot be understood by evaluating eyes alone. Furthermore, the system recommends that Sigfried learn the concealment skill to hide his status, which makes Sigfried thoughtful about this possibility, especially considering the need to hide his attributes. The explanation system informs Sigfried that he can spend 1,000 points to acquire the highest level concealment skill, which would allow him to hide from the special evaluating eyes. Sigfried is surprised by how useful this skill can be and decides he wants to learn it as quickly as possible. The system warns him that 1,000 points is not a small amount and that it will take a lot of effort to recover this number, but Sigfried is determined. Apparently bothered by the use of so many points, he recognizes that it is a waste but feels it is necessary to protect himself, especially considering the risks he faces with his advanced attributes. Sigfried decides that, despite the high cost of the points, his priority at the moment is to reassure his family, who love him so much. He promises to do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't worry. The explanation system, realizing Sigfried's determination, simply responds with an "I understand, Master," acknowledging the importance of this decision. The scene ends with the vision of a calm night, symbolizing Sigfried's resolve to protect his family at any cost. Willibald returns home and is warmly welcomed by everyone, who greet him enthusiastically, saying, "Welcome back, Willibald Sama." He responds with a smile, thanking them and saying he's back. His return causes a stir among people, who consider him quite popular. Willibald humbly says that he is not that amazing of a person, but the crowd of fans continues to applaud and celebrate his arrival, calling him Scarlet Red, a title that seems to be associated with him. Willibald and the others discuss the results of Sigfried's assessment. He has no advanced attributes or light or holy elements. Willibald explains that Sigfried has aptitudes for the elements of fire, wind, earth, water, and void, which makes him an excellent candidate for advanced magic. Sigfried, relieved that he was not detected with dangerous attributes, sighs in relief and thanks him, wishing only to live in peace. After the assessment, Sigfried reflects on how he managed to hide his more advanced and rare attributes, such as the elements of light and darkness, thanks to the blessings and abilities he received from the Guardian. He then decides, with the help of his assistant, to restrict his attributes to just 5, avoiding drawing more attention to himself. Sigfried's mother expresses relief upon learning that he has inherited resistances to poison, paralysis, darkness, healing, and abnormal conditions, precious gifts passed down from her. She thanks him, happy for his health and abilities. Willibald adds, stating that with these tolerances, Sigfried will certainly grow up strong and healthy. Sigfried, in turn, is relieved that he did not hide his inherited abilities, especially resistances, as they were precious gifts from his mother. He feels satisfied with the result of the evaluation. Willibald then decides to check the detailed information about Sigfried's body and magic, confident that with this foundation, he will become excellent. Sigfried, at the end, reflects on how luck in his past life was below average, but now, with the assistant's help, he can be grateful for being able to hide what was necessary, ensuring that his rare abilities remain a secret. Something unexpected happens while Willibald is holding Sigfried. A powerful energy begins to manifest around Sigfried, surprising everyone present. Willibald is shocked and exclaims, "That's," as he tries to understand what is happening. Willibald's brother, worried, asks what's going on and what's wrong with Sigfried. Willibald, still in a state of surprise, begins to realize that something extraordinary is happening to Sigfried, but he is still uncertain about the nature of this emerging power. Tension rises as the mystery surrounding Sigfried intensifies. Willibald observes the manifestation of an immense amount of power around Sigfried and begins to speculate that he may be the lucky one, someone loved by the gods. He expresses his surprise, mentioning that he had never seen such large wings of fortune, which are visible when the evaluating eyes analyze a person's luck. Sigfried, confused and alarmed, feels that the situation is strange because in his past life he only had bad luck. Willibald continues to ponder the possibility of Sigfried being lucky, something he thought only existed in fairy tales. Sigfried, in turn, wonders what is happening and what it means while realizing that he is exhibiting much greater magical power than he had when he was born. The revelation leaves him even more confused and perplexed, trying to understand how this is possible since he has always had bad luck before. Willibald and his brother discuss Sigfried's alarming situation, recognizing that the level of power displayed by him is beyond what would be considered prodigy. Willibald comments that if this information becomes public, the Ministry of Magic will certainly not sit idly by. Willibald's brother agrees, worried about the possible implications of this revelation. Meanwhile, Sigfried, still in shock, thinks to himself that the situation is beyond his expectations. He reflects on how he didn't want his family to have to deal with sad memories, but now he worries about what will happen to him from this moment on. Considering the danger his discovery could pose, the feeling of uncertainty and fear dominates his thoughts, and he wonders about the future that awaits him. Willibald talks to his brother and suggests that Sigfried could be the lucky one, someone with a lot of luck. He realizes that Sigfried has much greater magical power than he had at birth, which makes him believe that Sigfried is special. Willibald's brother, surprised, says that this is beyond a prodigy. Sigfried, in shock, cannot believe that he, who had nothing but bad luck in his previous life, could be so fortunate now. He sees his luck numbered at 200 and reflects on how this change is difficult to understand since his luck has always been low. He is perplexed, questioning how this is possible and what this means for his future. Willibald explains that the lucky ones are given a rare, God-given chance that can even allow someone to become like a god. He suggests that Sigfried may be one of these rare beings, placing him in a unique position. Willibald's brother worries, fearing that the Ministry of Magic might use Sigfried as an experiment if they discover his power. Meanwhile, Sigfried, full of doubts, wonders what will happen to him. Despite wanting to prevent his family from suffering, uncertainty about his fate grows, leaving Sigfried uneasy. Sigfried's mother smiles and expresses her happiness at having such a talented son loved by the gods. She asks Gil, her partner, to protect Sigfried, showing concern and love for her son. Gil, touched by Leah's request, responds seriously, understanding the importance of protecting Sigfried. The scene shows the strong bond between the parents and their concern for ensuring Sigfried's well-being, which is special. Gil holds Leah's hand and assures her that she doesn't need to worry. He states that they will protect Sigfried at any cost. Leah, moved, trusts in Gil's love and protection and smiles, while Sigfried watches with curiosity. The scene reaffirms the family's commitment to caring for Sigfried. Willibald suggests that only Sigfried's magical element be announced, explaining that the current problem is how to publicize the results of the evaluating eyes. He comments that the practice of announcing the results of the initial assessment is just to show the prestige of the heir. Gil, a little uncertain, says that it seems strange to hide Sigfried's magical power as well. Willibald explains that some nobles do not reveal the magical power of their heirs and suggests that they do so. Sigfried watches everything as Willibald pats him on the head protectively. Gil expresses concern, saying he hopes everything will be fine. Willibald confidently states that no one would question the decision of a high-ranking knight like him, especially someone respected by the citizens. Gil acknowledges that he can trust this, but still fears that the Ministry of Magic might act. Willibald reassures Gil, saying that Sigfried's element numbers are similar to what he had as a child and suggests that they consult their father about the situation. Gil decides he will do it soon. As they walk, the tension begins to dissipate, and Willibald notices that the heavy atmosphere seems to have disappeared. Willibald proposes that the matter about Sigfried stay between them. Gil agrees, but Willibald corrects him, saying that there are actually 5, referring to the other 2 present. He makes sure everyone understands the importance of what will be discussed, while Gil and Leah express surprise when they realize that Willibald is considerate of everyone in the room. Gil is surprised to see Arian and Theobald, asking when they were there. He scolds them for spying on an adult conversation, while Willibald, calmer, says he's not mad and understands that they were both worried about Sigfried. Arian takes the blame, saying it was her idea to spy, while Theobald tries to justify that he just followed Arian. Theobald and Arian reveal that the teachers at the magic school are excited about the possibility of a new special student, which worries them. Arian explains that if Sigfried had advanced elements, he would try to convince his father not to announce it. Leah reassures the children, saying that Willy and his father will protect Sigfried and asks them not to mention this to anyone. Sigfried, hearing everything, feels grateful for the family's concern. Willibald asks Theobald and Arian to remain absolutely silent about what they heard. They, scared, quickly respond with yes. Sigfried, watching, also concludes that Willibald can be intimidating. Willibald, smiling, praises Theobald and Arian, saying that they are great children, and Gil, proud, hugs them. Sigfried silently thanks him, acknowledging that with his uncle's help, only his magical elements were revealed to the public. Thanks to that, the Ministry of Magic didn't come to take him, which makes him relieved. Months later, Sigbert wonders if he really is the lucky one. He remembers the bad luck in his previous life and wonders if it was a mistake. The help system responds that it is very likely that it was. Sigbert is shocked to discover that his previous luck was -444. The system explains that, by analyzing his memories, it detected that someone had drastically altered his luck. This was all planned. The system suggests that the guides of life and death forced Sigbert to reincarnate to cover up the bad luck in his previous life. He explains that Sigbert's death occurred because of this bad luck. Now, the blessing he received seems to make up for it. Sigbert is irritated when he realizes that he has always been considered lucky, and feels foolish for having thanked him for the blessing without understanding the real situation. The system also mentions that the abundance of blessings is related to this compensation. Sigbert finds himself surrounded by elementary-level magic books, which makes him calmer. The maids seem confused to see a baby so focused on books, but he takes advantage of the tranquility to focus on learning. He plans to use his language mastery skills to study magic during this time. Sigbert is excited about his progress in his magical studies. He learned that there are 12 magical elements, and to use magic, you need to have the corresponding element, which is not a problem since he has them all. He realizes that visualization is the most important factor for magic in this world. As he was a scholar in his previous life, he sees this as a great opportunity. Sigbert learns that the more clearly he visualizes magic, the better it works. If he visualizes it vaguely, the magic does not activate. This explains why the same magic can vary according to the practitioner. He is eager to test the light magic, called luminance. He must let the magic flow until he feels warm, while visualizing a dark scene lit by fireflies, something he experienced in his previous life. Sigbert, satisfied, realizes that he has finally managed to use magic. He attributes this to knowledge from the previous life, which helped him form a clear image and activate magic accurately. The moment is almost surreal, and he recognizes that there is still much more magic within him. Sigbert, excited, decides to increase the intensity of the light he created. He remembers a theater lamp from his previous life and uses this image, generating an even stronger light. But he accidentally displays a much greater amount of power than expected, lighting up the house's exterior. Realizing that he has more magic than most, he worries about being careful, especially since he has hidden his power. Sigbert is startled to see that his burst of magic has caught the attention of his father, who enters the room curiously, asking about the bright light. His brother is also alarmed by the power he has demonstrated. Now, Sigbert is in a delicate situation, trying to understand what happened while facing his family's surprised reaction. While Leah recovers, Gil, surprised, holds Sigbert in his arms and runs to her, saying that his son has just stood up on his own. This new baby feat impresses everyone and increases the mystery about his abilities. Everyone is impressed to see Sigbert standing up, something unexpected for a baby his age. The father expresses his surprise, wondering if this ability is related to Sigbert's luck. Although Sigbert is scared, his father encourages him to take his first steps towards Leah, certain that he can do it. Sigbert, determined not to disappoint, tries to walk. Sigbert, gathering courage, makes an effort and manages to take his first steps. Despite the difficulties, he is proud to see that he was able to walk. Leah is happy and praises him, calling him a good boy. Gil, impressed, holds his son proudly, praising him. Sigbert, pleased to meet his father's expectations, feels uncomfortable, fearing that his neck will be injured. Gil comments that he always knew Sigbert was incredible. At that moment, the butler Hans appears and asks how long Gil intends to abandon his duties, asking him to return to the office since Sigbert can walk. Gil, after saying a loving goodbye to Leah, prepares to leave, promising to return soon. Leah asks Anna to bring some of Sigbert's books, knowing that he will behave and probably read as usual. Sigbert, watching everything, feels tired, noting that using magic leaves him exhausted. Leah, smiling, asks if he is tired and invites him to rest next to her. She expresses her happiness that he is doing well and getting ready to turn 1-year-old soon. Leah also mentions her joy in seeing him walking towards her, gently stroking his head and showing affection. Leah, with a serious look, speaks to Sigbert, wishing him to live freely, without being tied to the obligations of a nobleman. She recognizes that he can face difficult situations, but encourages Sig to accept whatever comes and move forward. She asks that when the time comes for difficult decisions, he does not regret the choices he made. Leah wants Sieg to become someone stronger and kinder, highlighting the importance of this for the future. Leah, holding Siegbert, asks him to always remember their days together. Tenderly, she brings her face closer to his, transmitting love and affection. Sieg, watching, absorbs this affection as the special connection between mother and son is sealed. The maid panics when she sees Leah passed out, holding Siegbert. She screams desperately, calling for Leah. While books fall to the floor, another person runs to Leah, begging her to stay strong. Siegbert, still on his mother's lap, observes the situation with surprise and concern as chaos begins to ensue. Inside a dark library, someone receives an urgent message that they need to return to the castle immediately. The devastating news is revealed: your mother has passed away. The hooded figure, in shock, repeats the information in disbelief. My mother is dead. The environment is charged with the tension of imminent loss, while the expression of sadness takes over the character's face. Under rainy skies, Siegbert's mother's funeral takes place with few in attendance. Siegbert, still a child, is in someone's lap, watching with wide, innocent eyes, feeling the sadness of the moment even though he doesn't fully understand the loss. His older brother, Albert, watches the scene with pain and determination, staring at the monument to his mother. Albert returns from his duties as a knight to help with the final funeral arrangements. He apologizes to his father for being called back, but says that, as the firstborn, it is his duty to be there. The younger brother suggests that he rest since the funeral is almost over. Albert insists he's fine, but his tiredness is evident. Siegbert's father expresses his desire to accompany Leah until the end, wanting to say goodbye to her in person. His determination is clear, motivated by the affection he feels for her. Even with the sadness and tiredness, he finds it important to be there, making the farewell something intimate and meaningful. Siegbert reflects on the revelation that his mother was ill, something he didn't know until the funeral. He feels helpless for not noticing the signs of pain and regrets not having used his assessment skills to detect the illness. The pain of regret weighs on him. Excited, Siegbert wonders if he could have done something to save his mother, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Theo prepares to visit Gelt, who must still be at Leah's grave, as he loved her deeply. Theo finds Gelt and asks him to wait, but Gelt is already on his way. Theo mourns silently, thinking about what could have been different. Suddenly, Gelt advances angrily, and Theo tries to stop him, shouting at him to stop. In the heat of the moment, Gelt reveals his resentment, saying that if Siegbert wasn't there, things would be different. Someone nearby holds Siegbert while the situation escalates. A figure in the background casts an attack called Thunder Spear, while someone in front creates a barrier of light wall, trying to protect Siegbert. Chaos ensues, with an explosion of powers causing destruction all around. During the battle, someone accuses Siegbert of being the reason their mother died, saying that if he hadn't been there, she would still be alive. Others react, saying he was responsible for allowing them to have final memories with her. The tension rises as Gelt screams, interrupted by voices of outrage and guilt. In the midst of the confrontation, a powerful barrier is invoked, forcing Albert to move away. The impact hits the surrounding characters, and Gelt is thrown back, screaming in pain. The scene demonstrates the power of magic and the urgency to protect others. Meanwhile, Sieg's uncle uses water healing magic to save Anna and Sieg. He assures him everything is fine, while Albert watches in shock. The spell surrounds Anna and Sieg in a healing aura, showing the importance of using the skill quickly. The sisters express relief to see that Anna and Sieg are okay, and Willibald confirms that Sieg's wounds have now healed. Anna, recovered, thanks everyone. Sieg's uncle offers to take care of him, while he asks his brother to deal with Gelt. The tension eases, but the emotional scars are still evident. Anna, despite being injured, insists on helping with the mansion, rejecting the idea of resting. Willibald suggests that Marie and Theo also accompany Anna, trying to lighten her load. But Anna is determined to carry on, even with her injuries. Gelt, filled with rage, casts powerful magic, and the surrounding group watches him with concern. Marie questions Gelt about her actions, stating that her mother's death has no connection to Sieg. The tension increases as they wait for Gelt's reaction. Gelt, overcome with fury, confronts Siegbert, threatening his life, even with desperate pleas. His anger is uncontrollable. Tension grows as Marie tries to intervene, lamenting that siblings are hating each other. Gelt, however, remains determined to get revenge. Maria stands next to Sigfried, asking her father not to let Gelt get close to him again. She states that she is on Sig's side and will not forgive anyone who tries to hurt him. The determination in her eyes shows how willing she is to protect her brother, surprising her father. Gelt reflects on how he has always felt left out since the birth of Sigfried, who is loved by everyone and looks just like his mother. He believes Sigfried stole his place, fueling his anger. Gelt swears he will never forgive Sigfried. Meanwhile, Maria and Theobald call for Sig and, upon finding him, are relieved, hugging him with gratitude. Sig is being checked closely and appears to be fine, but he remembers Gelt's hateful look at the funeral, which makes him scared. Gelt's terrifying look is burned into his mind, and he realizes how much his brother hates him. Marie and Theo apologize to Sig for not being able to stop Gelt, but Sig claims that they are not bad, showing that he does not blame them. Marie assures Sig that she will use surveillance magic, and if Gelt approaches again, she will warn him. She promises that she will always protect Sig. Marie reflects on what happened to her mother, stating that it wasn't Sig's fault. Theo also helped, even though it was difficult. They recognize that Sig brought last memories with his mother, bringing comfort to the group. Willibald reaffirms that what happened was not Sig's fault. While Marie agrees, Theo is surprised to discover that people felt this way about him. Marie thanks Willibald for saving Sig and suggests that everyone rest. As they are exhausted, he offers to look after Sig while the others sleep. While the others rest, Willibald watches the brothers sleep and reflects on what happened. He walks away and murmurs a silent greeting, acknowledging his brother's effort. The father talks about Gelt, saying that he is full of hate and doesn't listen to anyone. Willibald expresses frustration, saying that his father is willing to take Gelt in but believes he should not enter the mansion. Willibald and his brother discuss the possibility that someone manipulated Gelt, suggesting that the magic school may be involved. Willibald agrees that it is important to investigate the school and find out what is going on. But before leaving, he is advised to rest. Ignoring his exhaustion, he decides to move on. Willibald suggests that something at the magic school may be linked to Gelt's behavior. Even though he's brilliant, he believes Gelt wouldn't cause so many problems on his own. They decide to investigate the school first, but Willibald is stopped by sudden pain. Willibald realizes that his brother has reached his breaking point, both physically and emotionally. With empathy, he asks to take care of the situation, promising to discover the truth. The brother accepts, apologizing for the situation. Willibald, in deep sadness, holds Leah and apologizes for not being able to protect her. He feels useless and dejected, reflecting on his inability to save those he loves, even though he is so close. Meanwhile, he sees someone in the distance and, with a mix of confusion and despair, expresses that he doesn't know who this person is but is clearly disturbed by the situation. Willibald, intensely furious, confronts someone who threatened his family, determined to protect those precious to him. He swears he will make his enemies pay, promising to show them hell for taking up arms against the Abel family. From that incident onwards, he feels that everything has changed profoundly, not just for him, but for everyone around him. Sigfried, determined to protect his family and have no regrets, makes a firm resolution. He recognizes the importance of everyone around him, including his brothers, father, and uncle, and understands that he needs to become stronger. To do this, he decides to stop acting like a child, dedicating himself to learning everything from magic to martial arts. With determination, he makes the most of the special gift he has been given, focusing on becoming stronger to protect those he loves. Sigfried, with the memory of his mother's words promising to be his ally forever, feels determined. He focuses on using his special gift to protect those around him, reaffirming that this power is what will allow him to fulfill this mission. With the strength of this bond and his decision, Sigfried is ready to face any challenge that lies ahead. 4 years have passed, and Sigfried runs to his older brother, Theo, who notices his approach. Theo calls him, and Sig responds. They exchange a look, and Theo asks what happened. curious as to why Sieg came looking for him so hastily. Siegbert, determined and full of courage, asks Theo to take him along to defeat the monsters. He looks directly at his older brother, with conviction in his eyes, as he expresses his desire to fight alongside him. Siegbert, with determination, insists that Theo take him to defeat the monsters, revealing that he knows that his brother is secretly working for the Adventurers Guild. Theo, surprised, wonders how his younger brother managed to discover this information, while Siegbert shows confidence by stating that he already knew everything. Theo explains to Siegbert that although he used his abilities to obtain information about the mission, it is still too early for him to participate in a battle against monsters. Theo recognizes his brother's efforts, but makes it clear that, as he is very young and unable to fight, he cannot take him along. Even if Siegbert insists, Siegbert demonstrates his determination by conjuring powerful fire magic, surprising Theo, who is impressed to see that his brother, despite being young, can manipulate such advanced magic. Even so, Siegbert says he can still do more, showing his confidence and ability beyond what is expected for his age. Siegbert reflects on why his magical power doesn't increase despite being able to easily handle basic level spells. He realizes that just practicing magic is not enough to increase his strength. Observing that others can raise their level by defeating monsters, Siegbert understands that there is something more needed to increase his power, but he still feels that his progress is stagnant. Siegbert reflects on how to increase his magical power and realizes that the only way to become stronger is to gain experience by fighting monsters. He understands that his power will not increase just by training, and he needs real battles to evolve his skills. His brother recognizes the effort and is proud but questions why Sieg is in such a rush to become stronger, while explaining that it is incredible that he is already able to use magic at this stage. Siegbert reveals his desire to become stronger quickly, as he feels that, at the moment, he wouldn't be able to help if someone precious was in danger. It expresses the urgency of preparing for tragic events that could happen at any time. Meanwhile, Theo watches in silence, understanding Siegbert's desire for power, and Gelt, in the background, begins to cast wind magic, which makes the situation tense. Theo agrees to let Siegbert come along this time, but on one condition: he must not be separated from him during the journey. Siegbert, excited and grateful, promises to follow this instruction carefully. In the middle of the conversation, Theo asks them to inform Hans and Nikolai about the need for a carriage to the White Forest as quickly as possible, demonstrating the importance and urgency of this mission. Theo explains that on this journey, he will allow Siegbert to defeat the White Rabbit in the White Forest, a monster he will officially face during the White Hunt in a few months, a tradition in which children of nobles defeat a monster for the first time. Theo also mentions that today's battle will serve as a rehearsal for this future hunt. Siegbert understands and feels lucky for the opportunity. Preparing for battle, Siegbert comments that if his older sister hadn't been at the tea ceremony event, she certainly wouldn't have allowed him to accompany him. Theo agrees, acknowledging that since the day Sieg was injured, Marie has never let him go anywhere alone. Theo mentions that he is happy for Marie's protection, but at the same time, he feels that she is overprotective. Siegbert, with a smile, states that he loves his sister and asks Theo not to think badly of her, as his intentions are good, just like Theo's. Theo mentions that if Marie finds out that Siegbert has left the mansion, she will certainly come after him. They both agree that they need to get back as soon as possible to avoid problems. Theo thanks Hans and asks him to keep his departure a secret. Hans responds with a smile and jokes that Theo is looking a lot like his father, accepting the request just for this once. Theo reminds Sieg to be careful when using magic in front of other people, as only the family knows about his special power. He asks Sieg to keep this a secret, especially during his meeting with Nikolai, a trusted friend. Sieg, remembering that he is only 5 years old, thinks that it is natural to hold his older brother's hand, although he feels embarrassed about being an adult in his mind. Still, he decides to do it for Theo's sake. Theo, with a confident smile, reflects that this time, he will protect Sieg if something happens. He is determined to ensure his younger brother's safety. The scene then shifts to beautiful backdrops of gardens and fountains, suggesting a moment of calm and preparation before the events to come. Theo and Sieg arrive at the White Forest, a magical place where all the plants are a peculiar white due to the concentration of magical power in the area. Sieg, admired, comments on the beauty of the place, enchanted by what he sees around him. Theo explains that the reason for this appearance is the unique power present there, which gives this distinct color to the vegetation. Theo warns Sieg not to stray too far into the forest, explaining that there are many monsters that even beginner adventurers can defeat, making it a good place to practice. However, he also mentions that the White Forest is connected to a denser forest where terrifying monsters live. Just then, an adventurer named Nikolai appears, greeting Theo and asking what he's doing in a beginner's area. He comments on Theo's sudden request to change the hunting location. Nikolai is impressed upon meeting Sieg and soon calls him Chibai, referring to the boy's small size. Theo introduces Sieg as his little brother, Siegbert von Abel. Nikolai, excited, ends up being a little abrupt, making Sieg uncomfortable, but he soon apologizes. Theo notes that, as expected of the Abel family, Sieg's education stands out, while Sieg, despite feeling that Nikolai is an energetic guy, realizes that he doesn't seem like a bad person. Nikolai presents himself as a rank D adventurer, with magical abilities in the elements of water and light. He is level 17, and his attributes highlight his attack and defense power, as well as good agility. Theo reflects that Nikolai looks like a magical swordsman and notes that he is 3 years older than him. The sudden change of plan to a white hunt practice battle comes as a surprise to Nikolai, but he accepts it despite his curiosity about Sieg's power. Siegbert makes Nikolai an offer, saying he will give all the items he finds to him, in exchange for Nikolai allowing him to accompany him. Nikolai, surprised by little Sieg's negotiation skills, accepts the deal. Theo observes how Sieg learned to make these types of exchanges and is grateful that Nikolai seems to be a good person. Both prepare to continue training, with Nikolai showing interest in helping the Chibai train. Theo shows excessive concern for Sieg, but Nikolai tries to reassure him, saying that he is being very protective. They then prepare to begin the hunt, with Nikolai energetically leading the group. Sieg is excited about Nikolai's spirit, while Theo still seems a little hesitant. In the end, Sieg asks Theo a question about why he keeps his activities with Nikolai secret, raising a question that Theo seems reluctant to answer. Nikolai explains that he is helping Theo earn money for his medical bills, mentioning that his family used to be noble but are now called fallen nobles due to poverty. He reveals that his little sister has a complicated illness, which requires a lot of financial resources. Even though he could earn money on his own, Theo's help is essential to cover medical expenses, highlighting the difficulty of his situation. Nikolai goes on to explain that he can't pay his medical bills alone, and that's why Theo is forced to help him. He also mentions that he is taking the opportunity to practice his swordsmanship skills. Theo is praised for being a good friend, even with the help. Theo apologizes for not going to a place where they could make more money. Nikolai, however, remains optimistic, mentioning that even white rabbits can generate a good income if they are hunted in sufficient quantities. Sieg is preparing for battle with a determined expression. He asks for a moment before starting, making it clear that he wants to use his Eyes of Assessment ability during the fight. His main goal for the day is to raise his level to 3, as shown on the status board, in addition to another goal he also aims to achieve. Sieg uses his Appraisal Eyes to analyze the white rabbit, identifying its weakness to the elements of fire, darkness, and curse, as well as highlighting its specific weak point, the head, just below the horn. As he prepares to attack, Nikolai suggests they get closer and surround the monster to ensure it doesn't escape. However, Sieg insists that he will attack from where he is, stating that this distance is *enough for him to carry out his attack. Even if Nikolai thinks it is too far for those who do not know magic, Sieg launches the Fire Magic * Fireball *, hitting the white rabbit directly in its weak spot and defeating it. Nikolai is impressed to realize that Sieg defeated the monster using a fireball, a rare feat, as this magic normally doesn't have as much impact without an extra amount of magical power. Theo responds, stating that the Abel family has a special way of training, which seems to justify Sieg's surprising success. Sieg celebrates after launching his attack, but Nikolai and Theo are surprised by the power of the magic. Nikolai questions how strong Sieg's firepower is, while Theo mentions that when he was younger, he was also capable of doing something similar, implying that it is a special ability of the Abel family. Nikolai is even more impressed by Sieg's natural ability, confirming that the Abel family truly possesses something special in their training and magic. Sieg, still eager to level up and help Nikolai, asks Theo if there are still more white rabbits in the area. Using his wind magic, Theo launches Wind Scout to search for the remaining monsters. He identifies a small group of white rabbits, but soon notices something strange when he detects a different presence, which catches his attention. Nikolai runs, leading Sieg while Theo follows closely behind. Upon seeing the white rabbit, they quickly prepare for battle. The rabbit tries to escape, but Theo stops him with precision. Sieg, excited by the situation, appears ready to face the white rabbit and increase his level, as the level 1 experience bar begins to appear around his body, indicating that he is about to grow in power. Sieg celebrates after leveling up, exclaiming to Theo that he did it. He mentions that he has almost forgotten the concept of level, something only he seems to understand. Nikolai laughs, finding it funny that Sieg refers to growth as leveling up. However, Sieg is excited to see that his magical power has increased considerably, now almost twice as strong as Nikolai's, highlighting that he is getting closer to using one of his special blessings, advanced magic. Nikolai is impressed with Sieg, praising him for hitting all of the enemy's weak spots and defeating 3 white rabbits. He claims that Sieg is not a normal child. Sieg, trying to be modest, says that the reason for his strength is that his father is a great person, to which Theo adds, highlighting that the Abel family is incredibly strong. Both recognize that everyone in the Abel family has extraordinary abilities, while Sieg reflects on the fact that he was getting a little carried away by his successes. At the end of the hunt, Theo and Nikolai thank Sieg for his help and get ready for the carriage that will take them back. However, they are surprised by a group of goblins that suddenly appear. Nikolai and Theo quickly enter a defensive position, with Theo asking Sieg to take cover behind him while Nikolai expresses concern about the imminent attack. The goblins, who would normally attack upon approach, this time appear to be running away, which surprises Theo and Nikolai. Theo notices that the goblins are injured and suggests that perhaps they are fleeing from something much more dangerous, since in the White Forest, goblins are supposed to be the strongest monsters. The situation leaves the group on alert as they try to understand what could be causing the goblins' unusual behavior. A large, unexpected attack emerges, scaring Theo, Nikolai, and Sieg. A shockwave rips through the air, and Theo quickly realizes the danger. He rushes to protect Sieg while Nikolai tries to remain calm. Theo quickly acts to move Sieg away from the attack, making it clear that the danger is getting closer. Nikolai, upon seeing the situation, shouts worriedly for Sieg and Theo, but they are both fine. Theo quickly realizes that the goblins were not running away as they seemed, but were using this as a trap to separate them. He highlights the intelligence of the ambush, while Sieg, determined, prepares to continue the fight alongside his companions. Theo, upon seeing the gigantic and frightening threat looming ahead, quickly realizes the danger everyone is in. He instructs Nikolai to take Sieg and flee immediately, as this creature, coming from the Forest of Silence, is incredibly powerful. Theo's urgency is clear. If they stay, they could all end up dead. Theo is perplexed when faced with the presence of a goblin general, a B-rank monster, questioning how he managed to get there. He remembers the differences in magical density between the White Forest and the Forest of Silence, as well as the existence of a magical barrier. Theo cannot understand how this powerful enemy managed to cross this barrier, making the situation even more worrying. Theo notices that the goblin general is injured, suggesting that the monster may have lost a fight for territory in the Forest of Silence. He also notices that the weapon the goblin usually uses is missing, which raises even more suspicion about the situation. While it is possible that the goblin forcibly crossed the magical barrier, the monster is now in a berserker state, completely out of control. As the other goblins attack, the goblin general prepares for a brutal assault, intensifying the danger Theo and his group face. Theo realizes the imminent threat of the Goblin General in a berserker state and immediately steps in front of Sieg and Nikolai to protect them. Although the monster is injured, Theo understands that defeating a B-rank monster in a rage is practically impossible, even under these conditions. Despite this, his determination to protect Sieg is unwavering, and he prepares to fight, determined to do whatever is necessary this time to ensure his brother's safety. Nikolai tries to contain the goblins, but realizes that their numbers are too great for him to handle alone. He is worried about the situation, fearing that he will not be able to move in the face of so many enemies. At that moment, Sieg intervenes with his magic, conjuring a powerful ball of fire that incinerates several goblins at the same time, something that even Nikolai, an experienced adventurer, would not be able to do. Surprised and impressed, Nikolai observes Sieg's magical ability in awe. Sieg struggles after using his advanced magic, realizing that his childish body cannot keep up with the sudden increase in magical power. His stamina is depleted, and even if he remains conscious, he will have difficulty moving his body. He knows that with the little energy he has left, he will only be able to use advanced magic one more time. Determined, Sieg is resolved to defeat his opponent, even with the limited power he faces. Theo realizes that Sieg's attacks are not enough to defeat the powerful Goblin General and decides to take desperate action. Determined to protect Sieg and the others, Theo decides it's all or nothing. He casts a powerful ice spell, creating sharp spikes that pierce the ground toward the monster, hoping to turn the tide against the formidable foe. As Theo uses powerful advanced magic to try and defeat the Goblin General, he is suddenly struck and injured in the process. Sieg screams in despair when he sees his brother hurt. While a wave of power advances, Theo is thrown by the impact, and Sieg tries to run towards him, ignoring warnings to stay away. The battle intensifies, with both facing increasing difficulties as the monster continues to be a threat. Nikolai holds Sieg tightly, telling him he's okay, as they both prepare to face the Goblin General to save Theo. Using his assessing eyes, Sieg realizes that the Goblin General's weak point is in its helmet, but the monster has magical immunity, making the situation more complicated. Sieg finds himself at a crossroads, not knowing how he can defeat such a powerful enemy, but knowing that he needs to do something to protect Theo and his friends. Sieg is distressed by the possibility of losing his family because he is not strong enough. He questions the value of his power and his special eyes, feeling powerless. As he watches Theo down and hurt, he realizes he needs to act quickly to save him, fighting his own fears and insecurities. In that moment, Sieg understands something crucial about his own strength and responsibility. Theo is frustrated with himself for not being able to protect Sieg, even though he knows what Gelt planned to do. He reflects on how he knew about Sieg's feelings but still took him with him, taking responsibility for his safety. Theo feels sorry for his failures and reassures himself that he cannot lose. He carries a strong sense of duty and is determined to fulfill his promise to protect Sieg, regardless of the challenges. Theo uses his wind magic to create a trap called the Wind Net, trapping the Goblin General just as he was about to attack. He is determined not to fail again in protecting his loved ones, while Nikolai and Sieg look on in surprise at the situation. Theo, determined to protect Sieg, tries his best to keep the Goblin General pinned down with his wind magic. He shouts for Nikolai to move away and act quickly, while the trapped monster fights furiously against the barrier created by Theo. Nikolai creates a barrier of light to contain the Goblin General, but admits he won't be able to maintain it for long. Meanwhile, Theo, with a determined look, prepares to continue his next move, aware of the urgency of the situation. Theo activates his self-taught wind magic and launches the Spreading Wind Needle technique, sending a series of powerful slashing attacks toward the Goblin General. The impact is devastating, showing Theo's exceptional ability to control the wind. The Goblin General takes the brunt of Theo's slashing attacks, but the battle remains intense. Sieg, observing his brother's skill, is surprised and impressed by his strength, expressing his admiration. Theo, determined, continues his attack against the monster, while everyone around recognizes his incredible power. The battle continues fiercely as the Goblin General is hit. Revealing his weakness, The helmet that protected him is no longer there. Sieg realizes that the monster's weakness is in its eye and, with a bold strategy, asks Nikolai to launch it directly towards the goblin's head. Sieg's determination to take advantage of this opportunity is clear, as he knows he can finish off the creature if he can concentrate his magical attack on the vulnerable spot. Sieg, overcome by an inner force, is filled with determination as he declares that the power to protect his family lies within him. With an expression of despair, he begs Nikolai to help him as he cannot allow his family to die. Nikolai, visibly touched by Sieg's words and emotional strength, is surprised and tries to understand the depth of the situation. Realizing the seriousness of the request, Nikolai, trusting Sieg, decides to act. He holds it tightly and with all his strength throws it towards the monster, shouting for it to go all out. Determined and with the responsibility of saving his family weighing heavily on him, Sieg prepares to face the enemy with all his courage and power. Sieg, driven by Nikolai's confidence and the chance created by his brother, flies towards the enemy. Determined not to waste the opportunity, he charges forward with all his might, ready to unleash his power in order to protect his family. Sieg unleashes his power with a spear of flame, focusing his magic into a devastating attack direct to the enemy's weak point. The flame spear passes through the target, highlighting Sieg's growth and determination to save his family. Sieg watches with relief as the powerful enemy is finally defeated by his blow. Nikolai, still amazed by what he has just witnessed, reflects on the incredible feat. Sieg, in turn, confirms to himself that he succeeded, demonstrating his strength and growth in eliminating the threat. Nikolai screams in despair as he sees Sieg being thrown away. The impact of the situation leaves everyone on alert, while Sieg, still in the air, appears to be thrown by an intense force. The situation quickly escalates, showing the imminent danger that surrounds the group. Theo lunges towards Sieg at the last moment, grabbing his brother and protecting him from a fatal impact. The visible pain on Theo's face reveals that he took the blow to protect Sieg. While Theo tries to catch his breath, Sieg, still a little dazed, checks to see if his brother is okay, calling out to him with concern. Theo, still injured, responds to Sieg, saying he is fine but visibly tired. Sieg apologizes for not being able to do more, but Theo reassures him, saying that he protected Sieg even though he was in that state. Sieg sincerely thanks his brother for protecting him once again, leaving Theo a little emotional, but with a slight expression of satisfaction. Theo uses healing magic on Sieg while hugging him, relieved that he was able to protect him. Although the cure is not complete, Theo believes that Sieg will be able to walk. Nikolai also expresses his relief that everyone is okay, surprised that they managed to defeat the Goblin General and are still alive after the battle. Nikolai questions Sieg about why he has such absurd magical power and how he knew about the Goblin General's weakness. He makes it clear that he will not accept the excuse that this is something common in the Abel family. Theo intervenes, saying that they can't answer these questions, apologizing and explaining that this is to protect Sieg. Nikolai responds understandingly, accepting that Theo and Sieg have important reasons for not revealing certain information. He mentions that everyone has something they can't talk about, suggesting that he understands the importance of secrets. In return, Nikolai asks for the ash and promises not to tell anyone about what happened that day, making it clear that he trusts Theo and Sieg. Nikolai explains that the ash he picked up, called Magic Crystal Ash, is an item that high-level monsters drop and can be sold at a high price, allowing him to take his sister to a more skilled doctor. Sieg thanks him, stating that he owes Nikolai one. Nikolai, in turn, says he has no problem helping, especially since it's for the good of his family. Sieg reflects on what appears to be deja vu, speculating whether he is still carrying his bad luck from a previous life, especially after his unexpected encounter with the Goblin General. Sieg begins to question what kind of luck he has to be in such a complicated situation. His Master of Luck responds that this is because he is lucky. It explains that Sieg's desire was to level up, learn advanced magic, and obtain a greater reward for Nikolai, something that would normally be impossible to accomplish all at once. However, because of Sieg's luck, even monsters that shouldn't be there appeared, creating opportunities that only the lucky have. This kind of chance is only given to the lucky. Sieg reflects on the meaning of his luck, linking it to what his uncle Willibald mentioned. He understands that this chance given by God to the lucky ones involves not only him but everyone around him. The idea of becoming stronger comes as a way to ensure he can protect the people he loves and avoid any sacrifices in the future. Determined, he convinces himself that if he can seize this chance, he will be able to save everyone he wants because he has the power to do so. Theo suggests that they should wait a bit for their wounds to heal before heading towards the carriage. He also mentions that he will need to ask Hans to keep the secret once again. However, something watches them from the shadows. A ferocious tiger, with cryptic markings on its forehead, lurks among the vegetation, looking ready to attack. As the carriage passes through the silent forest, one of the passengers questions why they are passing through that dangerous place. The other responds that if they are caught, they will have no choice but to run away for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, something attacks the carriage, causing it to fall violently, while the passengers scream in despair, not understanding what is happening. The men in the carriage fall to the ground and soon notice the presence of a goblin general, something unexpected, as this creature should be deep in the forest. Terrified, they decide to flee, talking about an auction of sacred beasts and blaming a wizard for the situation. Despite knowing the sacred beast's location, they decide to leave it behind while they try to escape the goblin general. The sacred beast, which was mentioned earlier, is dormant, injured, and surrounded by remains of equipment and items. The scene shows the big cat resting on the ground. Suddenly, something scares it, and it stands up, ready to run. Soon, we see it running away quickly, still carrying marks of fatigue and injuries, leaving behind any trace of rest. A few months have passed since the defeat of the Goblin General. Sigfried is about to participate in an event called White Hunt, where nobles defeat monsters for the first time. Meanwhile, we see Sigfried being protected and welcomed by Theo amidst the turmoil. The atmosphere is one of preparation for something important, but there is also a sense of companionship between the characters. Sigfried is enthusiastically welcomed by his sister Marie, who praises him for his impressive performance. She gets so excited congratulating him for hitting a vital part of the target that she ends up squeezing him tightly. Meanwhile, Sigfried, suffocated by the tight hug, tries to tell her that he can't breathe. As the adults discuss Sieg's magical control and the impressive skill he has demonstrated, Sieg is clearly nervous as he has been unable to hide the truth from his uncle. He is praised by his father, who says that with Sieg's magical power, he was able to hide some of his true strength. At the same time, Marie gently reprimands him, reminding him that he shouldn't have gone out alone and should reflect on his own actions. While the report on the body of the defeated monster in the White Forest is dealt with, the adults discuss how the magical bandits who shouldn't have been there were eliminated. The incident is expected to be under control and will not cause any further problems. Sieg feels relieved at how quickly everything was resolved, but ends up feeling embarrassed when Marie, in a loving gesture, decides to reward him with lots of hugs for his good work. Sieg notices something strange and mentions that he saw a shadow he had never noticed before, which makes him curious. He decides to investigate and walks away, but Marion, worried, feels something is wrong and tries to stop him, asking him not to go alone. Marion, nervous, tries to draw her father's attention to Sieg's situation, but her father reassures her by saying that, as he has already demonstrated his skills in battle, it will be safe to let him explore a little in the White Forest. Even so, Marion still has a bad feeling, especially when flashes of disturbing images flash through her mind, increasing her worry. Marion, visibly shaken, decides to look for Sieg, worried about leaving him alone. Meanwhile, Theo and the others comment on Marion's protective behavior since the incident with Sieg, with Theo mentioning that despite allowing Sieg to accompany him, he was somewhat reluctant. They hoped that after seeing Sieg's strength, Marion could calm down a little. The child, mentioned as curious, and even if he gets hurt a little, cannot bear the situation of being alone. Someone observes that, at the moment, all that remains is to wait and see what will happen. Since the pain in the heart cannot be cured by any type of magic, a decision is made. while a character named Miai-san will stay in place with the other girls until a group returns. Another character, along with Theo, will check the magical barrier. They feel a little bad about leaving this responsibility to Albert, who had gone before. The character walks through the forest and mentions that the place he is looking for must be there. However, he is surprised by a large sacred tiger, which glares at him aggressively. The tiger identifies itself as a sacred beast, named White Tiger, in critical condition. Angry, the tiger questions why he is being followed and warns him not to come any closer to him. The tiger's status indicates that its condition is close to death, and it appears extremely defensive. The character is surprised to realize that he is facing a sacred beast, something rare to see. He comments to himself that he managed to understand the white tiger's language, which leaves him intrigued until he remembers that this is possible due to his ability to master languages. The character also notes that the white tiger is seriously injured, remembering a book that mentioned that it is an endangered and protected species. The character notices a shadow magic mark on the white tiger, a sign that he has been the target of a high-level spell. He wonders if this explains why the creature fled to this place. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decides that he must treat the tiger's wound before doing anything else. While the tiger growls in self-defense, the character tries to calm him down, saying that he is not an enemy and that he is there to help. The character uses light magic to heal the white tiger, despite the pain he feels while doing so. While casting the healing spell, he comments that the pain is intense but continues with the treatment. The white tiger watches, surprised and relieved, as his wounds are healed. After the healing process is complete, the character confirms that the tiger is completely healed, and the tiger appears astonished at what has just happened. After healing the white tiger, the character reassures the tiger, saying that everything is fine and that he is sorry for having scared him. He begins to notice that despite its menacing appearance, the tiger is quite cute, especially because of its soft fur. The character wonders if the tiger is still a cub since it looks so young. He recognizes that the tiger must be scared and congratulates it for surviving until that moment. Then there is a flash of the tiger's memory, showing moments when it was captured and mistreated by humans, increasing the understanding of the reason for its caution. The character holds the white tiger in his arms, reassuring him by saying that everything is fine now. He expresses his happiness at having found the tiger. The white tiger, in turn, shows a sparkle in his eyes, clearly moved and grateful for the kindness he received. The character promises that he will always be grateful, while the tiger recognizes the human's kindness, saying that he is a good person. Suddenly, a magical light surrounds the character and the white tiger, taking the character by surprise. He doesn't understand what is happening, but soon realizes that a contract with the white tiger has been established. Both are surrounded by an aura of power, sealing a bond between them. The character is surprised to see what just happened, without knowing exactly how it happened. The character is shocked to discover that he and the white tiger have formed a blood contract. He asks what that means, without understanding what happened. A small being explains that the blood contract was established by transferring the contractor's blood into the beast's body, creating a connection. The character then remembers that the white tiger had licked his blood when he was injured, but he has no memory of initiating this process. The creature also mentions that this type of contract can only be made with a high-level magical beast. Amidst the confusion, another person calls out to Sieg, worried about the situation. A girl appears and scolds Sieg for being alone, reminding him that he shouldn't act without company. She holds him tightly, commenting that it seems to have gotten heavier. In the midst of the confusion, Sieg and the white tiger look at each other, surprised by the situation. Suddenly, the girl screams in shock upon realizing the presence of the white tiger, which causes her to panic, creating even more chaos in the scene. A character observes Sieg holding the white tiger and comments, confused, that he appears to have found a black cat's cub. However, he notes that the tiger's coat color is too white for a black cat. Sieg, nervous, tries to justify it, mentioning a saying that says that eating things from the white forest can make animals have lighter fur. Another character adds that the white tiger is a rare species that his father protected, and that establishing a contract without permission is serious. They also speculate that the tiger may have been lost after the magical barrier broke. An older character, probably the father, expresses his political and noble concern about the situation involving the white tiger. He thinks about using camouflage magic to hide the fact that the animal is a sacred beast. Sieg, worried, asks his father to let him take care of the tiger, as he believes the tiger cannot take care of itself. He explains that he found the tiger seriously injured, which justifies his insistence. Another character, alarmed, tries to dissuade Sieg, arguing that creating a magical beast is dangerous. She also remembers that the tiger bit him, mentioning the wound she saw earlier, but Sieg is clearly nervous, trying to justify that the tiger bit him because it was scared. Sieg begs his father to let him raise the white tiger, promising that he will raise him to be a good companion. Meanwhile, another character expresses concern that the tiger might attack Sieg. The father, after hearing the pleas, asks Sieg to swear to take full responsibility for the tiger's life. He firmly asks if Sieg is ready to carry this responsibility until the end of the tiger's life. Sieg, determined, answers with conviction that yes, he will take care of the tiger until the end, holding him affectionately as he makes his promise. The father finally gives in and says he will allow Sieg to raise the white tiger, but also requests that the girl help in the process. The girl, a little hesitantly, agrees. Sieg thanks him enthusiastically, holding the tiger and expressing his gratitude to his father, calling him a great person. The father, observing the situation, asks if it was Sieg who cured the magical beast, and Sieg responds affirmatively. The impressed father praises Sieg's ability to use healing magic, while Sieg thanks him, still moved by the permission and support he received. The girl expresses that although she will not oppose the decision to raise the white tiger now that her father has given his permission, she still does not fully trust the beast. She then declares that for Sieg's safety, she will monitor him strictly until she is sure he will be safe. Sieg, upon hearing this, is surprised and confused, questioning what she means by strictly monitoring him. Sieg and the girl watch the white tiger, who is striking an adorable pose, clearly trying to look harmless. Surprised, they both react to the tiger's unexpectedly cute behavior. While the tiger continues to show off in a cute pose, the girl maintains a serious expression, resisting the temptation to be fooled by her appearance. She firmly declares that she will not be fooled by that cute pose, even though the tiger is trying his best to appear harmless. Sieg reflects on his abilities, recognizing that despite being able to use advanced level magic, he still struggles to train properly. He worries about this situation, feeling like he needs to find some time alone to train and improve. The white tiger watches Sieg curiously, wondering why he is in such a hurry. Sieg, for his part, is determined to become stronger as quickly as possible, believing that if he doesn't do so, something dangerous will happen, and he won't be able to protect everyone. In his mind, he remembers battle scenes and dangerous situations, reinforcing his resolve to improve. The white tiger notices that Sieg looks worried and wonders if he is scared. Confused, Sieg reacts with an "A" when the tiger tries to cheer him up. The tiger then suggests that they both rub against each other, believing that this will make Sieg smile, and begins to rub excitedly. The girl, who watches from afar, seems intrigued while Sieg responds playfully, exclaiming that the tiger is very cute. Sieg hugs the white tiger affectionately, saying that he understands that the tiger is not bad. Meanwhile, the girl reflects on her feelings, acknowledging that she also knows the tiger is not dangerous but still feels hesitant. She admits to herself that she is a coward since that day's incident, showing memories of a traumatic event in which someone unexpected caused pain to the thing she held most dear. Sieg, on the other hand, has fun with the white tiger, while the girl remains worried, deciding that if things continue as they are, it might not be good for Sieg. She decides that she needs to ensure his safety, even though she doesn't know exactly how to act. Sieg is sitting on the bed next to the white tiger, reflecting on the day and how they somehow managed to get through all the hardships. He sighs, relieved that they overcame the challenges. As he takes in his surroundings, he comments that, as expected, his sister won't come when it's time to sleep, which seems to give him an opportunity. Meanwhile, the white tiger realizes this could be his chance to act. However, before anything else can happen, Sieg is interrupted by someone abruptly entering the room, which takes him by surprise. Marie enters the room, surprising Sieg, who calls her Ni-sama in amazement. She approaches calmly, wearing a nightgown, and Sieg asks why she came, since it's past bedtime. Marie responds that she knows it's late, but that's exactly the reason she came. Sieg watches her with curiosity and a thoughtful expression, while Marie seems to have something important to say, indicating that this is a significant moment between the two after a long time. Marie sits on the bed next to Sieg and suggests they sleep together. Sieg is completely surprised and reacts with an "A," clearly not expecting this suggestion. Marie smiles calmly and asks if everything is okay, maintaining a gentle and welcoming tone. Meanwhile, the white tiger sleeps peacefully next to them, oblivious to the situation. Sieg is lying in bed next to Marie, who holds him affectionately as they sleep. He seems confused and surprised by the situation, questioning what is happening. The white tiger sleeps nearby, keeping its eyes half open, apparently attentive to its surroundings. Sieg reflects that Marie, his sister, is worried that the white tiger might hurt him, so she is always keeping watch. He remembers that he already got permission from his father to keep the tiger, but Marie continues to monitor the situation carefully. Sieg, lying next to Marie and the white tiger, reflects on his situation. He comments that he didn't expect her to insist that they sleep together, but he also admits that he doesn't hate it. However, he becomes frustrated as he is unable to train his advanced magic under these circumstances. He thinks the only way to progress is to try the magic he learned from defeating the goblin general. A small creature appears and confirms that, with his current spell rating, he can cast spatial movement magic. Depending on training, Sieg, determined, tries to move carefully so as not to wake Marie, planning to perform the spell without being noticed. Sieg uses spatial movement magic, pronouncing the spell with determination. He successfully teleports out of bed while Marie remains asleep, unaware of what has happened. Sieg, excited, realizes that the spell worked and thinks about how this will allow him to go to the White Forest to train, although he is pleased that he was able to perform the spell correctly for the first time. He also recognizes that he cannot use this magic in front of people. Meanwhile, the white tiger appears worried, trying to warn him not to go alone, but Sieg remains focused on his plan. The white tiger tries to warn Sieg that if he goes alone, Marie will be sad, worried about his friend's impulsive attitude. Sieg asks the tiger to be quiet, worried that his movements will wake Marie. He reassures the tiger, saying that everything is fine and that he will be back before Marie wakes up. Sieg asks the tiger, who is still recovering, to rest while he is gone, promising to return soon. Determined, Sieg uses the spatial movement spell again, intending to quickly strengthen himself to protect his family. Meanwhile, the white tiger tries to stop Sieg, but his mind is already made up, and he disappears with the spell. The white tiger, still uneasy about Sieg leaving, looks towards Marie, who is asleep, and whispers Sieg's name in her sleep. The tiger, clearly upset, decides to act on his own. He gets up with effort and jumps out the bedroom window, determined to follow Sieg. As the moon illuminates the night, the white tiger quickly runs, jumping through the window and running down the side of the house. He is determined not to let Sieg go alone, running nimbly towards his friend's destination. Sieg appears in the forest after using his spatial movement magic. He comments that the spell consumes a lot of energy, as expected from an advanced level spell. Despite his fatigue, he is determined to continue. Sieg reflects on how much he has evolved and the number of advanced spells he can now try to use, motivated by his need to train for the upcoming hunt. He remembers how intensely he has been training to prepare for this great mission, taking the challenge seriously. Although he feels the weight of his training, Sieg refuses to give up, determined to use everything he has learned to protect those he loves. Sieg, excited, performs a powerful ice spell called Ice Cluster and is thrilled to see that it works. He notes that with this success, he should now be able to use other advanced spells. Sieg feels motivated to continue his training, realizing he is on the right path. Meanwhile, he prepares to cast another spell, commenting that if the next one also works, that will be a big step forward. Even though he is breathless and tired, Sieg maintains his focus and determination, ready to take his training to the next level. Sieg tries to cast thunder magic, but something unexpected happens. As he casts the spell, a shadowy figure begins to materialize before him, shrouded in lightning and chaotic energy. The presence of this shadow leaves him in shock. He immediately recognizes something familiar and, surprised, wonders if this dark entity is Gelt Sen, someone he knows. The black figure appears to be charged with dangerous energy, and the surrounding environment becomes tense, with an electrifying atmosphere. Sieg watches with concern and confusion, trying to understand what he just summoned with his magic. Sieg is terrified to see the shadowy figure advancing aggressively. The creature approaches quickly, and Sieg is taken by surprise, feeling a crushing force hitting him. He screams, confused and scared, asking why this is happening. The shadowy figure launches violent attacks, surrounded by destructive energy. Sieg, desperate, screams for it to stop, but the creature shows no signs of backing down. He tries to protect himself as he watches the scene in horror, realizing the growing danger he himself has invoked. Sieg watches the shadowy figure with dread, wondering what the thing is. The creature continues to attack uncontrollably, destroying everything in its path. Sieg begins to understand that by casting thunder magic, he inadvertently unleashed this dark force due to an old trauma. He realizes that, in this world, magic is heavily influenced by the caster's imagination. The trauma he carries in his mind ended up shaping the magic, causing it to spiral out of control. Frightened, Sieg realizes that the magic has gone beyond its limits. Entering a state of fury, Sieg falls to the ground, exhausted, realizing he used too much magic. His familiar calls him Master and warns him that his excessive use of magical power is rapidly draining his physical strength, which could cause him to faint if he continues. Sieg struggles to get up, questioning what he is doing and why he has allowed himself to be so impatient. He remembers his promise to return before Marie wakes up, but his consciousness begins to fail due to fatigue. Sieg feels weak and frustrated, aware that he has gone beyond his limits. He reflects on his current state, running around with no clear goal while his strength and magic are depleting. Sieg looks at the white tiger, who looks at him worriedly and asks if he is scared. Sieg begins to reflect on his past, remembering that, despite having a special power, he was unable to save his mother and brother. This failure marked him deeply. He recalls the moment he decided he would always be strong after seeing Theo Niai Sen hurt because of his fate. However, the trauma of being defeated by Gelt Niai Sen still haunts his mind, a painful memory that has never left him. Sieg finally understands that these repressed feelings and fears are what are keeping him from moving forward fully, even with his desire to protect those he loves. Sieg, fallen and exhausted, remembers how he was always afraid of being crushed by his own weakness. He reflects on the fear that has paralyzed him for so long, fearing that his inability will destroy him. While Sieg is on the ground, he sees something on the horizon, creatures that look familiar and threatening approaching. He recognizes this sight, but is still too weak to react immediately. The weight of his emotions and memories engulfs him as he struggles to overcome both his physical exhaustion and his internal fears. In the mansion's courtyard, several servants and guards are calling out for Siegbert Sama, trying to find him. They have already searched the main building and other places, but they did not find Sieg, nor the white tiger. The situation is becoming increasingly tense. Marie, visibly distressed, is standing, trying to understand what happened. She remembers that she was sleeping next to Sieg and can't understand why he disappeared. One of the servants informs her that Sieg's father has been called and that, as soon as he arrives, the search will be expanded. Marie, still confused and with tears in her eyes, wonders why this happened, as she was next to Sieg moments before. One of the servants approaches Marie and informs her that someone saw the baby of the magical beast that was with Sieg running out of the mansion. Marie, scared, begins to wonder if the white tiger did something to Sieg, becoming increasingly worried. The servant clarifies that she did not see Sieg with the magical beast, only the cub, and apologizes for not having reported it sooner, as it was late at night and she thought she had made a mistake. However, the information that the cub was seen running towards the White Forest makes Marie suspect that Sieg may have followed the same path. Now, with this new clue, the search is heading towards the forest. Marie, after receiving information about the white tiger, begins to reflect on the possibility that the cub did not harm Sieg but was running after him. She realizes that the tiger may not have intended to hurt him, but rather to follow him. One of the servants tries to calm her down, asking her not to run in such a state and informing her that the carriage will be prepared to go to the forest. However, Marie, determined, declares that she herself will go to the White Forest to find Sieg. With great urgency, she heads towards the location, and in the middle of her run, she sees something that surprises her, exclaiming, "That's..." Marie finally finds Sieg lying on the ground next to the white tiger. She runs to him, calling his name desperately. Sieg is visibly exhausted, leaning on the tiger, who also looks extremely tired. The white tiger, despite being at the limit of its strength, managed to carry Sieg to this point. Marie, relieved, asks if they are both okay, worried about the condition of Sieg and the tiger. The white tiger, even exhausted, still stands firm, showing that he did everything he could to protect and help Sieg get there. Marie holds Sieg in her arms, worried that he is breathing but not conscious. She is desperate, not knowing what to do. The white tiger, visibly exhausted, still observes the situation, knowing that he did his best to help Sieg. Marie tries to calm down and promises herself that she will save Sieg no matter what. She hugs Sieg tightly, telling him everything will be fine while trying to remain calm. Her determination is clear, and she is willing to do whatever it takes to ensure Sieg recovers. Sieg, lying on Marie's lap, begins to regain consciousness. He feels a comforting warmth around him and wonders what that is, feeling protected and welcomed. Little by little, he realizes that he is in Marie's lap, who is holding him with a gentle smile. He murmurs, still weak, calling for Marie ni sama. Flowers and soft lights surround them, creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. The feeling of safety and warmth at his sister's side brings a moment of relief to Sieg, who feels comforted by her presence as he continues to recover. Sieg finally wakes up, and Marie, relieved, exclaims with happiness, thanking him for being awake. Sieg, confused, asks where he is, still recovering and trying to understand the situation. Marie, still very emotional, reveals that she was extremely worried about him. Sieg, embarrassed, apologizes for worrying her so much. He slowly sits up as he continues to regain his strength. At that moment, Sieg notices the presence of his father, who is watching him seriously. Surprised and a little apprehensive, Sieg calls him father, realizing that the situation is more serious than he imagined. Sieg's father, seeing him awake, asks if he really went to the White Forest alone, late at night. First, he expresses his relief that Sieg is okay, but then he wants to understand the situation better. Sieg, still sitting on the bed, admits that he went alone. While Marie watches him worriedly, Sieg confirms that he was not taken by anyone but decided to go on his own. He tries to explain his actions, but internally, he is worried about revealing the complete truth about his use of movement magic and advanced magic training. He feels he has a lot to hide from his father, fearing he will cause even more problems than he already has. The father also questions why he decided to go alone, especially considering the danger and the time it must have taken. Sieg's father, after hearing the explanation, reflects for a moment and decides that, despite understanding Sieg's reasons, he cannot ignore the problem he caused. As punishment, he informs Sieg that he will be banned from leaving the mansion for 2 weeks. Additionally, he mentions that surveillance magic will be used to monitor him during this period. Sieg, visibly worried and not knowing what to say, ends up accepting the punishment and responds with a simple "understood." He realizes the seriousness of the situation and knows that he has caused a lot of trouble. His father maintains a firm tone, making it clear that this punishment is so that he understands the consequences of his actions. Sieg's father approaches and, in a serious tone, states that he is an intelligent boy and that he always thinks about his family. He knows that when Sieg hides something, it's to avoid worry. However, he makes it clear that there is no need to carry the weight alone. He assures Sieg that in the Abel family, no one is weak and that everyone can trust each other. The father reminds Sieg that he can and should lean on his family when he needs it. Sieg listens to these words carefully, feeling the weight of responsibility lessen as he understands that he doesn't have to deal with everything alone. Sieg begins to reflect on his father's words, recognizing that he didn't need to carry the burden alone. He remembers how strong his family has always been and realizes that everyone around him is capable of helping. With tearful eyes, he accepts that his family is not weak and that he can trust them. As Sieg processes these feelings, he confesses that he was training his magic. He admits that he was afraid to show off his advanced magic skills in front of others, as he thought it might shock or worry people. Marie watches him with concern and calls his name, realizing the weight of emotion Sieg was carrying alone. Sieg confesses that his biggest fear was not being strong enough, and that, because of that, everyone he loves could disappear, just like his mother. He was terrified of this idea, and it led him to try to become stronger on his own. He apologizes repeatedly, feeling the weight of his choices. His father reminds him of a moment in the past, involving Leah, and asks if he remembers what happened then. Sieg claims he remembers it perfectly. An emotional Marie hugs him and assures him that no one will disappear or leave again, while also apologizing for not realizing the depth of Sieg's feelings. She tries to calm the situation, saying that everything is fine now, even with the chaos around. Sieg's father hugs Marie and reaffirms what she said, promising that he will not allow anyone to be taken away again. With a serious and protective tone, he assures that he will do whatever is necessary to protect his family, showing his determination to keep everyone safe. The scene conveys a strong sense of family unity and protection as they comfort each other. Basically, the tranquility of the environment contrasts with the intensity of emotions, making it clear that, despite the challenges faced, the family is committed to taking care of each other and not allowing anything to separate them again. Sieg, lying in bed with the little tiger by his side, reflects on what just happened. He feels embarrassed that he cried so intensely in front of others for the first time. However, this moment of vulnerability brought a sense of relief, allowing him to release the feelings he had been holding back. He thinks about how after the incident, his brothers came back and saw him in that state. Sieg decides that from now on, he will avoid doing reckless things that make his family sad. He also recognizes that although he wanted to be strong for his family, there was a desire in his heart to depend on others, to trust those around him. Sieg is talking to the little tiger, thanking him for saving him and commenting that he doesn't know what would have happened if he had been alone. The tiger, in turn, expresses his affection for Sieg and says that saving him was natural. In response, Sieg plays with and pets the tiger, realizing that he has not yet given it a name. He reflects that just as he himself has a name, the tiger would also need one. While the tiger seems confused about the name concept, Sieg laughs and comments about how he was in such a hurry earlier that he didn't even have time to think about it beforehand. Sieg decides to name the tiger Haku and asks him if he likes the name. The tiger, happy, responds that Haku is Haku, showing his approval. Sieg is happy with Haku's reaction and hugs him. They then make a pact that, as partners, they will take care of each other from now on. Haku excitedly confirms that he will fulfill his part as a partner, leaving Sieg pleased with the new connection they have formed. Sieg's father is alone in the Abel family's main building, reflecting on the past. He remembers Leah, an important figure for Sieg, and regrets the fact that he did not realize the depth of feelings and memories that Sieg carries until now. Feeling like an inadequate father, he recognizes Sieg's exceptional magical ability and intelligence, who is no longer seen as an ordinary child. He looks at a portrait of Leah, reflecting on the impact she had on his son's life. Two characters, possibly Sieg's brothers, enter their father's room to report an important discovery. One of them mentions the light magical ash that was found in the White Forest, suggesting that something significant is happening there. The father was previously lost in thought about Sieg and Leah, and the arrival of these two brings an air of seriousness to the situation. They seem eager to deliver the news, which could have major implications for the Abel family. Albert presents the results of his investigation into the magical ash found in the White Forest. He explains that the Goblin General's body has been identified, indicating that they broke the magical barrier and invaded the Silent Forest. However, he also mentions that there is still an unsolved problem, which suggests that more challenges or mysteries are to come. The atmosphere is tense, with all the characters focused on the implications of this discovery. The characters discuss who would be able to defeat a B-class monster. The initial suggestion is that Sigfried is the only one capable, and the confidence in his abilities is evident. However, one of the characters points out that although Sigfried is talented, it would be impossible to defeat the demon without the use of advanced magic. The group seems torn between admiration for Sigfried and concern for the situation, while another character agrees, praising Sigfried in a light and friendly way. The characters discuss the wounds of someone powerful, possibly Sigfried, who was hiding the wounds, and the fact that he defeated monsters in the White Forest. The concern is that he has protected others from the monsters, and to protect him, they decide they need to erase the traces of that fight. The dialogue revolves around doubts and speculation about how Sigfried could have gotten hurt and defeated the creatures. The characters argue about spreading false information to deceive others by claiming the monster was defeated by an elite knight. They mention a popular story among adventurers about a brave person who defeated a B-rank monster, but the truth was hidden. The dialogue also talks about the trade in magical crystal ash and the use of materials for experiments. The main character reflects on how he managed to resolve the situation peacefully, and there is a mention that these materials will be used in a teleportation experiment. The characters are discussing Sigfried and his advanced magical abilities. They mention that for now, Sigfried has not appeared in the public eye or become a topic of conversation. One of the characters expresses the desire for Sigfried to live freely, without being limited by anything. Furthermore, they want to keep Sigfried's uniqueness hidden from the Ministry of Magic and the Magic School for now, in order to protect their younger brother. In the scene, one of the characters holds a photo and talks about their desire, while the other mentions that he would like his brother to be a little more well-behaved. The conversation unfolds with laughter, where they discuss the recent monster subjugation mission. There is a reflection on the fate of the Abel family boys and a comment on Theo and Sigfried being notable exceptions. The scene features a discussion about Sigfried's abilities, with one character reflecting on how he was able to get to the White Forest in such a short time. They mention the possibility that Sigfried has learned some kind of teleportation magic. Another character suggests that they can analyze Sigfried once again, as they discuss the magic stones, which are expensive and difficult to obtain. The conversation is interrupted when a character asks his father a question, appearing hesitant. The scene shows a conversation between the characters, with one of them mentioning that, after resolving some issues, they would discuss Sigfried's white hunt. A character says he wasn't there to investigate the magical barrier. Soon after, another character displays a projection stone, showing that he was secretly taking photos of Sigfried. There is a complimentary comment about how the father always buys expensive things for Sigfried, highlighting the affection and attention he has for the boy. The scene shows characters watching Sigfried perform healing magic on a magical creature, impressing those present. They comment on how he has already mastered this skill and express admiration for his compassion and talent. Two characters briefly argue because they are too close, asking for space. The scene ends with the vision of a building, announcing the next day as a special date of celebration. In the scene, one of the characters comments on his ability to assess, which allows him to identify the strength of others at first glance. He observes Viropart von Abel and is impressed by his level and skills. The detailed information shows that Viropart is a highly strong captain at level 60, and his attributes are incredibly high, especially in magic and attack power. In addition to his magical abilities, he also has a wide range of other skills such as etiquette, horse riding, and magical control, among others. The protagonist reflects on his luck in being taught the basic skills of magic by his uncle, lamenting that he cannot practice advanced magic yet. He seems determined to do his best. Meanwhile, another character observes the protagonist's status information and wonders about the hidden ability Friend of Spirits. The protagonist notes that his magical attribute remains the same, but still proves to be a significant feature of his fortune. The character praises the protagonist, acknowledging that his magical strength has exceeded expectations. He predicts that the protagonist will eventually overcome him with unstoppable strength. The protagonist appears confused, questioning where he is, but the other character finds it all amusing and is excited about the boy's future. considering it fascinating and promising. At the end, another character appears calling the name Haku, pointing to something the protagonist should see. The character Haku appears proudly, bringing a branch from the top of a tree, impressing the protagonist and others with his skill. The other character praises Haku, realizing that she is the creature that Sieg saved. They exchange compliments, highlighting how adorable and incredible Haku is, with the protagonist reaffirming his name and commenting on the creature's intense energy, comparing it to the heat of fire. The characters continue to admire Haku, highlighting how rare and beautiful her white fur is and mentioning that she has impressive abilities with both lightning and ice magic attributes. The protagonist comments with relief that Haku's concealment ability is working perfectly. While one of the characters praises the creature, the other notes that the flow of magical energy seems a little strange, raising a slight suspicion about the situation. The characters notice a slight aura of magic about Haku, suggesting that something is preventing the proper circulation of his magical energy. One of them comments on how cute Haku is when he touches her. They then speculate that perhaps it was a complex spell that caused this situation, considering that even healing magic failed to solve the problem. They reflect on how the spell appears to be problematic, raising suspicions that something unusual is happening. They discuss that Haku is under a curse, which explains the strange symptoms. The healing with magic appears to have left a magical residue on the body, indicating that some curse spell was applied. One of the characters blames himself for having used healing magic without realizing the curse, but is reassured. They conclude that the curse was likely cast by someone with evil intentions and is difficult to detect. The characters discuss how to resolve Haku's curse, which is preventing the use of magic. One of the characters mentions that there is an advanced spell called Holy Purge that can even dispel curses of different magical types, but he does not yet have the necessary skills to perform it. They reflect on the need to learn this magic in the future and how they could deal with the situation now. The younger character has an important memory about trusting family, and this motivates him to act. He looks at his uncle and declares that he knows someone he can trust to help with the situation, showing his determination to find a solution. The character reflects on the small creature's plight, wishing she had the power to help with sacred purification magic, but regrets her inability. Another character mentions that he heard that Marie had recently learned this type of magic, but she responds that although she has learned it, she does not yet have enough magical power to perform the necessary purification. Marie reveals that she still possesses a sacred purification stone, which she had requested when one of the characters' mother was still alive. She explains that although she tried hard to master sacred magic with the intention of helping her mother, her power turned out to be insufficient, and when she finally got the purification stone, it was too late. At that time, Marie could only use light magic. Marie continues to explain her mother's condition, saying that the situation had progressed beyond what magic could resolve. She mentions that the sacred purification stone was always kept as a reminder. She then expresses joy when remembering that when her mother regained her health after the birth of one of the characters, she was extremely relieved. Ultimately, Marie states that she will use the purification stone to help Haku. Haku appears hesitant to accept the purification stone offered by Marie, realizing the sentimental value it has for her. He thinks he doesn't need magic if it means losing something precious to Marie. Meanwhile, Sieg feels that Haku may not like him, but Haku soon clarifies that his fear comes from the desire to protect something important to Marie, as he doesn't want it to disappear. Marie, in turn, displays a desire to apologize to Haku, something she has wanted to do for a long time. Marie apologizes for doubting Haku and thanks him for saving Sieg. She recognizes Haku as a valuable partner to Sieg and part of his family. Haku, in turn, accepts the mission to help Marie's family and thanks her for giving him the courage to believe. In an affectionate gesture, Haku approaches Marie, showing his acceptance and connection to her. Marie uses a spell that casts an intense light into the air while Haku watches intently by her side. She wonders aloud what the result of this spell will be like, as a magical energy seems to envelop the scene. Haku jumps full of energy, his body feeling warm and refreshed. He thanks Marie for her help, while she expresses happiness at having been helpful. Everyone around celebrates the recovery of Haku's magical flow. Then, one of the characters suggests that Haku try using ice and snow magic, cheering him up even more. Haku roars powerfully as he releases his magic, creating a majestic scene with sheets of snow around him. The other characters look on impressed, commenting on the beauty of the snowy leaves that scatter through the air, comparing the atmosphere to that of a white forest. Sieg celebrates a successful task with Haku, who managed to create ice on command without melting it. They're both visibly excited, with Theo and others praising Sieg for adjusting the fire power and Haku for adapting to magic. They notice that the duo is coordinating better and getting used to the magic. Sieg congratulates Haku on the day's success, and they hug in celebration. Theo suggests they practice magical control for the remaining time, but mentions he has something to discuss with his brother. Wrapping up the training for today, Haku and Sieg thank him for the guidance, and Theo smiles, observing their progress. Theo welcomes his brother back, mentioning that he was teaching magic to Sieg and others until recently. His brother apologizes for the delay, but Theo says it's not a big deal. They sit down to chat, and the brother asks how Sieg is doing since then. Theo responds enthusiastically, saying that Sieg's progress has been incredible. He continues discussing Sieg's training, noting that even after his house arrest, he's been his instructor for the past few months. Theo emphasizes that Sieg has a strong ambition, making the training enjoyable to watch as he turns even the toughest lessons into something creative and unique. Theo mentions he's helping Sieg control his mana, and that if he masters this skill, he can safely interact with the outside world. The brother jokes about how it would be to peek into Sieg's head, but Theo quickly scolds him, reminding him that Sieg isn't an object of study. Theo explains that he's done most of the research on Haku, revealing that the creature is a variant of the black cat with magical attributes of lightning and ice, something incredibly rare. He remarks on Sieg's hard work, noting how diligently he's been putting in the effort. The brother reacts with surprise, expressing admiration for Haku having 2 advanced magical attributes. Theo continues, saying that interesting things are always happening around Sieg, making the situation far from boring. He also reveals that he heard rumors of the imperial family secretly hunting and auctioning sacred beasts, suggesting that Haku was probably captured illegally while still carrying its magical color. This explains the heightened security at the borders of their territory. Theo reflects on what the poachers might be planning, speculating that they must be desperate to find Haku. He reveals that he freed Haku and cast a tracking spell, placing the device in the silent forest. His brother expresses curiosity about the unfolding events, asking if the tracker was positioned deep in the forest. Theo, with a confident and mysterious expression, remains firm in his stance, not revealing all the details but clearly aware of the risks and ready to see the outcome. They discuss protecting Haku, suggesting creating an amulet with the family crest to shield her from future threats. Although Theo is confident that Haku won't be targeted again, they agree it's better to stay vigilant. Theo shows affection for Haku and suggests finding a design that suits her, while his brother points out that he seems to be getting attached to her. In a light-hearted conversation, Theo talks about the importance of having a loving family, while his brother acknowledges that Theo tends to be softer when it comes to protecting those he cares about. Their family bond and mutual concern shine through in this intimate moment, although Theo still maintains a cautious and serious demeanor, reminding them that the situation requires care. Theo receives a pile of love letters and engagement proposals addressed to Willibald, which visibly confuses him. His brother notes that Willibald has become quite popular and that the situation is starting to become a problem for him. As the proposals keep coming in, unsure how to handle the situation, Theo decides to send the letters directly to the Magic Guild. They briefly discuss how to deal with this unexpected problem, with Theo accepting that there's not much to do except forward everything to the appropriate destination. Meanwhile, Sieg is frustrated with his progress on an experiment he's trying to conduct. He fails to control his mana effectively and feels disappointed that the process, though simple, is challenging due to the precise mana control he hasn't fully mastered yet. He notices that the material he's working with is cloudy and that he can barely transfer mana to it. This leads him to wish he could make glass stones, which would simplify the process. Despite his mastery of advanced magic, the control of finer details is still a challenge for him. Sieg looks at the purification stone, now devoid of magic, and wonders if it can still be used. His sister explains that it's a sacred cleaning stone, and although it has no magic left, it's made of magical glass. This type of stone can be reused by being re-imbued with magic, even with advanced spells, without breaking. This realization makes Sieg understand he can recharge the stone and use it whenever needed. Sieg reflects that if he can create something like the cleaning stone, he'll be able to carry advanced magic without overloading his body. He begins the process of refining the magical sand, focusing intently to avoid mistakes. This time, he plans to be even more careful. He almost completes the process, but something goes wrong, and the creation falls apart at the last moment. Frustrated, he wonders if the problem lies in the quality of the magical sand or if he made an error. Still, he can't understand what went wrong since he was sure it would work. Sieg discovers that the magical sand he's using, despite being high-quality grade A, isn't sturdy enough to handle his magic. He learns that he'll need his plus-grade magical sand found deep in the Silent Forest. Sieg finds out that the Fairy Forest is the ideal place to find high-quality magical sand blessed by Earth spirits. Although he doesn't know where it is, he is assured that he will be guided there. Sieg is suddenly surprised by someone who exclaims they've found him, making him react with shock at the figure in front of him. Someone enthusiastically hugs Sieg, expressing joy at finally seeing him, while Sieg, confused, tries to figure out who they are. The person explains that they flew to find him as soon as they received permission. Meanwhile, Haku, Sieg's magical beast, appears, leading to a brief humorous interaction. Haku, the white tigress, communicates with the girl through sound transmission, making it clear that her secret must be kept. The girl asks if even Willibald should be kept in the dark, to which Haku responds yes. Meanwhile, Sieg is confused by the secret, and the girl finds it amusing that even he doesn't know what's going on. Willibald appears, pushing the girl aside while playfully interacting with Sieg, saying he enjoys seeing him with that confused expression. He comments that his friend has caused quite a bit of confusion for Sieg and the group. Willibald introduces Frau, a fairy who made a contract with him and is now his important companion. Frau confirms this and asks to be called by her name. Willibald reassures the others, stating that while there are stories of misunderstandings between humans and fairies, Frau is friendly with humans. He also jokes that he isn't plotting anything, to which Frau adds that she's only interested in a few people. Sieg realizes he can see fairies, explaining why he could see through the disguise magic. Frau asks him to keep this a secret, as normal humans can't see them. Sieg confirms that it's the first time he's seen a fairy, which makes Frau smile and ask if he's surprised. She enjoys knowing that she's the first fairy he encounters. Frau quickly takes a liking to Sieg, promising to protect him and complimenting him for being funny. She jokes about the difference between her youthful appearance and her maturity. Willibald, observing the situation, asks her not to bother Sieg, while Frau tries to explain that it's just a personal matter. Frau is excited to finally walk around the city again. Willibald makes a comment about a personal matter, while Sieg thinks it's a bit early for him to be involved in something like that. In a good mood, Frau decides to give Sieg a gift as a sign of friendship, leaving him puzzled. Frau realizes that Sieg is interested in the magical sand from the fairy forest and offers it to him. Willibald comments that Sieg's magic is powerful, but the sand provided by the magic core may not be that strong. Sieg explains that he wants to create glass stones of the same quality as the ones Marie made, making it clear that his goal is training. Willibald explains that he's busy working on a new teleportation stone and won't be able to teach Sieg magic for a while since he has to return to the magic core and stay there for a month. Sieg understands and says it's fine, accepting the situation without any issues. Frau suggests that she can deliver something to Sieg, but Willibald declines, stating that it's not safe for her to act alone, even in her human form, because if they discover she's a fairy, she would be in danger. Frau understands and agrees to be more cautious, even though she wanted to do it because she thought Sieg would like it. Determined, Sieg decides to go to the magic core alone since he's learning magic and wants to see the place. Willibald questions if he's going alone, and Sieg confirms, stating that he's stubborn. Willibald mentions that he would be worried if Sieg were an ordinary child, while Frau gets excited, saying she can't wait to go on her first trip. Sieg is thrilled to be authorized to visit the magic core, thanking them for the opportunity. He prepares for the visit, and while Haku wants to go too, Willibald hesitates since Haku is a rare creature and would attract a lot of attention from researchers. Still, Haku's excitement seems to indicate that he's going along. Willibald can't contain his excitement, while Haku is left with the mission of protecting the house. Sigfried praises Haku, proud of his responsibility. Frau bids farewell, saying she will be waiting for Sieg, while Willibald warns that he'll inform his brother and asks Sieg to be careful on the way. Sieg gets ready to leave, promising to come back safely. Marion worries about him going alone, but Sieg reassures her that he'll take a carriage and will be fine. Theo also trusts that Sieg will be okay and wishes him a good experience. Haku bids farewell confidently, while Sieg thanks everyone for their support before departing, ready for his journey. Sieg leaves excitedly, waving as he gets into the carriage, eager to embark on a great adventure. As the carriage rolls on, Sieg chats with the attendant, who mentions it's his first time visiting the capital. He talks about monster eradication missions, but soon realizes that this information is confidential. They discuss magic research and magical creatures in the capital and about Lord Willibald, the captain of the 3rd Magic Corps, known for elite combat and knowledge. Spotting the imposing capital, Sieg excitedly exclaims that he finally found it. The view of the grand city with its towers and walls adds to the excitement as the carriage continues its path toward the destination. As the carriage approaches the capital, Sieg mentions it's where his uncle is. The attendant laughs, saying that the research facilities are well hidden and that they will never know what those involved in monster experiments are really thinking. He also reminds Sieg to keep this information confidential, and Sieg, a bit flustered, agrees. Upon arriving at the reception building of the magic troupe, an attendant informs them that only Siegbert is allowed to enter from that point on. She insists it's protocol, and no one else can accompany him. Though worried about Siegbert's age, his companion is reassured by the man with them, who says that if it's protocol, there's nothing they can do, and he will be fine. Siegbert reassures his companions that everything will be alright and that they can relax in the capital while he's gone. Although he doesn't expect it to be a simple stroll in the park, the attendant emphasizes that his safety is guaranteed, while Siegbert feels his heart racing at the thought of what awaits him in the magic troupe research facilities. Siegbert finds himself in a dark tunnel, being warned to be careful. He's surprised to learn that the place is considered haunted. Despite his reluctance, he decides to press on, shouting not to be left behind, while his guide confidently moves ahead, calling him to follow. Siegbert watches as a massive door begins to open, increasing his apprehension. The guide warns him to be careful, but Sieg feels the atmosphere growing more frightening. He wonders what kind of place and research could be hidden behind that dark door. When the door finally opens, a bright light bursts forth, startling Siegbert. He faces the unknown, staring at the glow emanating from the mysterious interior of the facility. Siegbert steps inside and takes in the grand sight before him. The huge tree and the surrounding structures reveal that he has arrived at the long-awaited research facility of the Mage Corps. Siegbert notices the large tree integrated into the building and asks about the liquid flowing from it, curious if it's special sap. The woman accompanying him confirms that his description is correct and that the sap is indeed special and used in magical devices. Siegbert is impressed by the tree's size and, upon noticing the liquid flowing from it, asks if it's special sap. The woman confirms that it is indeed special sap used to create magical devices, just as he suspected. The woman explains that the giant tree, named Amrita, is extremely old and was there before the research facility was built. The sap flowing from the tree's holes contains nutrients and magical substances that fuel the operation of the facility and are used in the creation of potions and other magical products. She also mentions that the waste from these experiments is used as fertilizer for the tree itself. making Amrita essential for the work of the magic core. Her explanation concludes with the confirmation that the Amrita tree and the research institute coexist symbiotically, with the tree providing essential elements for the research. As they approach the entrance to the magical research facility, Sieg admires the interior. The woman informs him that the captain is behind the blue door. He realizes she won't accompany him to the end, and she reassures him that he can go meet the captain. Sieg reflects on the behavior of the people in the place, imagining they might just be focused on their research. The woman gives him a last bit of encouragement, suggesting he enjoy his time if he's genuinely interested in the institute. Sieg enters the room and encounters a grand structure at the center, appearing to be a magical core suspended in the air. He is impressed, questioning if that's really what he imagines. Amid his surprise, someone greets him and welcomes him to the mage core. Sieg asks about Frau, and his uncle explains that she's in a specific place where members of the mage core who can see spirits gather. He also mentions that Frau sent her regards and that they will reunite soon. Sieg marvels at the new type of teleportation stone. His uncle explains that this stone, called Shin Gata Tenisiki, allows for multiple teleportation destinations to be registered, unlike conventional ones that can only move to a designated point. Sieg is impressed with the advanced magic being utilized in the place. His uncle explains that the teleportation stone is still being tested to fix potential issues with the registered coordinates. But once finalized, it will revolutionize transportation, eliminating even the need for carriages in the future. Sieg, excited, expresses his desire to explore the entire place, while his uncle encourages him to take it slow and shows him where to start. Sieg and his uncle are startled when the teleportation stone begins to act erratically. One of the mages on site, clearly alarmed, explains that the teleportation stone suddenly went haywire, with no clear explanation for what is happening. Suddenly, a bright explosion of light erupts from the teleportation stone. Sigfried is thrown back by the impact, and as everything seems to blur, he wonders what just happened. The scene ends in total darkness, confusion etched on Sieg's face. Sigfried awakens in an unknown place, surrounded by large pillars. Still confused, he wonders where he is. Soon, a familiar voice calls him, revealing that he has finally awakened. Sigfried feels relieved to see that his uncle is okay. When he asks where they are, his uncle explains that the forced transfer probably caused a shock to his body. After surveying the environment, he concludes that they are likely in a dungeon, which surprises Sigfried. Sigfried asks his uncle about the sudden shift to the dungeon, but he admits he still doesn't fully understand the cause of the unexpected transfer. His uncle explains that something abnormal happened during the process, as this kind of error doesn't usually occur. They speculate that the destination coordinates were incorrect, and the dungeon isn't registered in the teleportation stones. His uncle reveals he has a teleportation stone for the magic troupe, but there are many restrictions regarding the use of these stones in areas like dungeons. They discuss the mysterious nature of dungeons. They are enigmatic structures found in various parts of the world, like hidden jewels waiting to be discovered. Upon entering a dungeon, one can be transported to various environments, from lush meadows to snow-covered mountains. These places challenge the imagination. Nations are conducting research to understand these phenomena, but the full details and purpose of dungeons remain unknown. Inside the dungeons, any magic that would transport someone out is sealed. Additionally, there's a terrifying capture trap that disintegrates and absorbs anyone who dies inside. This highlights the dangerous nature of dungeons and the difficulty of escaping from these treacherous places. The deepest parts of dungeons are said to hold unimaginable treasures. These treasures are extremely mysterious because their existence defies time and the world. Being considered out-of-place artifacts uparts, they indicate evidence of another world, suggesting the existence of secrets and realities beyond comprehension. Sieg is excited to learn that there may be uparts in the dungeon. His companion warns him that while the dungeon has the potential to reveal the secrets of the world, it's also risky. However, he isn't sure if those artifacts are still there, as there are signs that the place has been previously explored. Sieg feels confused and wonders if his bad luck caused him to be mysteriously transferred to the dungeon. His companion mentions there are two ways to leave the dungeon. They can either go back through the entrance or defeat the boss in the deepest part and leave after winning. This suggests that facing the challenge could be a solution to escape. Sieg's uncle suggests that he face the dungeon boss alone as an opportunity to showcase the results of his training. Sieg, surprised, feels insecure and questions whether he can really defeat the boss. His uncle mentions that many skills can only be acquired in real combat, reinforcing that it's a good chance for Sieg to test himself. Sieg's uncle reveals that the dungeon boss is the Red Sword King, a rank B monster. Sieg is shocked because rank B is the same level as a monster he and his brother faced before, and he questions whether he really has to face it alone. However, his uncle believes in Sieg's abilities and encourages him, stating he can defeat the monster, despite someone else mentioning it would be very reckless to face it alone. Sieg expresses a bad feeling about facing the dungeon boss. Despite this, his uncle reassures him, stating that since they are at a lower level, defeating the boss would be quicker than fleeing. Moreover, he guarantees that if necessary, he'll be nearby to help. With that, Sieg decides to attempt to face the boss, albeit with some apprehension. At that moment, Sieg and his uncle hear a girl scream. Even while being in a dungeon, a mysterious presence suddenly appears, alerting both of them. Sieg realizes something might have happened and promptly decides they need to check what's going on. Sieg and his uncle come across a girl trapped in a web, and she has animal ears, which surprises Sieg. Both are perplexed by the unusual and terrible situation, not understanding what's happening at that moment. The young Sieg stands out, watching what's to come. He looks nervous but determined, ready for the challenge ahead. Next to him, the protagonist's uncle, confident, questions if Sieg is prepared for the test of his skills. The protagonist carefully observes the giant creature appearing before him. It's a spider, he thinks, noticing that not only is it massive, but there are two of them. The threat escalates as he realizes the danger they pose. However, the protagonist maintains a relaxed attitude, expressing mild surprise at the unexpected twist of having to deal with two at once. Meanwhile, the creatures advance with intense force, but he stays steady, ready to act. The protagonist's uncle acts quickly, grabbing Sieg and pushing him out of the way of the spider's attack. He explains that the creature's weak points are in its eyes and joints, encouraging Sieg to attack like he did during training. With an encouraging smile, he reminds him that the spider is earth element, suggesting a strategy based on that. Sieg, determined and confident, confirms he understands, getting ready to put a little more power into his next attack. Sieg launches a powerful strike called Wind/Hurricane, which hits the spider dead on, breaking parts of the creature. The impact impresses Sieg's uncle, who praises the strength of the attack. However, before they can relax, Sieg quickly warns his uncle that another spider is coming towards them. Both prepare for the next confrontation as the new threat approaches rapidly. The protagonist's uncle delivers a devastating blow, completely destroying what would have been Sieg's training target. He casually comments that it was supposed to be Sieg's training, but maybe next time he'll have a chance. Sieg, unfazed, laughs, recognizing that his uncle has no blind spots or weaknesses in battle. They then gear up for the next mission, rescuing the survivors. They both quickly confirm their objective and move forward, ready for the new task. Sieg rushes quickly towards a young girl caught in the battle, dodging the attacks and projectiles around him. When he reaches her, he holds her tightly, asking if she's okay. Still confused and dazed, she responds with a faint murmur, trying to make sense of what's happening. Sieg, visibly relieved that she's conscious, watches closely as the young girl tries to remember who he is, still shaken by the chaos around her. The girl looks horrified as an authoritative figure, apparently a leader, holds a girl in his arms. He seems disturbed, murmuring about making a huge mistake. The young girl respectfully calls him Your Grace, clearly worried about the situation. The girl in his arms is scared, repeating that something went wrong. At that moment, another character, Lady Daya, is spotted, much to everyone's relief. One of the group members expresses relief that she's safe, and the young girl rushes to greet her, glad to see her well. Sieg notices something unusual as he looks at the girl in front of him. Her animal ears are showing. He comments on it with surprise, while the young girl realizes and reacts, shocked. The man next to her inspects the magical artifact that should have concealed her ears, finding it broken. Sieg wonders if there's any issue with her ears being visible. The young girl, however, asks them to keep it a secret since only the three of them know, suggesting they need to find something to cover her ears before anyone else sees. The serious-looking man studies Sieg with curiosity, noting he doesn't seem like an ordinary adventurer. Sieg, taken aback, tries to explain himself but hesitates in his response. The man, intrigued, mentions he feels like he knows him from somewhere. Before the situation stretches out, he hands Sieg an object, asking him to accept it if he doesn't mind. Sieg, still confused by what's going on, takes the item as the others watch the interaction in silence. Sieg's uncle, with a confident expression, examines the magic group's badge, recognizing its origin. He comments on the insignia, confirming that the group belongs to the Majesta Magic Corps. One of the members humbly admits he only helped a little, emphasizing that it was Sieg who really stepped up. The older man, relieved, sincerely thanks them, expressing they were true saviors while wondering how he could repay such help. The group acknowledges the significance of the support they received. The man thanks the group for their bravery, but questions the whereabouts of the other survivors. Sieg's uncle replies that, besides them, 2 more people were rescued, but they're currently unconscious. The man tries to continue expressing his gratitude, but Sieg's uncle interrupts him, stating it wasn't as grand as he thinks. With a serious and melancholic expression, he concludes that it would be better for the man not to see the current situation, hinting that the scene might be hard to handle. Sieg's uncle explains seriously the consequences of being in the dungeon. He reveals that those who die there are disintegrated and absorbed by the environment within hours, with no exceptions, not even for humans. The sight of a fallen and destroyed body darkly illustrates his words. The atmosphere around them grows heavy, with the understanding of what this means for those who couldn't survive. The man beside him listens, stunned by the brutal reality of the dungeon. The serious man explains that the coal spider's cocoons drain the life force of their captured prey, resulting in a slow and painful death for those in prison. The atmosphere turns somber with the weight of his words. As they walk through the area filled with cocoons, he commits to at least bringing the victims' belongings back to their homeland, a way to honor those who fell. Sieg's uncle agrees, recognizing the importance of this gesture amid the tragedy. The young girl, dressed in a cloak, mourns the loss of the knights, describing them as patriots who would never hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the good of the country. Her expression is one of pain as she reflects on the loyalty of those who have passed. Sieg, with a guilty look, murmurs that if he had noticed earlier, he might have been able to do something. The young girl interrupts him, saying it's not his fault. She explains that everyone was prepared for the risks they faced. The mood is one of sorrow, but also acceptance in the face of inevitable sacrifice. Sieg, excited, offers a dish to the young girl in the cloak, saying he got it from the chef who works for his uncle. The young girl, curious, asks what it is. He enthusiastically explains that the chef's dishes are so delicious they can make even the toughest moments disappear. He suggests she try it, assuring her the food isn't poisonous. The young girl, still a bit hesitant, looks at the dish while Sieg, smiling, tries to convince her to give the special dish a chance. The young girl tastes the dish offered by Sieg and, surprised, comments that it's really delicious. She savors the food with a satisfied expression while Sieg, excited, encourages her to eat as much as she wants. He seems happy to share the food, but when she makes a comment that highlights him, he shrinks back a bit, insisting it's nothing special. The atmosphere lightens, with Sieg trying to brush off the compliments while the young girl continues to enjoy the tasty dish. The serious man approaches, informing them that they have finished mourning the fallen knights and have already gathered their belongings. He also mentions that the Majesta Magic Corps is setting up a magical tent for them to rest. He reports that the surviving knights wish to speak. Lady Daya, with a firm posture, apologizes for the delay, but her expression shows that the moment is serious. Accompanied by Sieg and another young girl, she listens in silence as the man expresses his gratitude, struggling to find enough words. Sieg, curious and slightly impressed, quietly comments to his uncle, surprised to discover he had something planned for this situation. The man expresses his gratitude again, but admits he can't find enough words to convey how thankful he is. Sieg, intrigued, makes a remark to his uncle, surprised by something he had done, showing he didn't know his uncle had prepared something for the occasion. Then, an elegant woman approaches and apologizes for her delay in welcoming them. With polite gestures, she thanks them for the delicious sweets she received, praising the kindness of those who offered them. Sieg watches attentively, satisfied that he made a good impression. The imposing young girl introduces herself with dignity. She reveals her name, Diana von Estania, the third princess of the Kingdom of Estania. The revelation surprises Sieg, who is shocked to realize he's been in front of a princess all along. His eyes widen, and he can barely believe it, exclaiming his surprise in a mix of disbelief and admiration. Sieg's uncle inspects the area closely, holding a broken piece that was part of a magical barrier. He notices traces of magic imbued in the debris, which may have been why he couldn't detect the battle that occurred nearby. With a thoughtful expression, he reflects on what could be behind this situation. He notes that there's something more behind this chain of events, as if there's a hidden detail, and mutters to himself that it was something he had already expected. Inside the tent, the group gathers around a table to discuss the situation. Lady Dia introduces two knights, Camel and Daniela, both from Estania. The two knights appear visibly shaken but quickly try to assure everyone they're okay. Daniela apologizes for causing worry, while Camel, with a mix of nervousness, insists he's fine despite his tired expression. Lady Dia introduces her maid, Emma Granger, who warmly thanks the group for all the help. She seems cheerful and grateful, making a polite bow. Soon after, the knight next to her introduces himself in a more formal manner. He identifies himself as Pascal von Balsmude and mentions, with respect, that he has been graced with the title of Count. Pascal von Balsmude recognizes Sieg's uncle as the famous Red Mage of the Magic Corps and seems impressed to finally meet him. Sieg, curious, comments that he's heard rumors about Pascal being a famous knight. Sieg's uncle, for his part, remains humble, responding that he's just flattered by the remarks. He mentions that Par is the person he trusts most, lightening the atmosphere despite the lingering formalities. Pascal observes the family crest of Abel on Sieg's uncle's uniform, and, with that, confirms his suspicions. He had already suspected when he saw the red hair and affiliation with the Magic Corps, but the presence of the crest made everything clear to him. The young girl, intrigued, directly asks Sieg's uncle if he's really a member of the Abel family, her curious and attentive gaze waiting for a response to confirm her suspicions. Sieg's uncle, standing firm, introduces himself as Willibald von Abel, vice commander of the 3rd Magic Corps, confirming his affiliation with the famous Abel family. He then introduces Sieg as his nephew. Sieg, a bit nervous, formally introduces himself, stating his full name, Siegbert. The young girl, now aware of his identity, treats him with respect, calling him Lord Siegbert, showing her reverence upon realizing the importance of his lineage. After the formal introductions, the conversation takes a more serious turn. Sieg's uncle questions why the princess and her group were in the lower levels of a dungeon. The young girl explains, still confused, that when they used a teleportation stone for diplomatic purposes, something went wrong, and they were suddenly thrown into the dungeon. She recalls how, before they could react, everyone was trapped in cocoons, completely at the mercy of the dangers of the place. The mystery of what caused this teleportation failure begins to form in everyone's minds. Pascal, concerned, reflects on the situation. He points out that without the proper equipment and with the group reduced, it would be a huge challenge to safely exit the dungeon. The situation worsens even more considering the presence of the princess. Sieg, in a serious tone, comments that if something happens to the princess, it would lead to a national crisis. Pascal agrees, stating they need to ensure the group's safety at all costs and bring them back to the surface, regardless of the obstacles they face. Sieg, full of determination, suggests everyone work together to escape the dungeon. He turns to his uncle, Willibald, acknowledging his strength and influence as part of the renowned Abel family, and asks for his help to get the group out of that dangerous place. Willibald listens attentively, contemplating the request. He responds in a somewhat enigmatic manner that he will help, but imposes a condition. In a tone that mixes lightness and seriousness, He says he's willing to help if Sieg is on board, creating a small tension in the air. Willibald clearly and seriously establishes his condition. He wants everyone present to promise, through a contract, that they won't reveal anything they saw in the dungeon related to Sieg. The air around him seems to fill with power as he invokes a magic seal, ready to formalize the promise. The tone of his voice makes it clear that he's not willing to risk exposing information about Sieg, and everyone must commit to keeping the secret. Seeing the contract being invoked, one of the knights reacts in shock, immediately recognizing that it's a demonic contract book. He explains that these contracts are highly special and extremely powerful, meant to ensure that promises are kept. With a serious expression, he mentions that there are no limits to the punishments destined for those who violate the contract. His voice trembles with surprise as he reveals that these books rank among the highest of sealing and commitment magics. Sieg reacts in shock upon realizing the gravity of the contract. The knight's voice echoes in the room, explaining that those who violate the terms of the contract will be killed mercilessly. He considers the demand absurd and extreme, labeling it an outrageous request. At the same time, another knight becomes agitated, outraged by the situation, arguing that it's disrespectful to present these terms to the princess. Even so, Willibald stands firm, justifying that if they're going to accompany the group, these conditions are non-negotiable. The tension rises, and the weight of the decision hangs over everyone. Willibald remains resolute, declaring that it doesn't matter who it is. Even members of royalty will receive the same strict terms. He emphasizes that, under no circumstances, can information about Sieg be revealed. The princess, in response, calmly accepts the terms, understanding the gravity of the situation and giving her word. Pascal, still concerned, urges everyone to accept the contract, arguing that it's essential to avoid further fatalities. With a determined look, the princess agrees, stating she will honor the contract. The princess, with a resolute expression, declares she's ready to risk her life for the sake of her people. Her voice is firm, demonstrating her determination to move forward, even in the face of danger. Sieg, worried, tries to intervene, telling his uncle he doesn't need to go that far. But Willibald smiles slightly, admiring the princess's strength and recognizing her courage. He internally comments that she's really strong. At the same time, the princess reassures everyone, acknowledging the value of having the protection of the able family and showing she's at peace with the situation. The princess looks directly at Sieg, calling him Lord Siegbert and referring to him as the gem of this generation. Her words leave Sieg perplexed, and he repeats the phrase, confused, trying to grasp the meaning of being called a gem. Willibald silently observes the interaction, with a serious look, reinforcing that this is a great opportunity for Sieg, something he should remember. He states that Sieg is much more important than he imagines, leaving the young man even more intrigued about his true potential. Willibald observes Sieg seriously, affirming that he is a special existence, especially for the able family. His uncle's words leave Sieg even more confused and surprised as he tries to process what this means. He wonders internally if there's something else that makes him special, beyond what he already knew. Willibald explains that Sieg's unique ability is not just about magical power or common assessment skill. It's on a completely different level, highlighting the importance of his exceptional talent. Sieg, worried, tries to stop the princess from proceeding, asking her to wait. The princess, determined, requests the contract book, ready to take the risk. She considers it unfair to impose her own conditions on Sieg, but he responds firmly. Sieg insists that if she's willing to risk it, so will he, committing to a contract with her. He shows his resolve, offering Lady Diana the opportunity to request something to keep secret, showing his willingness to protect not only himself but also those around him. Sieg, with a determined expression, admits he won't be able to keep up with them properly, making his limitations clear. The princess, looking directly at him, processes his words in silence. With a slight pause, she simply agrees, accepting Sieg's decision. Her gesture, adjusting her cloak, seems to symbolize her readiness to move forward regardless of his choice. While the atmosphere hangs in silence, filled with tension and mutual acceptance, the princess, sitting calmly, begins to talk about her ears and tail, drawing attention to her unique features. She asks a favor from the group, in a polite yet direct tone, indicating it's something important to her. Meanwhile, one of the knights, surprised by her appearance, exclaims in shock, trying to understand the figure before him. The visual impact of the ears and tail seems to cause astonishment, but the princess maintains her composure, waiting for a response to her request. The princess explains that, in her lineage, a human occasionally is born with features like her ears, and a tail something rare that happens only from time to time. She reveals that her family carries the blood of non-human ancestors, a heritage that still runs in their veins. Willibald observes with interest and mentions the idea of senzauge, the act of returning to the forms and ways of the ancestors. The revelation about the princess's lineage sheds light on her origins and explains the unique appearance that impressed the group so much. The princess reveals that she usually hides her ears and tail using magical tools, but those items were destroyed during the last attack. Sieg, reflecting on her words, realizes that beings like her aren't common in that region, indicating some kind of discrimination. The princess continues, explaining that if people find out about her ability to return to the forms of her ancestors, it could affect the authority of the royal family. She fears the repercussions this revelation could have on her status and the future of her kingdom. With a serious expression, the princess proposes that everyone make an agreement and sign a contract, establishing that certain matters about her won't be disclosed until she reveals them publicly. She aims to protect her secrets and ensure that no one talks about her lineage and abilities. Sieg immediately agrees enthusiastically, looking at his uncle and reaffirming that he's ready to move forward with the contract. Willibald closely observes the situation as Sieg shows his determination to uphold the proposed terms. Sieg, determined, assures that he would never do anything to upset Lady Diana or her family. He accepts the terms of the contract without hesitation. However, Willibald makes a note, explaining that the contract can't be disclosed under any circumstances unless it's strictly confidential. To protect Sieg, he decides to change the penalty of the contract. Instead of death, whoever breaks the agreement will lose all their memories. Willibald sighs, recognizing that he can't compete with Sieg's determination, but knows he needs to protect him at all costs. Lady Diana watches the exchange closely, noting everyone's commitment. With a soft, grateful look, Lady Diana turns to Sieg, calling him Lord Siegbert. Her delicate smile reflects the deep appreciation she feels for him, and she sincerely thanks him for everything he's doing. In the center of the table, the magical contract activates. A complex symbol begins to glow, drawing lines and circles in the air as everyone around attentively watches the process. The atmosphere is filled with an aura of mystical power as the agreement takes physical form. All present maintain a serious demeanor, aware of the importance of this contract. With the magic flowing, an energy field spreads, sealing the agreement between the parties. Sieg, with determination, places his signature on the contract, formalizing the commitment that will protect Lady Diana and the secrets surrounding her. After the contract is activated, one of the knights confirms that Willibald is now willing to cooperate, to which he replies that he'll only do it because of Lady Diana, making it clear that there's no other motivation. Sieg, still holding the magical contract symbol in his hand, asks everyone to keep secret about what was agreed upon. With an air of innocence, he asks if the contract is now complete, to which everyone around responds seriously, acknowledging the weight of the commitment they've just made. The pact is sealed, and now everyone must move forward with their new responsibilities. With a firm handshake, Pascal expresses his confidence in Willibald's reliability. Recognizing his strength and commitment after accepting the contract terms, Willibald, for his part, promises that they will cross the dungeon together. Sieg, full of hope and optimism, declares that everyone will make it out alive, encouraging the group to press on. Lady Diana, with a slight smile, responds with determination, agreeing with Sieg and showing her readiness to face the challenge. The group is united, each committed to the promise of escaping alive. Sieg and Lady Diana seal their determination with a firm handshake, both sharing a look of mutual trust. Without hesitation, Sieg states that there's no doubt they'll achieve their goal. Lady Diana smiles, showing her gratitude and strength. Meanwhile, Willibald observes from a distance, reflecting on how he inserted some extra conditions into the contract. He recognizes that, even though he did this, it was all for the greater good of the mission, a necessary sacrifice to ensure success. Willibald carefully examines the fragment of the broken magical barrier, realizing it was something planned even before they arrived at the dungeon. He concludes that the objective was clear: to ensure that the princess's group was completely eliminated before any external interference. With a thoughtful expression, he reflects on the need to trust his instincts going forward, as this is the closest certainty they can achieve. The magic was there to protect, but also to ensure that only the trustworthy would be helped. As the group discusses, a sense of distrust begins to grow. Willibald, with a serious expression, observes the situation with sharp eyes. He feels there's something more hidden in the shadows, a traitor lurking among them. Pensive, he reflects on who could be the person disguised amid the chaos, secretly scheming against the group. Something or someone is manipulating the events, and he is determined to find out. While the group analyzed the situation in Estania, it was revealed that Sieg was being managed smoothly and carefully, as reported by a voice that asked for this to be passed on to the brother. A few annoying problems remained, but that person was there to resolve them. However, something dark loomed over the environment. Fragments of the destroyed magical stone suggested the presence of a traitor in the shadows. The mysterious marks left on the remnants of the magic indicated that this possible traitor was nearby, linked to the events surrounding the attack on Sieg. Sieg wakes up feeling slightly confused, realizing that his uncle, Willibald, was nearby. He questions whether his uncle was talking to someone, but Willibald, with a smile, replies that he's been there the whole time, watching over his lovely nephew while he slept in the magical tent. Sieg, still confused, tries to understand but ends up accepting the explanation, remembering he was indeed resting in the tent. Sieg wanted to stay awake all night, keeping watch beside his uncle Willibald while Miss Diana and the others rested. However, despite his determination, he ended up falling asleep without realizing it. Willibald, with a gentle look, watched his nephew, reflecting that maybe it was still too early for Sieg to try something so adventurous. Sieg shares his dreams of becoming an adventurer in the future. Inspired by his frequent monster hunts with Theo and the others, he admits that the idea of being an adventurer excites him, and Willibald, with a smile, jokes that Sieg hangs out with Theo a lot because of it. Sieg, determined, responds that it's because he wants to get stronger. Emma enters the tent to inform everyone that breakfast is ready. She seems a bit embarrassed when teased by Willibald, who jokes that although she looks like an adult, she still has a childish side. Sieg, also a bit flustered, asks them not to tease him. With that, the atmosphere lightens as they prepare for breakfast. Sieg is surprised and a bit disappointed to find out that Count Ballsmude and the knights just returned with the ingredients he wanted to fetch. He exclaims in protest, lamenting not having had the chance to participate. Meanwhile, Willibald, who seems to be in control of the situation, thanks them for the gathering and says he'll be there soon, leaving Sieg even more frustrated for missing out on the opportunity to go too. Princess Diana, delighted with the meal, especially the berry sandwiches, seems extremely excited. Her eyes shine with joy as she looks at the plate in front of her. In a series of adorable reactions, she carefully picks up the sandwich, appearing eager to take the first bite. Sieg, watching this scene, smiles, noticing how much she seems to love berry sandwiches. As they traverse the dungeon, Pascal and Willibald encounter a curious group of monsters that can be used for food. Fortunately, this dungeon is full of edible creatures, allowing the group to regain their energy. Pascal expresses relief at not having encountered any dangerous monsters, like the corpse spider, while Willibald shares his excitement about the opportunity to strengthen themselves without many imminent dangers. While the group enjoys their rest at camp, Pascal thanks them for the hospitality and the emergency rations provided, highlighting how essential this has been for facing the storm. Emma, smiling, comments that she managed to prepare a hearty meal thanks to the fully equipped kitchen. Pascal offers to continue helping, saying that in addition to taking care of the camp, he also took on the watch, ensuring the group's safety. Sieg notices that Diana likes berry sandwiches, so he offers her his. Surprised, she asks how he knew about her preference, to which Sieg responds that he noticed her tail wagging animatedly, revealing her emotions. Diana, blushing, finds the situation embarrassing, trying to hide the happiness her tail inadvertently demonstrated. Diana, a bit insecure, asks Sieg if he really likes the way she looks, referring to her ears and tail. Sieg responds enthusiastically that he thinks they suit her, making it clear that he finds her appearance beautiful. Camel, however, seems to misunderstand the situation and gets upset, accusing Sieg of insulting the princess, while Sieg tries to explain that he thinks Diana looks cute. Camel, still angry, accuses Sieg of being rude for talking to the princess, raising his weapon in a threatening manner. However, Willibald quickly intervenes, reminding Camel who's responsible for keeping them alive at that moment and telling him to let Sieg speak without interruptions. Realizing the situation, Camel immediately apologizes, visibly nervous about the reprimand. Diana, with a gentle smile, reassures Camel that everything is fine and thanks him for treating her normally despite her current form. She expresses her happiness that he doesn't see her differently. Camel, on the other hand, questions the group about how they should act moving forward, clearly worried about the next steps. The group finds themselves on the 23rd floor of the dungeon. While the boss is on the 25th floor, they discuss the best way to advance, with facing the boss being the quickest way to get out of the dungeon. Using search magic, it was determined that the boss is probably the Red Sword King, and along the way to him, there are several monsters, although none seem to be extremely strong. The group decides that if they stick together, they can safely get through. The group discusses the enemy detection capabilities on the lower floors. While Siegbert's uncle can sense the presence of monsters, he can't predict the terrain details until they get there. They recognize that this ability is already impressive and extremely useful. But Siegbert expresses a desire to learn something beyond magic that could be useful in their future adventures. After the meal, the group prepares to descend to the lower levels of the dungeon. Pascal von Balsmude, determined, pleads for Willibald and Siegbert's assistance in his mission, receiving an affirmative response from both. They agree to follow together, with Willibald suggesting that once they finish eating, they should head to the next stage of the journey. With determination, one of the knights commits to an important task. Meanwhile, another character reflects on the constant presence of geniuses around him, showing slight discomfort with the situation. However, the tension among the team members is palpable, and a female figure appears to be lost in her own thoughts, observing the scene with a serious, introspective expression. One of the knights reveals that he witnessed a mage holding the remains of a magical stone and contacting someone in the morning. The information causes an immediate reaction when another character questions the veracity of the discovery, surprised and alarmed by what's being said. The knights discuss the possibility that the mage is responsible for luring them into the dungeon, where they were surrounded by monsters. One suggests that the mage used the magical stone to try to kill them. Worried, he insists that they should report the situation to the princess immediately. Another knight, calmer, intervenes, warning that any hasty action could result in instant death caused by the mage. She asks him to take a deep breath and calm down before making any decisions. During the discussion about what to do, one of the knights laments not having his older brother around, believing he could have a better plan for the situation. The other knight, however, mentions that his older brother is a very talented knight, highlighting his skills and reinforcing confidence in his capabilities. The knight reflects on the greatness of his older brother, who always met expectations and brought the desired results for everyone around him. He realizes that because of this, the attention was always on his brother, leaving him in the shadows. Although he feels ignored, he admits he can't blame them since his brother really is incredible. Camel reflects on his own abilities, feeling inferior compared to his older brother, who was always recognized. Even having been named a Knight of the Princess, he wonders if he'll ever be able to be as good as his brother. The insecurity about his own capabilities consumes him, and he questions whether he will ever truly be recognized for his merits. Camel discovers that he was recommended to accompany the princess on this mission because of his skills. The person who chose him believed he was the most suitable to protect the princess in critical moments. Camel, surprised, can hardly believe he was recommended with such confidence, giving him a new surge of determination to prove his worth and finally be recognized for his own abilities. Camel is surprised to find out how valued he is, and as he expresses his surprise, he receives a direct guidance. They must seize the opportunity and move forward, without worrying about the others for now. Camel and his ally commit to eliminating the Red Sorcerer and protecting Her Highness at all costs. Both are determined and vow to fulfill this mission, ready to face whatever is necessary. On the 24th layer of the dungeon, the protagonist uses his skills to train, cutting a piece of meat in half with great ease, unleashing a powerful magical offensive. As Sieg demonstrates his magical skills, the other characters watch in awe. They comment on how not only does he master magic, but he can also defeat powerful monsters on his own, raising doubts about his true strength despite his young appearance. One even jokes that this situation could serve as a training ground for Sieg, showing confidence in the boy's ability. As the characters continue to observe Sieg, they recognize his extraordinary talent, referring to him as the gem of this generation. It's highlighted that his magical ability is special, justifying the adjustment in the magical contract made earlier. The scene ends on a lighter note, with the group celebrating the fact that they managed to gather a lot of meat, suggesting they'll have a delicious meal. They discuss the nature of the dungeon, highlighting that it absorbs all bodies it encounters, using them as a source of energy to sustain itself. One of the group members is clearly uncomfortable with the situation, worried that whatever happens, the corpse will disappear. The tension in the air reveals that the dungeon remains a threatening place, where even the dead are sucked in to feed the hostile environment itself. The protagonist, always practical and focused, explains how the process works when someone becomes a corpse in the dungeon. He details that the body decomposes into pieces before being gradually absorbed by the environment. However, there's an opportunity. If they manage to collect the remaining parts before they're completely absorbed, they can turn those items into valuable loot. The protagonist observes that sometimes the disintegrated monsters in the dungeon are not completely absorbed. Instead, they end up turning into something resembling processed food and simply stay in the environment, not disappearing completely. He makes this observation with indifference, as if he's already accustomed to the grotesque peculiarities of the place. The group arrives at a peculiar location that resembles a farm more than a dungeon, causing confusion. One of the protagonist's acquaintances, visibly disturbed, questions what that creepy place could be and states he has no intention of staying there. Another group member, more laid back, suggests that it might not even be a dungeon, but a farm built by an unknown civilization. Meanwhile, another figure observes the situation with a serious expression, analyzing the environment cautiously. The protagonist approaches Diana, who looks worried. With a calm and confident smile, he tries to reassure her, assuring her that everything will be okay. Diana, clearly distressed, looks at him in silence, but her expression suggests that the protagonist's words are beginning to have an effect. Diana, visibly flustered, tries to disguise her feelings, claiming she's fine and not afraid. However, her tone and body language betray her. The protagonist, noticing this, apologizes for having noticed, saying she usually manages to hide those emotions. Diana, surprised to have been so transparent, tries to compose herself, but it's clear the situation is affecting her more than she would like to admit. The group continues discussing the difficulties they face. One member questions Sieg, an acquaintance of the protagonist, about the fear of being surrounded by so many monsters. Sieg admits that, naturally, the situation is scary, but he expresses his desire to become stronger despite the fear. Diana, watching him closely, responds in surprise, intrigued by Sieg's determination, while still processing what this really means for him. The protagonist, with a determined expression, states the reason for his fight. He makes it clear that he fights to protect the important people in his life and to prevent them from getting hurt because of his actions. With a clenched fist, he reaffirms his conviction and the purpose that guides him, demonstrating his unwavering will to move forward despite the dangers they face. The protagonist, with an animated smile, admits that what he said earlier was true, but the fear of fighting monsters isn't his biggest concern right now. He reveals that he's excited about the unknown and the adventures the new world offers. Sieg, a bit awkward, tries to shift the focus, saying he was just trying to look cool. But Diana, sincerely, praises Sieg, stating that he is an admirable person. Diana, with a distant look, reveals that she spends most of her time confined in her mansion. There's a subtle sadness in her voice as she shares this aspect of her life, as if she's accustomed to loneliness. The protagonist, listening attentively, deeply understands her, making it clear that he recognizes what she feels, creating a silent connection between the two. Diana, contemplative, shares that she spends most of her time in the royal palace, watching the children playing in the castle town. She admits to feeling a slight envy, a rare emotion for her. Even though she's surrounded by people who ensure her safety and well-being, there's a void in her heart, a longing for freedom that she rarely expresses. The protagonist, attentive to her words, gently calls her name, acknowledging the depth of her feelings without needing to say anything more. With an animated expression, the protagonist points to the landscape around them, highlighting how beautiful and mysterious the place is without the monsters. Enthusiastically, he suggests to Diana that they enjoy the day and run around together. Surprised and confused by the unexpected suggestion, Diana barely has time to react before he encourages her even more to let loose and enjoy the moment, something she rarely does. Curious, the protagonist starts to ask about the environment around them, pointing to the fruits on the trees and the water from a nearby spring. He asks Diana if she doesn't also feel the urge to learn more about these mysteries. With her eyes shining with curiosity, Diana admits that she wants to discover too. Confident, the protagonist extends his hand and invites her to explore together, even knowing they might encounter some danger along the way. With his hand outstretched, he shows that they'll face the unknown side by side. The protagonist smiles warmly at Diana, promising to protect her at all costs. Surprised and touched, Diana can barely respond, showing that his words have deeply affected her. Meanwhile, the other group members, noticing the connection between the two, decide to give them some space, asking not to interrupt the moment. They assure that there are no monsters nearby and, despite some apprehensions, agree to let the protagonist and Diana move on together. As the protagonist and Diana run together, the other group members watch the scene with positive comments. One of them notes that they've never seen Diana so lively and full of life, while another expresses the hope that Sigbert becomes a good friend to everyone. The sight of the two running hand in hand, so carefree, brings smiles to everyone's faces, who recognize the growing bond between them. Those two, someone comments, watching the connection strengthen with each step. As the protagonist and Diana explore, they find strange fruits falling from a tree. Curious, they both grab the fruits to investigate. A strange creature emerges from a lake, and soon the warrior steps in front to ensure neither of them gets hurt. The group gathers for a moment of rest around a campfire. They share a meal, and the atmosphere is relaxed as they chat and regain their strength. The protagonist, always lively, and Diana by his side seem to be enjoying the peaceful pause. Suddenly, something catches their attention. A mysterious chest appears before the group. The protagonist, with an excited smile, promptly opens the chest, surprising everyone. Diana, curious, watches with her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The contents of the chest are still a mystery, but the characters' reactions indicate that something interesting is about to unfold. The protagonist and Diana move forward together, side by side, until they reach a massive door leading to the dungeon's lowest level. The tension in the air is palpable, and they exchange looks of apprehension and determination. The structure before them, with its elaborate and imposing details, signals that something important lies behind that door. The group prepares in front of the immense door. The protagonist, a mix of curiosity and tension, asks what lies beyond, to which one of the acquaintances responds that the dungeon boss awaits them. Now aware of the imminent battle, the group needs to stay focused. Despite the anxiety, another member reminds them that they can't let their guard down just because they're tired, since the boss of this dungeon has a difficulty level of B. As the protagonist shows his usual impatience, determined to defeat the boss quickly and take the princess back to the surface, the others try to keep their balance, knowing the battle will be tough. The group gets ready to face the final challenge. The group decides to take a break and prepare for the final confrontation the next day. One member suggests that everyone, especially Sieg, rest up since the battle against the boss will be intense. Meanwhile, Diana, keeping the group alert, reminds everyone that this will likely be their last night in the dungeon and asks them to stay focused. The protagonist, as determined as ever, seems eager to face the boss alone, while another group member, concerned, asks him not to overexert himself. The mood among them is one of anticipation and nervousness, but also hope. Diana approaches Sigfried, visibly hesitant, and calls him in a serious tone. She asks if he has a moment to talk and makes it clear she wants to speak to him privately. The protagonist, who was focused on another activity, immediately stops and gives all his attention to Diana, curious and perhaps a bit surprised by the unexpected request. Diana confirms that she managed to convince Emma and Pal to let her have some time alone with Sigfried, as long as she doesn't stray too far from him. The protagonist, surprised, asks if it would just be the two of them, to which Diana affirms, reinforcing the condition of not getting too distant. Although the situation seems casual, Diana's serious expression suggests that what she has to say is important. With a serious look, Diana makes a request to another group member, pleading for a moment alone with Sigfried. Though reluctant, the companion admits he doesn't feel comfortable leaving them alone in the dungeon, but ultimately concedes. Questioning if it's okay, he receives confirmation that there's no problem. He then accepts Diana's request, allowing her and the protagonist the private time she asked for. Though with some concern, Diana, with a melancholic expression, thinks that this might be the last moment she sees Sigfried. Her words carry emotional weight that she seems to be trying to hide. The group companion prepares a magical barrier to protect them while they talk, explaining that he won't be able to hear or see what happens, but will be monitoring from afar in case something goes wrong. Diana sincerely thanks him for the help, and the tension in the air suggests that what she needs to say to Sigfried is of great importance. This moment, surrounded by magical protection and distant vigilance. The protagonist suggests to Diana that they visit a beautiful place he found while she was out looking for dinner. Diana, with a slight smile, responds eagerly, excited for him to show her the way. They walk together through the dungeon, surrounded by a dark and eerie environment full of crosses, creating a contrast with the tranquil moment between them. The protagonist's uncle, observing from afar, keeps a close watch on Sigfried and Diana as they move away. Even trusting in his nephew's skills, he doesn't let his guard down, ensuring that nothing unexpected happens. He reflects on Sigfried's ability to protect himself from sudden attacks, but still prefers to maintain careful vigilance to ensure the safety of the two. Meanwhile, the other group members carry on with their activities, aware that the protagonist's uncle is alert to any signs of danger. The protagonist's uncle, attentive to suspicious movements around, is determined to capture the traitor that's infiltrating the group. He senses that the decisive moment is near and prepares to act. Meanwhile, another group member, intrigued, watches Daniela fiddling with unusual magical tools and stones. He questions her, curious about what she's doing and the purpose of those mysterious objects. Daniela reveals that the magical objects in her hands are tools for the princess's protection. She explains that she's made several copies of those items and that the magical stone she's using ensures her actions go unnoticed. The member who questioned her, surprised, doesn't understand why she would do this and confronts her with a worried expression. Daniela's explanation doesn't seem to fully convince, and her actions begin to raise suspicions about her true intentions. Daniela hands Camel a magical tool and a magical stone, explaining that the objective is clear: to capture the Red Sorcerer. She instructs Camel to follow the plan she's about to explain, demonstrating confidence in her strategy. Camel, still surprised by the sudden handover of the items, holds the tools, ready to act according to Daniela's plan. With a serious look, Daniela reinforces that everything they're doing is to protect the princess. She explains that they'll only have one chance and asks Camel to listen closely to every detail of the plan. Camel, determined, agrees firmly, promising to see the plan through to the end. With the magical tools in hand, Camel feels confident that, with this strategy, they'll be able to defeat the enemy and protect the princess. The protagonist's uncle observes seriously as Camel and Daniela prepare for the crucial mission to kill the Red Sorcerer. With the tension rising, Camel declares his determination, stating that the impending confrontation will be decisive. Daniela, by his side, is also ready for battle. As the plan begins to take shape, the protagonist's uncle stays alert, aware that a great fight is about to break out. The protagonist guides Diana to a stunning location within the dungeon, asking her to watch her step. Diana is amazed by the view that unfolds before them, a beautiful landscape illuminated by 2 moons and surrounded by a serene atmosphere, something unexpected in that environment. She comments on how surprising it is to find such a beautiful place amidst the dungeon's darkness. The protagonist, pleased with Diana's reaction, smiles and expresses his happiness that she likes the place. He asks Diana to wait a moment and not just stand there talking. With determination, he starts doing something unexpected, manipulating a curious object. He tries to remember how it should be while adjusting its shape until he seems satisfied with the result. Diana, watching closely, is intrigued, unsure of what he's trying to create. The protagonist reveals to Diana that the object he was manipulating was meant to be a comfy sofa. He invites her to sit and try it out for herself, leaving her curious. Diana, still intrigued, questions what it really is, while the protagonist, with a calm smile, suggests she give it a go. Diana settles onto the makeshift sofa, letting out a sigh of satisfaction as she enjoys the unexpected comfort. She starts to speak, praising Sigfried for being an incredible person, highlighting his skills and knowledge in magic. Even though they're the same age, Diana reflects on how he's always looked after her, even in moments when she was scared. Sigfried, a bit surprised by the compliments, listens intently. The moment between them is intimate and sincere, with Diana expressing her gratitude and admiration for everything he's done for her. The atmosphere, calm and welcoming, allows them to share this instant of connection and mutual understanding. Sigfried modestly admits that he still has a lot to learn and that there are many things he still can't do. He reflects on how much he's learned since arriving at that place, acknowledging his own limitations despite Diana's praise. With a gentle smile, he thanks Princess Diana of Estania for her kind words and offers to help her in the future, should she need it. Diana, still sitting on the sofa, watches him with admiration, understanding that, despite his incredible abilities, Sigfried maintains genuine humility and a desire to keep growing. As Sigfried tries to understand the situation, the protagonist's uncle silently reflects, observing him and thinking about how special Sigfried is to the Abel family. The unspoken words of the uncle reveal how important the young man is to the clan, much more than he realizes. However, Sigfried turns his attention back to Diana, asking about a precious stone and if she knows anything about it. Diana, with an apologetic expression, admits that she doesn't know the details about the stone, making it clear she's also confused about the subject. Sigfried starts to explain that the precious stone is something the Abel family has protected for generations. He mentions having heard about it from his uncle while he was under house arrest, which had already intrigued him. He then reveals that the Abel family is known as the second royal family due to a marriage between the king's second son and the Abel family. This tie reinforced their importance within the kingdom. He also explains that the Abel family played a crucial role in the founding of the Kingdom of Manhwa, being rewarded with the title of Marquis as recognition for their services. The story of the precious stone and the lineage of the Abel family seems deeply connected to Sigfried's destiny, suggesting he may have an even more significant role in the future of the kingdom. Diana looks directly at Sigfried and asserts that the precious stone is, in fact, the great treasure of the Abel family. The declaration surprises him, and he repeats it softly, trying to process what he just heard. The treasure of the Abel family, he asks, still shocked by the revelation. Sigfried's expression shows that, despite knowing the importance of the stone, he wasn't aware of its true magnitude and the fundamental role it plays for his family. Diana continues explaining that the term precious stone gemstone is a title reserved for the heirs of the Abel family, a family so powerful that they have the ability to shake nations. Even what is publicly known about this title and its importance is just a fraction of the information that the rulers have managed to gather. She emphasizes that the Abel family protects this treasure with extreme rigor and won't forgive anyone who dares to threaten its existence. Diana then questions what kind of power this precious stone really possesses to be guarded so strictly and revered throughout generations. Sigfried begins to question himself, wondering if he, as the heir of the Abel family, really holds as much value as the treasure his family keeps safe. Confused and uncertain, he reflects on what this means for his future. Is it me? he wonders, trying to understand the connection between him and the treasure. Diana responds sincerely, saying that no one can know the truth for sure, but when the right moment comes, someone will certainly tell him everything he needs to know. She admits that's all she knows, leaving Sigfried in a deeper state of reflection. Sigfried apologizes for asking such a complicated question, but Diana seems understanding, trying to lighten the weight of the conversation. Sigfried smiles and comments that he and Diana are quite similar. Diana agrees, acknowledging that they both share secrets and responsibilities that are bigger than themselves. She reflects on how, the more secrets they keep, the heavier the burden of responsibility they carry. Diana admits she's like that too, suggesting that despite their differences, they share a deep connection in their experiences and roles in the world. She concludes by contemplating how they are both similar beings. In a moment of vulnerability, Diana interrupts Sigfried with an unexpected question. She calls him by the title Lord Sigfried, but then quickly asks, with a sincere expression, for him to just call her Diana. Surprised, Sigfried reacts with a "what?", clearly not expecting such a request. Sigfried, still confused by the request, tries to call her Diana-sama, but Diana interrupts him, cheerfully insisting, "It's just Diana." He, surprised by her sudden change in tone, is at a loss for how to respond. She, realizing she may have gotten too carried away, apologizes, admitting that she got overly excited. Sigfried, still a bit lost, asks if that was what she wanted to talk about, trying to understand the reason behind the request. Diana, a bit embarrassed, holds her ground, reinforcing that she wants to be called by her name, without any formalities. Diana, with a sincere and slightly shy expression, admits that all she really wanted was to be friends with Sigfried. She reveals her feelings, explaining that even though she knows he sees her as a relic of the past, he always treated her with respect and kindness. That touched her deeply. Sigfried, surprised, listens intently as she continues, thanking him for showing her how exciting and thrilling adventures can be. Diana reflects on the time she spent with Sigfried, expressing how much fun she had. She acknowledges that when she returns to Estania, she'll have to resume her role as princess, which will likely make it hard, if not impossible, to live experiences like this again or even find Sigfried again. She proposes that, at least for now, they should treat each other by their first names, without worrying about their statuses. Diana's wish is clear, to make the most of this moment of freedom before her responsibilities call her back. She cherishes the simplicity of being alongside Sigfried, without the formalities that the title of princess requires. Sigfried, with a genuine smile, looks at Diana and admits that he would love to spend more time with her as friends. He responds to her desire with sincerity, making it clear that he also values the friendship they're building. Diana, surprised and touched, listens as Sigfried calls her by name without the title Sama, just as she asked. Sigfried, with a mischievous smile, comments that he finds it fun to watch Diana's tale, which makes her extremely embarrassed. She tries to protest, saying it's way too embarrassing, but Sigfried keeps teasing her lightly, trying to lighten the mood. As they look at the sky, Sigfried admits that he wants to get even closer to Diana, not just because she's a princess, but because they're the same age and share similar experiences. With a determined look, Sigfried promises to find a way to see Diana again, despite the uncertainties of the future. He suggests that even if they are destined to part ways, they should meet again, reinforcing his determination to maintain their friendship. Diana, with a radiant smile and eyes shining with happiness, enthusiastically agrees. She responds with a cheerful yes and says goodbye with the promise that until next time, they will see each other again. As she watches Diana walk away, Sigfried falls silent. Not quite sure what to say, he feels something has changed within him. Looking at the starry sky with the two shining moons, he is certain that Diana will grow into a beautiful and even more incredible woman in the future. The moment of reflection is deep, with Sigfried thinking about their growth and the changes that will come. He recognizes that, despite the uncertainty of the future, Diana's presence and the friendship they've built have left a lasting mark on his heart. Sigfried's uncle, alert, carefully watches the surroundings. He notices that Sig and Diana are on a hill, far from the camp. He also notices that Count Balsamude and Emma haven't left their tents, which raises suspicions in his mind. More concerning, he can't sense the presence of the two knights who were supposed to be patrolling. With a serious expression, he concludes that the traitors no longer intend to hide their actions. He begins to wonder if they possess a powerful magical tool capable of blocking his magic and preventing him from detecting their movements. The situation begins to complicate, and he prepares to confront the betrayal that seems to be lurking. Sigbert's uncle senses something is wrong when he feels a disturbance. He quickly realizes that a presence blocker has been activated, preventing him from detecting movements around. His suspicion that a treacherous action is underway is confirmed, and he hastens to check the situation. As he observes the scene, his concern for Sieg grows. He wonders what might have happened to his nephew and questions whether Sieg is safe, considering that the traitors have made their move. With a determined look, he prepares to act and confront the approaching threat, resolved to protect Sieg and Diana at all costs. The uncle senses Sieg approaching rapidly and reacts instantly. He feels that something is wrong, as the movements indicate that enemies are coming directly toward them. With a determined look, he shouts for the invaders to stop. As he moves to confront the opponent, he reflects on how easily the ice barrier was broken, but he wonders why they are going after Sieg instead of Diana, the princess. Even with that doubt, he is completely focused on protecting Sieg, advancing with all his strength to thwart the enemy before any harm is done. With a grim and determined expression, Sigbert's uncle moves quickly, vowing to himself that anyone who dares to harm Sieg will not be forgiven, no matter who they are. He is prepared to face any adversary, guided by his protective instincts and the responsibility he feels toward his nephew. The uncle rushes to where the young man is lying. With a desperate cry, he calls for Sieg, fearing the worst. The expression of concern on his face is intense as he quickly approaches to check on his nephew's condition. As he gets closer, he carefully holds Sieg, anxiously asking if he is okay. When Sigbert's uncle approaches, he realizes that something is terribly wrong. The fallen body of Sigbert reveals itself to be a doll. The real Sieg isn't there, and the uncle quickly realizes that they've been trapped from the very beginning. The shock on his face is evident as he tries to comprehend the situation and how they were deceived. He questions himself. Was I really the target from the start? Now aware of the manipulation, he prepares for the next move, knowing that the real enemy is still lurking. One of the knights, amidst the battle debris, rises with a glimmer of victory in his eyes. He holds a magical stone and celebrates, believing they've defeated the Red Mage. I did it, he exclaims with euphoria, feeling the thrill of completing the mission. With this, I am. The sense of triumph overwhelms him, but a cold voice cuts through his celebration, saying, with that, you are now dismissed. At the moment the knight thought he had achieved victory, betrayal happened unexpectedly. He is stabbed in the back. With no chance to react, the person he trusted strikes without hesitation, delivering the blow that seals his fate. Physical pain mixes with surprise as he falls to the ground, unable to fully understand what has happened. The traitor, on the other hand, shows no remorse, maintaining a cold and calculating demeanor, as if he had been nothing but a disposable tool in a larger plan. He struggles to comprehend that everything he believed until that moment was a lie, and that his obedience and loyalty had been manipulated. The figure that betrayed him stands impassively above him, satisfied with the unfolding events. The traitor emotionally distances himself from the fallen knight, making it clear that the monsters were incited to attack because of their own actions. He continues speaking with disdain, emphasizing that the magical instrument given to him is powerful enough to achieve his objectives, regardless of who uses it. In a moment of cruel mockery, the traitor declares that eliminating the children and elderly warriors will be an easy task. The knight, gravely injured and weak, tries to reach out to her in a final desperate act, but is brutally repelled. She completely scorns him, calling him filthy and brushing off his hand with contempt, leaving him in an even more humiliating and helpless condition. The traitor approaches, making cruel remarks about the fallen knight, mentioning that his only purpose now is to die there. She suggests that the story of the missing princess can easily be manipulated after his death. The disdain in her words is evident as she mentions that if the knight had used his brain instead of brute force, he might have survived longer. She then reminds him that even with his death, there's still his superior brother, implying that his defeat won't affect her bigger plans. The traitor walks away, leaving the wounded knight powerless. Her final words resonate coldly, "No one will mourn." She walks away indifferently while the knight, lying on the ground, holds his wound, his body trembling with pain. The sound of something strange echoes in the air, surprising Sigfried and Diana. They exchange worried glances before deciding to act quickly. Sigfried suggests they go back to check, and Diana follows him without hesitation, fearing that something serious has happened. The two run, concerned about what they might find. Upon arriving at the location, Sigfried and Diana find their group of allies approaching rapidly. One of them asks if they're okay, but everyone's attention turns to the massive door that is now open. "The door to the boss's room," Sigfried says, recognizing the imminent danger. As the group tries to understand what has happened, Pal reveals that the entrance to the demon tent was sealed with magic just before they heard the sounds of battle. He and the others went to investigate, but they don't know for sure what's going on. The protagonist realizes that the magic used is from his uncle, Baron Balsamud. He managed to destroy something important and escape outside, leaving the entrance in a chaotic state. Daniela appears injured, blood running down, and tries to explain that they were attacked suddenly. The protagonist, worried, asks if something happened to his uncle, Baron Balsamud. The discovery that the one responsible for luring everyone into the dungeon managed to escape to the boss's room makes the team mobilize quickly. Camel and Lord Willibald have already followed him, and now the other group members decide not to waste time and join the chase. Diana is placed in safety, but the team is aware that they can't limit themselves to just one suspect. As the situation is more complex than it seemed, a request is made to protect Diana with more reinforcements, ensuring that she remains safe while the investigation and actions against the true culprit continue. The team finds themselves in front of a grand and intimidating scene. In the center, amidst the debris, an imposing figure emerges holding a sword engulfed in flames. The characters quickly realize the significance of the moment, and Diana recognizes the figure as the Red Sword King. The team questions the whereabouts of Sigfrid's uncle, with Diana worried. Daniela, in the distance, remains mysterious, laughing sinisterly as she toys with a weapon. Her behavior begins to raise suspicions, and she provokes the others, mocking how they never learned to be suspicious. The group, stunned and speechless, watches as the figure accuses them of being fools. She seems to be in complete control of the situation, threatening that because of their recklessness, everyone will suffer. The dark energies surrounding her intensify, creating a sinister aura that makes everyone stay on high alert. The shocking revelation finally occurs. Daniela, with a cruel smile, orders the destruction of the group, making it clear that she is the true culprit behind all recent events. Her confidence is shaken upon being unmasked, but she still maintains a position of control. As the team processes the betrayal, the protagonist is incredulous to discover that his uncle might also be involved, adding emotional weight to the situation. With a sneer, Daniela watches as the situation seems to worsen for the heroes. The crushing blow dealt to the opponent triggers an explosion of power and destruction. The heroes face the challenge with determination, even as the enemy tries to make the fight more complicated and exciting, adding twists to the situation. The danger is imminent, but everyone seems prepared to confront whatever lies ahead. Without losing focus, a shadow monster appears, threatening Princess Diana, declaring that she will be theirs. The woman with a determined expression and a confident smile asserts that Diana's painful death is imminent. She evokes an impressive force around her, with imposing robotic figures in the background supporting her threat. Meanwhile, the other two characters, surprised and worried, question what Daniela has done, seeking an immediate answer to the chaos they witness. Fear and disbelief are evident in their reactions. The characters discuss that the creature is being controlled by Daniela and is undergoing abnormal conditions. They observe that the creature's abilities are becoming corrupted and unstable, and they begin to analyze its weaknesses and attributes. They also note that the control is out of hand and that the purpose seems to be a deliberate amplification of suffering. The protagonist reacts upon discovering that the creature's weak attribute is lightning. He prepares to attack, demonstrating a mix of surprise and determination. Meanwhile, a figure in the background taunts him, questioning if he will just stand there. The scene continues with a swift movement from the opponent, who lunges forward with speed and power, aiming to attack the protagonist. The opponent mocks, suggesting that the characters should stay quiet until the princess dies, disdainfully mentioning that perhaps they will die before that. Meanwhile, the situation intensifies, and one of the characters, concerned, orders Lord Sigfried to take Princess Diana and flee quickly, warning about the danger of being surrounded if they stay. The protagonist realizes that, with his evaluator's eyes, he can discover how to unlock the seal of the door in front of him. Determined, he asserts that he must get the girl to safety, no matter what happens. In a moment of urgency, he calls her name with concern as she runs alongside him. One of the characters shouts Diana and Lord Sieg's name as a powerful attack is launched toward them. The protagonist quickly invokes a wall of light to protect them from the impact. He feels the weight of the onslaught and reacts with a sound of effort while shielding Diana at his side. The protagonist performs a strike called Wind Cut, delivering a powerful attack against his enemy. Amid the battle, he runs while carrying Diana, trying to escape the impending threat. He worries, realizing they will not escape the Red Sword King unless they do something quickly. The protagonist reflects that he still cannot use lightning magic, but he knows that the enemy's weak point is the lightning attribute. He wishes to destroy the magical stone being used by Daniela. However, the stone is protected by several layers of barriers. The protagonist assesses the situation, recognizing that his body can withstand advanced magic at full power only once, which represents a risky bet in the current circumstance. He concludes that, with the power of his magic and using advanced magic, the barrier can be destroyed, but there is only a 20% chance of success in destroying the magical stone. He reflects that even attacking with attributes that are not the enemy's weak point, there is still a minimal chance of breaking the barrier. He ponders that he can keep striking with basic magic to wear down the barrier gradually, but time is critical. The protagonist begins to question what he should do, realizing that if he continues to defend himself, he will end up defeated. Diana, in a moment of determination, surprises him by volunteering to be the bait, shocking the protagonist, who reacts incredulously to her decision. She stands firm in her choice while Lord Sieg is also mentioned in the conversation. Diana explains that Daniela's target is her, and while the enemy is focused on her, the others will have the opportunity to defeat the coal spider with the help of Pal and Ame. She acknowledges that she cannot fight, but believes that with Lord Sieg's wall of light, she can at least run. Diana also warns that if they do not all do their best, there will be more casualties. The protagonist, concerned, states that the plan is too dangerous, and Diana adds that if she cannot hold out until the end, the three of them must flee immediately. Diana states with determination that she is ready to risk her life and emphasizes that when she says this, she speaks sincerely. The protagonist, visibly affected, admits that he does not want any more victims because of him. After a brief pause, he finally agrees with Diana's decision, understanding the gravity of the situation. The protagonist declares that he feels the same as Diana and prepares for battle with determination. He manages to cut off both of the enemy's hands, celebrating the partial success of his strategy. Even in the tense situation, he reaffirms his decision, saying that he will not sacrifice her. Diana, for her part, promises that she will protect him, no matter what happens. Both demonstrate a strong commitment to mutual protection. The protagonist, filled with confidence, asserts that he has the power and can overcome the situation. He realizes that the chaos that occurred in the dungeon has caused the boss he was supposed to defeat to become uncontrollable. He reflects that the boss's weak point is the lightning attribute, something he still cannot use. However, he connects this to previous misfortunes and concludes that if he can overcome this obstacle, he will be able to achieve victory. For him, this misfortune may actually be a great opportunity in disguise. The protagonist, determined to protect those he loves, invokes an infernal spear with a powerful attack called Hell's Spear. He realizes that if he defeats this enemy, everyone will have a chance to escape. As he prepares his strike, he calculates that, with the right distance, he may even hit the magical stone, creating a crucial opportunity for victory. The protagonist reacts in shock upon seeing the enemy's hands regenerate rapidly. He wonders if the cutting off of the hands was actually an intentional trap, leaving him surprised and vulnerable as the enemy lunges forward again with great force. The characters are horrified to see Lord Sieg involved in an explosion or devastating attack. Both scream his name in despair, with expressions of shock and fear, fearing the worst. The scene captures the gravity of the situation and the impact of the attack on Lord Sieg as everyone watches in panic. Diana watches in shock, unable to believe what she is seeing, murmuring that this is impossible. Her expression is one of pure astonishment, and her eyes are fixed on the scene before her. Amidst the destruction, the figure of the mysterious opponent appears with a threatening presence, looking directly at Diana, heightening the tension of the moment. The protagonist finds himself fallen on the ground, protecting himself from the worst thanks to the wall of light. He acknowledges that he is safe because of this barrier, but still feels the pain and effort in his body, expressing his discomfort as he tries to recover. The destruction around him makes it clear that the situation is critical, but he is still determined to keep fighting. The protagonist struggles to get up, determined to continue despite the pain and the effort to stay conscious. He remembers that he still needs to stand and that the battle is not over. As he tries to regain his strength, he hears a voice expressing surprise and luck at having found a treasure, capturing his attention and leaving him alert. His eyes widen as he realizes the significance of what has just been revealed. The protagonist, lying in a vulnerable state, observes something around him. He notices a butterfly and recalls the times he saw them before, questioning why they are here at this moment. A mysterious figure, in another location, comments that the protagonist is still rough and unrefined, as if assessing his progress. The figure wonders if the butterfly is transmitting its message to the boy, suggesting a deep connection between them. The protagonist wonders if the voice he hears is coming from the butterfly he observes, but soon dismisses this idea, realizing that the voice is coming from another direction. The butterfly continues to float around him while he is down, surrounded by debris and lights. Something important seems to be revealing itself before him, with a feeling that a greater force is about to be revealed. One character mentions that within the dungeon, there is a treasure that could change the world. Another character, upon seeing the large sword, reacts in surprise, recognizing something extraordinary and wondering if it could be an outpost, an artifact of great power or importance. The revelation of this treasure seems to carry significant weight, with implications that could transform the course of the story. The protagonist reflects on the situation and realizes that despite the difficulties, he still has a chance to act. He wonders if the other character knows anything about him, but decides that it is not important at the moment. Faced with a large sword, he encounters the challenge that his body is too small for the power he possesses. However, he knows that time may be the only solution to resolve the issue, but he also knows they cannot wait. Determined, he declares with conviction that they need to take the artifact, if it is truly an outpost, showing his willingness to face the challenge. The mysterious figure questions whether the protagonist can get up and recognizes that he has the potential to reach the treasure. The voice offers support, saying that if he can hold on tight and show his determination, the figure will become a staff to support him on his journey. The protagonist, standing before the large sword, is about to receive crucial help to achieve his goal, as long as he demonstrates his strength and determination. Diana is protected by a barrier while watching Pal and the others fight. Pal, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepares to act, worried about everyone's fate. However, an attack hits Diana, causing her to let out a scream of surprise and pain. The figure of the enemy, annoyed, comments that the barrier has finally broken and dismisses the interference, calling Diana an ugly brat, who is trying to disrupt her plans. The opponent, irritated, remarks that Diana never stops bothering her and calls her foolish for trying to interfere with her plans. With a look of disdain, she orders Diana to disappear. However, as she attempts to attack, something unexpected happens, and the opponent reacts in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" as she watches the scene unfold contrary to her expectations. The protagonist appears, firmly holding his sword, focused and ready to act. He closes his eyes as if gathering all his strength and determination for the next move. The energy around him seems to intensify, and his expression reveals that he is completely focused on what is to come, ready to face the final challenge with all his abilities. The opponent observes in surprise and irritation that the protagonist's large sword has transformed into a rapier, calling him a stubborn brat and questioning how he is still alive. Diana shouts Lord Sieg's name, showing concern. The opponent, already out of patience, orders him to die once and for all, exasperated by the protagonist's resistance. The protagonist conjures wind magic and executes the spell Storm Wind. He is surprised to realize that all his magical energy has been transferred to the sword, but he feels no weight or effort in his body. It's as if he feels like a superhero, filled with power. He comments that the sword seems to be lifting the weight off his shoulders, and this encourages him. With renewed confidence, he asserts that he can do this, determined to continue the fight with even more strength. The protagonist invokes fire magic and executes the spell Burning Flames, launching a powerful attack toward the enemy. The fire energy explodes with intensity, revealing all the strength of his magic as he advances with determination. The protagonist, with a determined expression, confidently asserts that he has succeeded. Diana, relieved, thanks him for being able to protect her. Then she asks if he is okay, while Lord Sieg, still weakened, lets out a groan of pain, drawing the attention of both. The opponent, completely frustrated, screams in rage, questioning why things are not going right, even with all the magical tools she possesses. She expresses her growing frustration, saying that everyone is irritating her deeply, while the protagonists watch her alertly, sensing her fury. The opponent, fully consumed by rage, states that she will tear them apart several times until they become a filthy pile of flesh. She swears she will cut them to pieces, even if it means dying for it, while the protagonists observe, shocked by her intensity and determination. The opponent, in a fierce attack, raises her arm and prepares to launch a devastating blow. However, something unexpected happens, and she screams in agony, surprising the protagonists, who react with shock and confusion as they watch the scene unfold. The opponent, irritated and surprised, asks where the attack that interrupted her came from. A powerful strike hits her, creating an explosion of ice around, while a mysterious figure emerges from the midst of the destruction. Amidst the chaos, a voice questions what she is doing, bringing even more tension to the confrontation. One of the characters appears, carrying another on his back, both gravely injured and in critical condition. The expression of the character being carried is one of deep pain, but also of determination, with his eyes half closed, still focused on what is happening around them. The scene conveys the intensity of the battle and the weight of the situation as both continue to advance despite the adversities. Wilbert, furious, declares with determination that he is heading toward the treasure he cherishes so much. The opponent, surprised, asks what he is doing, while Wilbert's expression reveals his intensity and focus on what he considers precious. The opponent refers to Wilbert as Red Mage, while the protagonist, surprised, observes and calls Wilbert Uncle. Wilbert, still carrying his companion, remains firm and focused, ready to face whatever comes next, with the tension of the battle still present. The protagonist reacts upon seeing Camel injured and expresses his concern, exclaiming that he is hurt. Camel, in a moment of reflection, comments that he forgave the other character, even though he is a traitor, and suggests that perhaps Sieg would be sad if he died. The scene is loaded with tension and emotions, with the characters dealing with the physical and emotional wounds of the battle. The opponent, realizing that Camel is also injured, tries to encourage herself not to be afraid, as the enemy is already weakened. She thinks that if she uses all the magical tools she has, she will be able to kill him. With that determination, she prepares to attack, believing that this is her chance for victory. The opponent attempts to launch a powerful attack, but is incredulous upon seeing that her magic has no effect whatsoever. She exclaims, "Impossible," upon realizing that her abilities are not working against Wilbert. He, for his part, remains firm and untouched, while she, frustrated, lets out a sound of disapproval, unable to comprehend how her magic has completely failed. Wilbert confronts the opponent, affirming that she underestimated him if she thought she could kill him with such a simple magical tool. He asks if she really thought she could escape after injuring Sieg. The opponent, surprised, questions whether the magical tool she used belongs to Wilbert's country, shocked by the revelation that he cannot be killed by a magical device created by his own nation. Wilbert reveals that the magical stone left by the opponent contained traces of manufacturing from his country's magic school. He expresses surprise at the fact that the opponent, a trader from Estonia, is using a magical device from a school that is not even available on the market. The opponent reacts with disbelief, exclaiming that this is impossible, while Wilbert, with an ironic smile, questions the use of the term impossible. The opponent screams in pain, while Wilbert states that he has already discovered enough. He mentions that he is currently gathering information about the magic school and that he wants to uncover all the knowledge the opponent possesses. The opponent asserts that only his head is needed, while Wilbert replies that instead of hearing it from her, it is better to see it directly. The scene intensifies with both ready for the final confrontation, with tension in the air as their clash approaches its climax. The opponent observes the portal that appeared after defeating the boss and comments on its emergence. She disappears, leaving Wilbert intrigued, wondering where she went. Before leaving, the opponent promises to remember what happened, referring to Wilbert as Red Mage and calling him a monster. Wilbert comments on the situation, stating that everything could have been avoided if they had dealt with it calmly. He explains that the opponent used a teleportation stone to leave the ice cage, emphasizing that although it is impossible to leave the dungeon with this stone, it is still possible to make short-distance movements within it. Wilbert mentions that his head has lost a lot of blood. The protagonist observes that his uncle has come to help him and that Daniela is no longer there, reflecting that it is all over. Diana asks if the protagonist is okay, while Wilbert reassures her that he just fainted from using too much magic, but his life is not in danger. Diana expresses her relief and thanks him for the help, but also admits to being disappointed in herself for not being able to do anything. Wilbert laments being late again, but downplays the situation, saying it is nothing. He suggests that they join Count Balsamute to heal everyone's wounds, including the protagonist's. Diana worries about Wilbert, but he assures her that after treatment, he will be back to his old self. Wilbert comments that the protagonist needs a good rest. Meanwhile, the protagonist, in a state between consciousness and sleep, hears someone calling his name. The voice seems warm, gentle, and brings a nostalgic feeling. The protagonist hears the voice of someone he loves deeply calling for him. He then sees a familiar and loving figure, which he recognizes as his mother, bringing a sense of security and comfort. The protagonist's mother expresses her happiness to see him grow strong and healthy, recalling the moments when he was small enough to be held in her hands. She comments that this is the only opportunity she has to talk to him. The protagonist, emotional, apologizes for being so startled so suddenly, while she reveals that this was her last chance to speak with him. The protagonist, in tears, apologizes to his mother for not realizing anything and for not doing anything about it. He expresses his guilt for not trying to help. His mother, with a serene look, says that her illness was something even his special powers could not cure, and that he should not blame himself for it. The protagonist's mother reveals that her condition was not a simple illness, but rather a curse. She says there is something important she needs to give him, leaving him confused about what that could mean. The protagonist's mother hands him an object, saying it is the greatest treasure of the Abel family, something she has been protecting for a long time. She explains that this power kept her until a worthy person like him appeared to take on the responsibility of protecting it. Now, this mission passes to him. The mother explains that she did not want to give the treasure to the protagonist and wished for him to live free, unbound by anything. However, she asserts that it is their destiny, and therefore, she must entrust him with this responsibility. The protagonist, confused, asks what the Abel family treasure is. In response, the mother says that to understand this, they need to talk about God first. She tells that, in ancient times, a god from the realm of the gods created the world of humans. This god, the creator, loved the world so much that he often visited and spent time with the people. She continues explaining that, one day, there was a war in the realm of the gods to determine the new ruler. Even the creator, who hated conflict, feared being dragged into the turmoil of war and losing his power. The creator believed that if his power were taken, the human world could be altered at the will of others, something he feared deeply. To prevent treacherous hands from finding his power, the creator sacrificed his soul, which was the source of his strength, and hid it in the human world so that those from the realm of the gods could not find it. The creator entrusted the core of his most precious soul to a benefactor of his trust, and this power was passed down through generations of clans. The fragments of this soul were mixed among divine objects and scattered across various places. To protect them, dungeons were created. The person entrusted to protect the most important core of the creator's soul is the Abel family, including both the mother and the son. This story is meant to be passed down only to the head of the Abel family and their treasure, but what happened to the creator after that has not been revealed. However, it seems there are people who know this secret. The treasure of the Abel family, which possesses the power to change the world, continues to be a target for those seeking to use this power to eliminate others or to obtain it for themselves. However, they have never discovered who that person was. This was the only thing that concerned her, and she laments that he has to carry this dangerous fate alone. Sieg recognizes his mother's kindness, thanking her for still trying to protect him, even after her death. He reassures her, stating that regardless of the fate awaiting him in the future, he will use the power he possesses to turn everything into an opportunity and overcome the challenges. Sieg asserts that he has people supporting him, including his family who remind him not to carry the burden alone, and a friend who shares a similar story and never gives up. He also acknowledges that he will find many important things in the future, and for that reason, he wishes to protect the world and everything that is valuable to him. Sieg declares with determination that from now on, he will become the treasure of the Abel family. Sieg promises that after all this is over, he will live freely, unbound by anything, while always cherishing all his loved ones. Sieg receives praise for having grown stronger, and is then advised not to push himself too hard and not to sacrifice his own happiness, being encouraged to keep living. Sieg, emotional, states that he will do this for his mother. She thanks the guide for fulfilling her last wish, while he informs her that time is almost up. Sieg's mother says goodbye, entrusting him with a family treasure. Although she can no longer help him directly, she has always been by his side, watching over him. She advises him to remember her when he sees a white butterfly. Sieg's mother promises that she will always be by his side, surrounded by white butterflies. He, emotional, desperately calls for her, trying to reach her figure as the butterflies envelop her. Sieg awakens calling for his mother as he reaches out to the sky. He slowly regains consciousness, realizing Haku is by his side. Haku, relieved, screams with joy upon seeing that Sieg has finally awakened. Theo and Sieg's father approach him, asking how he is feeling, relieved to see him awake. Sieg replies that he is fine. He asks if they are on the surface, to which they confirm, explaining that they identified the dungeon's location through contact with Wilbert and that they just arrived. Sieg mentions that he was having a nice dream. Sieg is holding Haku when he is informed that the princess of the Kingdom of Estania is safe. The person speaking also mentions that, due to the situation, the knights are on guard. Surprised, Sieg questions the word guard with a tone of confusion. Sieg is informed that a rebellion has broken out in the Kingdom of Estania, and Princess Diana is suspected of being the mastermind behind it all. Shocked by the news, Sieg reacts with surprise, questioning the mentioned rebellion. The Abel family arrives at an inn in the town of Kone, near the dungeon, asking the owner to rent the entire establishment for 3 days due to an urgent situation. They offer payment equivalent to 3 months' rent for all the rooms and also commit to covering the costs of reorganizing the accommodations for the other guests. Haku, confused, questions what is happening. The character informs that the situation is a state secret and, therefore, cannot be discussed. He asks that anything seen or heard be kept confidential. Wilbert finishes a spell, assuring that they no longer need to worry about eavesdroppers. Gilbert praises him for a job well done. Then, Gilbert introduces himself as the captain of the First Knights of the Kingdom of Mangesta, while apologizing for the late introduction, referring to Princess Diana and Count Balsamute. After expressing gratitude for the concern, the person comments that their safety is thanks to Sieg and Wilbert. In response to the news of a rebellion in the kingdom, a knight exclaimed, surprised, asking what it means to say there has been a rebellion and, even more, that Princess Diana would be the mind behind it. While Princess Diana was in the dungeon, the rebel army attacked the capital of Estania. Although the scale was small and already under control, doubts arose about civilian casualties. The response was clear: there were no significant casualties among the citizens, which brought relief to those concerned about the safety of the people. Prince Tobias identified Princess Diana as the mastermind behind the uprising, requesting her capture along with Count Balsamute by other countries. The order was clear: bring them back to Estania, alive or dead. Sieg asserts that there is no way Diana could have done such a thing, with conviction in his voice. The other character agrees, stating that Diana would never do that, reaffirming their certainties. Sieg tries to explain to his father that Diana acted as bait to save them. He continues saying that someone who would risk their life to save others would never rebel. Another person also firmly asserts that this is absolutely impossible. The father, listening to the explanations, concludes that his thoughts were correct. Sieg's father mentions that according to Wilbert's report, their lives were being targeted. He also points out that there are many inexplicable points about the situation. Sieg adds that Prince Tobias has not presented any clear evidence that Princess Diana is the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, someone remembers that Sieg's uncle was indeed in contact with someone at that time. Wilbert comments that the plan to eliminate Princess Diana seems rushed and poorly executed, as if they were desperate. He continues, saying that he heard rumors about Prince Tobias's tyrannical and cruel behavior, while another person comments that the relationship among the royal family members is not good due to succession issues. They wonder how many countries would believe Tobias's announcement. Diana, with emotion, asserts that her brother would never do anything that would put the citizens in danger. She expresses her desire to avoid a battle that involves the people. They express the desire to protect Diana, emphasizing that above all, they cannot ignore the injustices occurring in her domain. Gilbert declares firmly that he cannot allow a child, unjustly accused, to walk into danger without doing something about it. He was already in favor of protecting the princess and her group, and with that, Wilbert also decides to help, saying that if his brother agrees, he will lend a hand as well. The knight mentions that if they could count on the power of the princess and the count, it would be beneficial for them. He also notes that there seems to be a connection between an incident they are investigating and the Kingdom of Estania. The knight asserts that neglecting Sieg's first friend would make him sad. In response, Sieg and his friend thank their uncle and father for their help. The group expresses gratitude for the favor granted. A request is made for Princess Diana to lend the broken magical cloaking tool, with a promise to repair it so she can remain hidden. The conversation begins with a character expressing confidence in his brother, mentioning that negotiations will be necessary to obtain approval for protection. However, he points out that, with the current state of affairs, there may be a shortage of materials. The character then remembers that when the time is right, he will also need to report the situation to the royal family of Majesta. During the exchange, the two younger characters listen attentively, but it seems that the situation raises doubts and questions, as indicated by the expressions of surprise and confusion on their faces. One of the characters proposes an idea, suggesting that if everything goes well, they can ask for the help of Princess Diana and her group. The princess, surprised, expresses that as a member of the royalty of Estania, she will certainly return the favor. Another character reinforces the need to keep everyone hidden until the situation calms down, asking for understanding. One character thanks, while the other comments that there is still another task to be taken care of. The character who stood up mentions that there is still one more person he needs to talk to, leaving a sense of continuity in the events to come. One character reflects on the fact that no one would be sad if he disappeared, stating that there are many substitutes for him. However, he is putting the life of a unique person at risk, his only true existence. He refuses to accept this situation and declares that even if no one cares about his death, he would prefer to live in disgrace than accept such a fate. One character reflects on the fact that no one would be sad if he disappeared, stating that there are many substitutes for him. However, he is putting the life of a unique person at risk, his only true existence. He refuses to accept this situation and declares that even if no one cares about his death, he would prefer to live in disgrace than accept such a fate. Wilbert warns that the Knights of Majesta have already surrounded the area, preventing any attempt to escape. He demonstrates an imposing presence, making Sieg think that his uncle seems like a completely different person when he assumes his role as commander. Sieg refuses to flee, firmly asserting his decision. Wilbert, in response, warns him about something called the Red, but before he could continue, Sieg insists on staying by his uncle's side, showing his determination. The man kneels deeply, apologizing for his lack of etiquette, acknowledging that the attack was a result of his own foolishness. He admits that while he understands that bowing will not solve the situation, he is willing to accept any punishment and answer all questions asked of him. Wilbert questions the man about trusting Daniela without any doubts. The man responds, still hesitant, while Wilbert wonders about the nobles and royalty who recommended her. Another knight intervenes, stating that the princess's personal guards are chosen from among the most skilled and experienced knights, and that to distrust them would be the same as doubting the nobility who recommended them. Wilbert continues with the interrogation, asking if the man knows anything more about Daniela. The man replies that she only performed her duties calmly, without getting too involved with the other guards. Wilbert then questions who recommended her, receiving the information that it was Marquis Beaker, a supporter of Prince Tobias. With this, Wilbert realizes there is a connection and asks the man to reveal everything he knows about the rebellion in Estania, where Princess Diana is pointed out as the mastermind. The man reacts in surprise upon hearing about the rebellion, saying it is ridiculous to think that the princess would be the mastermind. He shows disbelief, questioning what motive the princess would have to do such a thing. Wilbert, for his part, presses him, asking if he really knows nothing. The man argues, with anger and determination, that he has been with the princess for most of the last few months and that she has never shown any signs of being involved in an internal conflict. He emphasizes that someone who expressed relief at their survival would never initiate a civil war. Despite this, Wilbert responds that while he does not suspect Princess Diana directly, he cannot accept his words without question, considering that his life was the target of an attack. The man challenges, asking them to use any skills or magic necessary to verify if he is lying. He is determined to prove his innocence. Wilbert, after hearing the request, says that he understands and, without hesitation, suggests that he will look inside the man's mind to seek the truth. Wilbert explains that there is a magical tool originally used to observe the memories of non-verbal beings, such as plants. The man, surprised by the suggestion, expresses his concern at being informed that they will look inside his mind, imagining an invasive method. Wilbert, however, reassures him, saying that it will not be necessary to open his head with a scalpel. Wilbert reveals that the magical tool has never been used on a living human, which causes a look of surprise and concern on the man's face. He admits that he does not know what kind of pain or side effects this might cause. However, Wilbert asserts that if he can look inside the man's mind, he will know if he can trust him. Sieg, shocked by the proposal, tries to intervene, saying that his uncle is going too far. Wilbert questions Camel about his resolve, pointing out that if he were really protecting Princess Diana, perhaps they would find evidence proving her innocence. He then challenges Camel, asking if he has the determination needed to provide reliable information. Camel, surprised and apparently worried, listens to Wilbert's words as he contemplates the seriousness of the situation. Princess Diana, with a look of relief and tears in her eyes, tells Camel that she is very happy he is alive. Camel seems surprised and touched by the princess's words, his emotion evident, but at the same time, he seems to struggle to process what she said, possibly due to feeling embarrassed or uncomfortable with the situation. Diana implores them to wait, calling for Lord Wilbert. Camel, after a moment of reflection, accepts Wilbert's proposal, stating that he understands what he needs to do. He thinks to himself that if he can prove the princess's innocence, there is no reason to hesitate. Camel, determined, declares that he can no longer continue being a fool and takes responsibility for his failure as the night guardian of the princess. Wilbert observes this determination with interest, recognizing Camel's willpower and finding it impressive. Wilbert challenges Camel to show his courage right now, raising a magical transfer stone. Camel is confused by the sudden request. Wilbert, with a smile, mentions that the malfunction of the transfer stone needs to be tested again and that they will probably need more help. Camel, even more confused, questions what Wilbert means by more help, while Wilbert explains that they are going straight to the Magic Corporation with the transfer stone. Camel realizes he was being tested by Wilbert, who explains that the magical tool will not take his life, but if he looks inside Camel's mind, he can make him work for 3 days and nights without sleep. Wilbert then teases Camel, saying that he will not give up after blowing Wilbert up by mistake, and adds, "It hurt, you know?" Camel, shocked, promises to accept any punishment, being referred to as Night Guardian. Wilbert says goodbye, stating that he will send a letter to the Crown Prince of Manchester about Camel and that he will borrow one of Diana's guardians. As he walks away with Camel, Sieg bids farewell, asking them to send regards to his brother. Diana, a bit nervous, thinks that despite how he seems, Wilbert is kind. Probably. Then, Sieg reassures Diana, saying that everything will be fine. Diana reflects on the need to think about what she must do from now on. She responds with a yes while holding her cloak. Sieg, with a serious expression, watches her, calling her name, Diana, trying to catch her attention for something important. Sieg encourages Diana not to carry everything alone, saying that it is good to lean on others. Meanwhile, Count Balsamud and the others are also present, and one of the knights reinforces that despite the difficulties, she has allies like Count Balsamud and the Able family by her side. Sieg smiles confidently and encourages Diana, saying that they will get through this difficulty together. He reminds her that she can also count on him. Diana, determined, agrees, asserting that they will definitely overcome all of this. Sieg reflects on the trials he may face in inheriting the power to shape the world, questioning whether these difficulties are a consequence of that or merely a result of his misfortune. Despite the uncertainty, he declares that he will not allow anyone to sacrifice themselves and expresses his desire to become stronger to protect everyone. A few days later, in the castle of Manchester, a loud and energetic laugh is heard. Inside the castle, Julius, the prince, is surprised and intrigued. He mentions that he received a letter from Wilbert after a long time, but quickly shifts the subject, trying to calm the situation. Julius, while reviewing Wilbert's letter, reflects on the plans of the Abel family, finding them fascinating. He mentions that the family made an extravagant request, but that it is all right. Julius instructs his assistant to clear his agenda, as he plans to meet with the Abel family soon. As he looks out the window, a slight smile escapes his lips, suggesting that he is intrigued and entertained by the situation. A mysterious figure observes from outside, looking through the windows while holding a paper in his hands. He realizes that, with the current events, he can make an appropriate request in return. There is tension in the air as he prepares to make his move, seizing the opportunity. The figure seems to notice the state of the prince, mentioning that he looks tired. This suggests that he is attentive to all movements and may be planning something deeper. Sieg comes back after a pretty rough experience, and his friends greet him with warm hugs. Mary, grinning like a ray of sunshine, leaps into his arms, showing just how worried she was while he was gone. The hug is super intense, and she complains that it's a bit tight. Nearby, Al also shows his relief as the three of them share a moment of togetherness and joy, all glad he's safe. The excitement is palpable when one of the characters announces a fantastic gift to celebrate Sieg's safe return. The anticipation builds as Mary watches Sieg with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She's totally captivated by the gift, described as a charming design, just perfect for the angelic Sieg. One character argues that gender doesn't matter when it comes to gifts for kids, but a young boy quickly jumps in, insisting that he's a boy. Meanwhile, Sieg is wiped out and needs to rest, and Princess Diana is mentioned as a surprise. The chat shows some tension between identity and expectations. The characters gather in what looks like a house or building, where one of them mentions that everyone will live there until things get sorted out, stressing that a separate building has been set up for the brothers. One character beams at seeing the brothers getting along, while another apologizes to Princess Diana, remembering that she was supposed to guide her in the capital. A young woman expresses her heartfelt gratitude for the efforts of a group, while a sturdy-looking character, who seems like a guardian or protector, watches her from the side. The young woman appreciates the help she's received and seems confident in her interaction. Nearby, another character suggests that if they need anything, they shouldn't hesitate to ask. A hooded character talks to Diana, promising to bring a bunch of her favorite books and yummy sweets just for her. The other character, with an excited smile, expresses her desire to visit the annex often. Their chat is friendly and enthusiastic, reflecting their intention to strengthen bonds and bring joy to their friend. Diana smiles back, full of hope and excitement, saying yes to her friend's proposal. She expresses how much she's looking forward to it. The characters are hanging out in a chill environment, where one comments on how close two of the friends have become recently. One of them, surprised by the observation, replies that they just became friends. Another character seems curious, asking what happened for their closeness to be noticed. One character flops onto the bed, showing relief and satisfaction at finally being back. Lying in his bed with a sigh of relief, the character thinks about how relaxing it is to be in his own room. Sieg hugs Haku warmly, both sharing the joy of being in the room they both love so much. Sieg reflects on his initial plan to get magical sand from the spirit forest, not having a clue about the consequences it would bring. The images around show the events that unfolded, hinting at an unexpected and complicated situation. Sieg looks in surprise at the sword called Uparts in front of him, while Haku, next to him, seems just as shocked by the mysterious object's presence. Sieg thinks about the Uparts sword, remembering that since he got it, he hasn't heard its voice anymore. He realizes it was thanks to this sword that he could use advanced magic without any hassle. Sieg thinks that maybe he's managed to overcome the challenge meant for the lucky ones. Sieg checks out the sword, but even with his evaluation eye, he can't read all the details because the info window is cloudy. He can see it's a sword made of special materials, usable only by those it recognizes, and that it eases the burden when using advanced magic. Sieg comments that even his assistant can't figure out certain mysteries, to which the assistant replies he tried analyzing the sword with all his strength but got nothing. The sword is sealed with some mysterious power. Sieg ponders the dungeon's purpose, designed to hide fragments of the creator's soul. He also remembers that the voice of the black sword knew about the treasure. Meanwhile, his assistant, eager to dig up more info, asks for a bit more time to use his special evaluation eye without ruining his reputation, and Sieg encourages him to do his best. Sieg feels frustrated by how much he still doesn't understand. He recalls the promise he made to his mom to protect the treasure and feels the weight of responsibility to learn more about it and those who want it. Sieg notices that the challenges for the lucky ones are getting tougher and senses the need to train his magic. He wonders if he should ask his dad directly or hunt for clues in the Abel family library. Sieg mulls over what to do, considering asking his uncle to teach him again. However, he remembers he needs to keep his advanced magic attributes a secret. Sieg reflects that he can't keep moving forward while keeping secrets. He worries about the reaction he might cause by revealing the truth, but he knows he has to make a decision, even if it leads to trouble. Sieg decides it's time to trust his family. The characters are chatting about Prince Julius, mentioning that, according to the letter, he'll make a decision after hearing all the details. The scene shows a character holding an official document, highlighting the day's mission, to explain the current situation and seek a negotiation for cooperation. The formality of the document and the mention of cooperation suggest a delicate situation or an important alliance, hinting that the decision to cooperate could be crucial for the next steps in the plot. Two characters are talking about the negotiation with Prince Julius, who's in charge of diplomacy. One jokes that his brother isn't very good at this kind of task, especially with someone like Julius, who's known for his experience in handling delicate situations. The conversation is light-hearted, even amid the seriousness of the diplomatic meeting, showing the trust and humor between the brothers. One character comments on another person, saying she tends to get into unpleasant issues. The scene, showing someone hesitating at the door, suggests some discomfort or apprehension about dealing with this person, probably due to her tendency to dive into sensitive or difficult topics. Julius von Mangesta, the first prince of the Kingdom of Mangesta, shows up holding a detailed book in his hands. With a calm and confident look, he asks if the visitors have arrived, showing he's ready for the meeting. Julius's posture conveys authority and an open demeanor, reflecting his diplomatic role and prominent position in the kingdom. The visitors apologize for their delay to Prince Julius, who receives them with ease, saying he can work anywhere and showing interest in hearing an interesting story. The scene, set in a lovely garden, highlights Julius's willingness to listen and his openness, while the visitors show respect for his position. Prince Julius, smiling, mentions he read the letter sent by Wilbert. His expression shows a mix of curiosity and lightness, suggesting the letter might have interesting or important info he looks forward to discussing with his visitors. Julius laughs when recalling Wilbert's letter, finding it super funny, while his companion expresses surprise, saying they don't remember the letter being that amusing. The scene highlights the contrast between Julius's easygoing humor and the seriousness of the other character, hinting at different perspectives on the letter's content. Julius, with an intrigued smile, says he has a lot of questions, but suggests they discuss the goal first. His posture indicates a careful and strategic approach, showing he's interested in understanding the details before moving on to other issues. Julius, with a sharp gaze and fiddling with a pen, directly questions his companion's intentions. He wants to know why they decided to protect Princess Diana, even if it means going against Estania. He fine-tunes his question, suggesting that the real issue is why they want to win the princess's favor. His inquisitive demeanor reveals an attempt to grasp the deeper motivations behind their actions, showcasing his diplomatic and analytical skills. One character asks if there's anything in Estania that justifies such effort, expressing surprise at Julius's ability to understand so much just from the letter. The interlocutor acknowledges Julius's insight and begins to explain their true objective, suggesting that their intentions might be more complex than they seem. The exchange highlights the tension and depth of the motivations involved. The character reveals that their goal is to gather information about the School of Magic in Estania. This straightforward statement emphasizes how crucial this specific knowledge is and hints that the school holds secrets or valuable insights that could influence their next steps. The interlocutor explains that assassins from Estania, who attacked them, used magical tools originating from the School of Magic. Julius questions why they want information about the magic school from his country, showing that there are suspicions about the school's involvement in shady or illegal activities. The scene reveals a potentially dangerous link between the magic school and secret attacks, ramping up the tension around this mysterious place. The School of Magic is described as an impenetrable fortress, disguised as an educational institution. It's emphasized that it's impossible for outsiders to steal magical tools from such a protected place, implying that any use of these tools in external activities must involve or be permitted by someone inside. The scene suggests that the school is wrapped up in secretive activities, making it a focal point of intrigue and mystery. The character reveals that someone inside the School of Magic is sending magical tools to Estania. He also mentions that the Abel family had a beloved member cursed by someone in the past, indicating a personal connection and motivation to seek information about this person. The quest for this individual becomes clear as the real objective, linking the mystery of the magic school to a quest for revenge or personal justice. The character shares that his family has been searching for years for the person responsible for the curse that led to a loved one's death, believing that the culprit might be linked to the School of Magic. A recent incident targeting them reinforced this suspicion. Julius, upon hearing this, concludes that the real focus is on the treasure, indicating that the mystery of the school and the revenge quest are somehow intertwined with a larger goal. The School of Magic is noted to be under national authority and overseen by the Dark Magic Department, which has been managing everything for a long time. This place is seen as the perfect hideout for secrets, especially since it keeps watch against the royal family and the Abel family. Julius mentions that despite the Abel family's power, they haven't been able to investigate the school thoroughly, hinting at intentional obstruction and an atmosphere of mystery and protection surrounding the institution's activities. The School of Magic keeps the heirs of nobility hostage in the form of students, which prevents any overt investigation actions. Although there's a desire to explore inside the school, the presence of young nobles hinders any actions that could be perceived as threatening or risky, suggesting that the school uses this tactic as a protective measure against external investigations. The character reflects that, despite the security of the School of Magic, they can't fully control the information that leaks out. Unable to get data from within, he acknowledges that the only option is to investigate from the outside, grabbing any detail that slips through the institution's control. Julius notes that he plans to involve Princess Diana as a preliminary measure, even if the method is indirect. His interlocutor observes that this approach is unusual for him, suggesting he would typically be more straightforward. Meanwhile, the other character states that the Abel family will never forgive anyone who threatens the treasure, stressing the seriousness and determination to protect what they hold dear. With a determined expression, the character declares he'll find the person responsible for his loved one's death and make them pay. Julius takes note of this resolve and responds, acknowledging that he now understands his goal. The scene emphasizes the relentless drive for revenge and justice, while Julius recognizes and respects the depth of the character's commitment to this personal mission. Julius mentions that the treasure valued by the Abel family is just a mysterious entity to them, and that right now, there's no benefit for the Manchester royal family in cooperating. This cold response highlights Julius's pragmatic and political perspective, suggesting that without a direct interest, he sees no reason to get involved in the Abel family's personal issues. The character suggests that information about the School of Magic could also be beneficial to the royal family. However, Julius argues that relevance depends on the value of the information obtained, especially if it's enough to justify a risky negotiation that could trigger a war. The exchange shows Julius's caution and his need to weigh the risks and rewards before any commitment. Julius reflects on the long relationship between the royal family and the Abel family, but stresses that protecting someone suspected of rebellion isn't a decision to be made impulsively. He expresses caution in backing a cause that could be seen as insurrection, suggesting that there are limits to support, even among long-time allies, when risks of betrayal or political conflict are at play. Julius, with a laid-back smile, makes a comment about another negotiation mentioned in the letter, seemingly finding humor in the situation. However, his interlocutor reminds him that it's not a laughing matter, highlighting the seriousness of the topic. The scene shows the contrast between Julius's lighthearted attitude and the concerns of the other characters, reinforcing the complexity and weight of the negotiations at stake. The character, with a slight smile, confirms that the measure mentioned is also a way to protect Princess Diana. The direct and confident response conveys his commitment to safeguarding the princess, while another character admits that they didn't fully grasp the plan, but now seem more informed. Julius, with a chuckle, proposes that as an apology for laughing so much, he'll take over the negotiations with Estania, as long as the other party agrees to his demand. The mention of Wilbert in the dialogue might hint at a reference to the demand sender or a mediator in the negotiation. The scene suggests a diplomatic exchange where Julius shows his willingness to move forward, but still with conditions. Julius lays out his condition. He wants his interlocutor to accept a noble title. The other character's surprised expression shows that this demand is unexpected, suggesting that this title could come with significant responsibilities or commitments. Julius, with a grin, simplifies the proposal, making it clear that this is the condition for moving forward with the agreement. Julius explains that he wants to impose the shackle of a title on the interlocutor, keeping him inside the cage of Mangista for life. His intention is clear: to use the title as a form of control, tying the person to the kingdom's interests. The surprised and reflective expression of the other character reveals an understanding of the implications of this offer, which, while seeming like a privilege, carries a limitation of freedom. Julius acknowledges the contributions of his interlocutor, mentioning that thanks to him, the country's magical technology has advanced significantly. He also praises his combat strength and success in conquering numerous dungeons, bringing back various ancient artifacts. These words highlight the character's exceptional skills and value, which are seen as essential to the kingdom's progress. Julius comments that the interlocutor's exceptional talent, capable of shaking a nation, could be problematic if used in another country. The interlocutor, with a challenging look, asks if Julius really thinks he would betray his own country. The exchange suggests a loyalty test, with Julius evaluating the character's potential and fidelity, while he reaffirms his commitment to his homeland. Julius states that he's not saying the character would definitely betray his country, but adds that the possibility isn't zero, leaving a cautious doubt hanging in the air. His gesture with the pen emphasizes the subtlety and thoughtfulness of his words, suggesting he's measuring every action and weighing all possible scenarios, leaving no possibility dismissed. Julius observes that the character doesn't seem interested in anyone but his own family, questioning whether this includes even royalty. He tests the loyalty and priorities of the other person, trying to understand the depth of their devotion to family compared to any potential bond or respect for royalty. The character's expression suggests deep reflection on what this really means to him, creating a moment of introspection. The character points out that if the interlocutor were someone filled with patriotism and loyalty, like Gilbert, things would have been more convenient for them. However, since that's not the case, he states they want to bind him with an appropriate contract between lord and vassal, ensuring he never shows his claws against them. Julius subtly asks if he's not overanalyzing, suggesting that maybe the other character is worrying too much about this kind of formal bond. The scene highlights a tension between trust and control. Julius, with a sly smile, remarks that it's always wise to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He makes it clear that they value the interlocutor so much that they see him as a potential threat to the country if he decides to act against them. His achievements are so impressive that, according to Julius, they justify a noble title. This statement underscores the respect mixed with caution regarding the power and influence the interlocutor holds, recognizing his worth while seeking a way to keep him under control. Julius, smiling, mentions that important, difficult, and troublesome state matters would become the interlocutor's responsibility if he accepts the lordship. He points out that until now, the interlocutor has subtly refused these responsibilities, suggesting that accepting the title would inevitably force him to deal with these issues. Julius highlights this as a great advantage, hinting that he sees utility in delegating such responsibilities to the other, making the title offer more a matter of strategic convenience for the kingdom. Julius, with an enigmatic smile, challenges the interlocutor to make a crucial decision: accept the noble title and stay in Mangista, or send Princess Diana back to Estania. He places the choice squarely in the hands of the interlocutor, emphasizing the importance and implications of each path. The interlocutor, visibly tense, seems to weigh his options, realizing the weight of any choice he makes. After a resigned sigh, the interlocutor finally agrees to Julius's proposal, accepting the decision with a simple "understood." Julius, grinning, expresses his satisfaction with the response, recognizing it as a pleasant one to hear. The interlocutor, showing his loyalty and respect, accepts His Highness's wish with gratitude, solidifying the commitment. Julius instructs that upon receiving a title, the interlocutor must prepare his own mansion and some subordinates. He stresses that the investiture ceremony will be held in a month, and if he can't get ready in time, the negotiations with Estania will be off. The interlocutor, however, replies that he can handle the work alone, suggesting he doesn't need such a setup. Julius notes that having a responsibility will keep him more rooted in Mangista, implying that this burden will make him commit more to the kingdom. Observing Julius's sharpness, the interlocutor acknowledges that he's really a clever person. Julius offers the interlocutor a newly developed land on the western border, where he'll have the freedom to do as he pleases. With a chuckle, the interlocutor asks if this means he'll have to work as a farmer, but ends up laughing, finding the idea interesting. Julius, with confidence and determination, reassures the interlocutor that he doesn't need to worry about the negotiations with Estania, as he and his team will take care of the preparations for the investiture ceremony. He expresses his excitement to see him at the ceremony, reinforcing that he never fails on his promises. The scene showcases Julius's relentless and resolute demeanor in handling diplomatic and power issues. The character expresses frustration, feeling like Julius is constantly hitting his weak spots. He holds his head, reflecting on how he got caught off guard, while questioning why Julius always needs to touch on these sensitive issues. This reaction highlights the tension and Julius's skill in using his words to manipulate and expose others' vulnerabilities, leaving his interlocutor visibly uncomfortable. The character sarcastically reflects on what the title means for him. While the title represents an honor and the chance to stop wandering, he jokes that he'll still keep wandering skillfully, even if his workload is likely to increase. This response shows a mix of resigned acceptance and ironic humor, suggesting that while he understands the weight of responsibility, he still maintains a light-hearted, perhaps skeptical attitude towards the obligations ahead. With a slightly resigned expression, the character concludes that he'll accept the responsibility as long as it's for the sake of the lovely ones. This statement reveals that although he might be reluctant or ambivalent about the burden of the title and new obligations, his affection and sense of duty toward those who matter to him outweigh those reservations. After conquering the dungeon and obtaining the treasure, some sort of trigger seems to have been activated in the character. He stands still, with a bright light emanating from his chest, suggesting a magical connection or hidden power awakened by the artifact. Watching the scene, the other character reflects, determined that there's no choice but to resort to every available means. This resolution shows a determined attitude, indicating he'll do whatever it takes to deal with the consequences of this new power. The chat between the characters revolves around where one of them will live after receiving a noble title. The initial idea was to build a new mansion near the Abel family, but the character responds that he doesn't plan to come back often. He prefers a more practical and simple option, to buy an empty house nearby. This answer reflects his independent attitude and lack of interest in showing off, opting for something more discreet and functional instead of a grand new construction. Here, the character expresses concern about finding a retainer in the short time available. He identifies this as a hurdle, reflecting the urgency of the situation and the pressure to fill the necessary role for the noble title quickly and efficiently. This concern reveals the importance of having a reliable support team and the difficulty of establishing a circle of trust on such a tight schedule. The character thinks about the need to hire discreet and trustworthy people since the Abel family has many secrets that can't be shared with regular folks. As he contemplates this challenge, we see another character holding up a rejected sign, indicating that her request to borrow her retainers was denied. This scene illustrates the added challenge of finding trustworthy allies and the frustration of dealing with imposed limitations, even among those who could offer some help. The character, with a surprised expression and perhaps a hint of epiphany, enigmatically mentions him as a possible solution to the problem of finding someone trustworthy. Another character, taken aback, confirms with a rhetorical question, him. This brief interaction suggests they're both referring to a particular person, someone who likely meets the loyalty and discretion requirements. The final confirming expression of yes reinforces the decision, indicating that this mysterious person might be the key to resolving the delicate situation. The character in question is introduced as the unique and ideal person someone has in mind to solve the dilemma. With a surprised expression and a relaxed posture, he seems to be considering the situation and recognizing his own suitability for the task. The image in the top left corner suggests a previous moment or a possible related memory, perhaps emphasizing why he's the chosen one. This scene introduces a sense of resolution, indicating that this character is the right person to tackle the proposed challenge. The character, clearly confused and perhaps uncomfortable, questions his presence at the location, addressing the little one with a doubtful expression and slight frustration. He seems to have not been properly informed or prepared to be there, creating a comical or awkward moment. The figure next to him, also surprised, appears equally at a loss, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. This moment suggests he was summoned without knowing the purpose, creating an atmosphere of light humor and disconnection. Here, the characters are discussing the recent title given to someone, and one of them is clearly surprised to learn of this honor. The character reflects on the unexpected responsibility her uncle gave her by asking her to bring Sigfried or Sieg and Nikolai back to the royal capital. The expression of the character in front is one of slight discomfort, perhaps due to the seriousness of the situation or curiosity about what really went down in the meeting that led to this title. This moment reinforces the importance of the title and the curiosity the event sparked among the characters. Nikolai von Baden entered the room with a confident smile, thanking everyone for their quick response to his call. He walked over to Wilbert, who was clearly nervous, greeting him in an informal manner. Wilbert, trying to maintain his composure, commented on the pleasant weather, though his nervousness was still evident. Nikolai, sensing the situation, reassured him that he didn't need to keep up the formality. The conversation soon turned serious. Nikolai revealed that the meeting was about Sieg, which caught everyone present off guard. Wilbert, hesitantly, asked if the topic was work-related or something else. With an enigmatic smile, Nikolai asked Wilbert if he would consider becoming his retainer. The proposal took Wilbert by surprise, leaving him shocked and unable to hide his reaction. He repeated the question, trying to make sense of it. Wilbert asked why he was chosen, and Nikolai explained that it wasn't just about the title, but about finding someone with specific qualities. He pointed out Wilbert's discretion in past situations, like when the Abel family kept important secrets, and how Wilbert had never revealed anything about Sieg's magic. Nikolai also mentioned the involvement of Prince Jira and the possible risks ahead. The role of retainer wasn't just symbolic. Wilbert would have to protect Sieg in difficult moments. Wilbert hesitated, but began to see the proposal in a new light. Nikolai was direct. The retainer would have a vital responsibility. Sieg would need protection, and Wilbert would be under the Abel family's command, which could be advantageous within their structure. Wilbert started to realize that being a retainer meant signing a confidentiality contract, a commitment to never disclose anything about Sieg under the penalty of death. The seriousness of the situation made him reflect on the implications. Nikolai explained that all of Sieg's servants had already signed the same contract, and in return for their loyalty, the Abel family would ensure their protection and support. He then mentioned Wilbert's sister, commenting on her frail health. Wilbert confirmed the severity of her illness, a burden that he and his family had been carrying. Nikolai revealed that, due to their situation, Wilbert's family had been forced to sell their mansion and belongings, and now they lived in a rented house. Wilbert seemed to weigh the impact of this loss. He asked if a cure for his sister's illness had been found, and Wilbert replied that it hadn't, lamenting that he hadn't been able to protect his family and home in the past. Wilbert explained that only the use of magical herbs kept the disease from worsening, but nothing else could be done. Nikolai, with confidence, mentioned that his assessment eye could identify the cause of the illness and perhaps even find a cure. Surprised and hopeful, Wilbert considered the proposal, agreeing to try the analysis. Nikolai offered more than just a cure search. He would ensure shelter, food, and care for Wilbert and his sister if he agreed to become his retainer. With a determined smile, Nikolai concluded, promising that this deal could change their future for the better. Nikolai suggested that the offer was beneficial and encouraged Wilbert to think about the possibilities. However, Wilbert interrupted him, asking if Nikolai could really save his sister, Sira. The tension was palpable as Wilbert clung to the hope that the promise would be fulfilled. Wilbert reaffirmed his loyalty to Theo and Sieg, making it clear he wouldn't betray either of them. Nikolai, understanding the seriousness of the moment, remained calm and reaffirmed his commitment, reminding Wilbert that risks were part of the path he'd chosen. After thinking it over, Wilbert accepted the role of retainer, seeing it as an opportunity to protect his sister and rebuild what had been lost. A servant, observing the situation, warned about the dangers of the magical contract, which could put Wilbert's life at risk. Wilbert, determined, replied that he was willing to risk his life to achieve something meaningful. With that, he solidified his decision to follow Nikolai, accepting the challenges ahead. Wilbert, with firmness, declared that he would protect his sister, no matter the cost. His words were a reflection of his dedication, but Nikolai, with a reflective expression, hinted that not every price was justifiable. With a sigh of relief, Nikolai observed that, with a decision made, things were now heading toward a more peaceful resolution. Wilbert, still trying to understand, realized that Nikolai's tone indicated that, after this conversation, the next steps would be clearer. Nikolai stood up, excited, and said he was looking forward to working with Wilbert. Wilbert, smiling with determination, replied with the same readiness, prepared for what was to come. The mood now seemed more optimistic, as if a new chapter was about to begin. Meanwhile, Sieg politely requested not to be called Sieg-sama, explaining that it made him uncomfortable. He preferred to be called Nikolai Sieg-sama, since he was now Wilbert's master, and that deserved appropriate treatment. Wilbert, still processing everything, couldn't believe he was now Sieg's bodyguard. But at the same time, Nikolai's presence gave him an unexpected sense of comfort. Sieg, on the other hand, reflected on the complexity of the situation, wondering if Nikolai's connection with Wilbert's uncle was necessary for negotiations with Estania, suggesting a strategic layer behind the agreement. Wilbert mentioned that he would need to explain everything to Sira and the servants, as they would all live together now. He wondered how he would get everyone to accept this new situation. Theo called Wilbert for a private conversation, his serious expression showing that something was bothering him. Wilbert, surprised, asked what was wrong. Theo questioned why Wilbert hadn't discussed the sale of the mansion before making the decision. Wilbert hesitated, mumbling a response, while Theo insisted, wanting to understand what motivated him to keep everything a secret. Wilbert explained that he didn't want to burden Theo with his family's financial problems, especially considering how much Theo had already helped. He admitted that he felt uncomfortable depending on the Abel family, fearing it would be an abuse of their friendship. Theo, for his part, made it clear that he didn't see Wilbert as a friend just because of the Abel family connection. Theo's words brought Wilbert's concerns to the surface, but also his genuine worry for him. Theo expressed that, if he had the power to help, he would do so without hesitation. He asked how Wilbert would feel if he lost someone close and only later realized he could have done something to help. He also suggested that, had they talked about it, they could have found a solution together, instead of keeping everything secret. He regretted not being consulted as a friend. Wilbert, touched by Theo's words, acknowledged that he was right and apologized sincerely. Theo, showing understanding, offered to help. He suggested preparing a room for Wilbert's sister and asked if there was anything specific she needed. Wilbert tried to downplay the offer, but Theo's gesture showed his unconditional support, further strengthening their friendship. Wilbert, anxious, called for his sister, but the servants were already taking care of her, ensuring she had the rest she needed. Wilbert's concern was palpable, reflecting both his worry for Syrah's health and for how she would feel about the decisions being made. He questioned why Syrah had refused the treatment and the contract, reflecting on the impact of her illness and her choices. Theo commented that perhaps he hadn't explained the risks of the contract to Syrah, but that she had always shown sharp perception. Theo reminded him of Syrah's fight against the disease, and they both agreed that convincing her to accept help would be necessary. However, another character suggested they calm down before approaching Syrah again to avoid complications. It was suggested that a visit to the garden might ease the tension, and Wilbert agreed, recognizing that, as siblings, they needed to do what they could to bring some comfort to Syrah. Meanwhile, Syrah was resting in a room, but something in the environment seemed to make her uneasy. One of the servants asked how she was feeling, and Syrah, humbly, apologized for the worry she was causing. The servant reassured her, saying that no one minded her presence, that she was the one suffering the most from the situation. However, Syrah expressed her guilt, believing that her illness was negatively affecting others, especially Nikolai. Arian intervened, reaffirming that there was no need to blame herself and that, although Nikolai was a bit rude, he clearly cared about her. Syrah reflected on her situation, lamenting the pain and guilt she felt. Arian, sensing Syrah's distress, encouraged her to talk about what was troubling her, and Syrah, hesitant at first, decided to share her painful memories. She told of how her illness worsened when her family faced difficulties, especially after her father's death. Syrah recalled the sacrifices made by her brother and others around her to help her overcome the pain, but also how the situation kept getting worse. She revealed that when she discovered the magical herb, hope emerged, but despite all efforts, her health never improved. She described how her family's money was drained by the treatment expenses until the mansion was sold to buy more herbs. Syrah was in shock over the sale of the house, feeling a deep sorrow over the loss of their home and memories, replaced by medicine. Now, with the money spent and the magical herb as the only solution, Syrah saw herself as a flower that, despite absorbing everything around her, couldn't bloom. She felt a deep guilt, not just for the situation, but for not being able to get better, for not living up to the sacrifices her brother made. With regret, she admitted that, although the disease consumed her, the thought of continuing to depend on the treatment troubled her even more. Even knowing that, without it, the disease would progress, Syrah didn't want Wilbert to see her suffer more. The conversation then shifted to the contract Wilbert had made with Nikolai, and a question arose about the details of the agreement. The doubt hung in the air, reflecting the complexity of the situation and the sacrifices required to keep Syrah alive and comfortable while she struggled with deep feelings of guilt. Syrah, hearing about the contract involving Wilbert, felt that something wasn't right. Looking at him, she noticed he slightly stuttered when he lied, which made her realize that he was hiding something to protect her. She remembered Wilbert's tireless efforts to entertain her during difficult times, always bringing joy, even after their father's death. To her, Wilbert was more than a brother. He was her anchor, someone who had stood by her during the darkest times. With tears in her eyes, Sira expressed her love and gratitude to him. But she also felt guilty. She didn't want to be a burden to Wilbert and struggled with the desire to protect him, even if it meant making difficult decisions. As she reflected on all of this, a figure nearby approached Sira and wrapped her in a comforting embrace, providing a temporary relief from the emotional turmoil consuming her. Wilbert, on the other hand, remained standing at the door, a vase of flowers in his hands, Sira's favorites. He was lost in thought, unsure of what to do. Sieg, noticing the tension, suggested that he give the vase to Sira, which made Wilbert, relieved not to face the situation alone, hand over the flowers. Sieg, holding the vase, walked toward Sira. While Wilbert remained motionless, staring at the door, guilt consumed him, and he couldn't face his sister, fearing he would fail to ease her suffering. Meanwhile, Nikolai observed the scene, pondering the situation between Wilbert and Sira. He decided not to use his assessment eye without Sira's consent, respecting her privacy and delicate feelings. Theo, standing beside Nikolai, agreed that the situation would need more time. The bond between the siblings needed space for both of them to process their emotions. Outside, Wilbert isolated himself under a tree, exhausted and frustrated. His posture reflected the emotional weight he carried, trapped between guilt and the desire to do what was best for Sira. Meanwhile, Sieg reflected on the past, sharing painful memories. He recalled when Sira and Wilbert's father passed away, which had a profound impact on the family. The sudden death of their father, followed by Sira's illness worsening, was a difficult blow to bear. Sieg explained how Wilbert, overwhelmed by the fear of losing Sira the same way they had lost their father, had dedicated all his efforts to taking care of her. The pain in Sieg's words reflected the intensity of the love and sacrifice between the two siblings. Wilbert, with tears in his eyes, vented about the fear of losing Sira. He revealed that the thought of losing his sister terrified him, and, if that happened, he didn't believe he would have the strength to continue living. He recalled his desperate efforts to care for her, trying everything to find a cure. Even with the use of magical herbs, the cost was high, and Wilbert sacrificed his own life and ambitions to support her. He regretted not being smarter and not being able to keep the dreams his father had worked so hard to build. Wilbert, lost in his reflections, admitted that he felt pathetic for trying to carry the burden alone without asking for help. He acknowledged that his obstinacy and pride only made things worse, hurting the people he loved, especially his family and friends. Sitting on the ground, eyes vacant, Wilbert called himself a fool, realizing that his inability to share the weight of the situation caused more pain than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Theo and Sira, also lost in their own thoughts, seemed to understand the impact of Wilbert's choices. Together, they began to confront the truths, recognizing that isolation only deepened their wounds. Wilbert, with tears in his eyes, confessed that he had forgotten how to depend on others. He felt like he had lost everything and that his choices had ruined everything left, including the house Sira loved and the work his father had done. Sieg, by Wilbert's side, looked at him with empathy. He tried to offer comfort, reminding Wilbert that, despite everything, he had protected Sira's life, which was already a great victory. Wilbert stayed silent, struggling with his feelings of guilt, while Sieg's words began to plant a seed of hope. Sieg tried to reinforce that, despite the losses, Wilbert still had the chance to rebuild the most important things. Sieg, with a gentle expression, emphasized that Sira's life was what truly mattered, and that although many things could be lost, she could be recovered. Sieg's words brought a moment of reflection, and Wilbert began to consider that, despite his mistakes, there was still hope for the future. With an encouraging smile, Sieg extended his hand to Wilbert, saying that there was still time to start over. He urged him to get up, reaffirming that he wouldn't have to carry the burden alone and that there were people willing to support him, including Theo, Sira, and himself. Wilbert, touched by Sieg's words, seemed surprised, but the sincerity and support motivated him to look at the future with more hope. Meanwhile, Wilbert was surprised to see Sira approaching, accompanied by Arian. He asked why she was there, worried she had come out so late. Sira, with a serious expression, explained that she was worried he hadn't returned before dark. Sira, hesitating, looked down and apologized, believing that her selfishness had caused worry and upset Wilbert. She spoke in a soft tone, full of regret. Wilbert, touched by Sira's sincerity, stayed silent for a moment, reflecting on her words. He quickly reassured her, saying he wasn't angry with her and understood her concern. He then revealed something important. He had made a contract that put his life at risk, although he couldn't share the secret. He explained that this responsibility was a proof of trust from his master. Sira, surprised, listened attentively, while Wilbert expressed that, despite the hardships, his commitment wasn't just a burden, but a responsibility he took on with pride. He looked deeply at her and promised that he wouldn't die before her, wanting to live up to the trust his master had placed in him and not make Sira sad again. Wilbert asked Sira to trust him, suggesting that if the assessment eye found a cure, she could get better. He spoke with hope about the future, where they could move forward together, free from difficulties. Sieg, observing the moment, extended his hand to Wilbert, offering support. He emphasized that, by walking together, they could share the burden and face the challenges united. Wilbert, with a mix of vulnerability and determination, asked Sira if she would be willing to help him, admitting that although it was selfish to ask, he couldn't recover alone what he had lost. Sira, surprised, stayed silent for a moment before responding that she believed that, with his support, she could start over. She stated that, more than ever, she wanted to be by Wilbert's side and overcome the challenges together. Moved, Wilbert revealed that he had always wanted to do something for her, something that could now become a reality. The bond between them strengthened, and together they were determined to move forward and build a better future. Sira, firmly, declared that she wouldn't be defeated by the disease. She promised that she would recover and be her brother's support, a commitment full of hope and strength. Sieg, emotional, said that, thanks to Wilbert's presence, he had been able to continue living. He acknowledged the deep impact Wilbert had not only on Sira but on everyone around him. Sira, agreeing with Sieg, said that the pain seemed to disappear when she knew she could count on Wilbert. Her words were full of sincerity and affection. Wilbert, touched, apologized to Sira for any suffering he had caused. However, at that moment, the bond between them seemed stronger than ever, fueled by the promise to face the future together. Under the glow of the twin moons, Wilbert deeply apologized, his voice full of regret. He was trying to redeem himself in front of his sister and everyone around him, in a scene of reconciliation and acceptance. Inside Sira's room, the atmosphere grew tense. Nikolai activated his assessment eye and carefully examined Sira. He soon noticed something unusual about her condition, and, with a serious expression, revealed that Sira was suffering from magical saturation. Nikolai explained that this condition occurs when magic within the body cannot be released, accumulating and causing disturbances, such as dark spots on Sira's skin. He pointed out that she seemed to have an extremely high natural production of magic, which aggravated her condition, making her case both unique and challenging. Everyone in the room listened attentively as Nikolai revealed Sira's condition, magical saturation. He explained that she couldn't properly release magic, causing it to accumulate, turning into a serious problem. Wilbert, concerned, asked if Sira could improve. Nikolai suggested that the magical herb, which absorbs magic, helped alleviate the symptoms temporarily, but it didn't solve the root cause. He then revealed that there was a cure, but to achieve it, the excess accumulated magic would need to be released, a dangerous process that could be fatal for Sira. Wilbert asked if he could use the cure on behalf of Sira, but Nikolai explained that the process required cursed magic, a rare and dangerous type, with a high cost to the user, potentially even causing them to lose their humanity. The room grew tense, knowing that any attempt to save Sira involved enormous risks. Theo commented that finding someone capable of using cursed magic would be difficult, as this ability was rare and users avoided using it due to the consequences. Nikolai, frustrated, lamented that, even after finding a possible solution, the path seemed full of obstacles. Sieg then interrupted with determination, offering to lead the search for someone capable of using cursed magic, despite the difficulties. Nikolai, with confidence, stated that someone could help. A renewed sense of hope filled the room. With Sieg's firm decision, Wilbert suggested that he stay by Syrah's side while they sought a solution. He warned about the risks of the magical herbs, which needed to be administered carefully. Sieg, determined, said he would do everything possible to find someone with the necessary ability, and Wilbert began to search for information on potential users of cursed magic. The group felt more united than ever. Sieg, with a concerned expression, decided to talk to his uncle. He knew it was a crucial conversation. Approaching Wilbert, he hesitated before finally revealing that he possessed cursed magic. Wilbert, surprised, asked to see Sieg's ability, and he activated his black eye, a symbol of cursed magic. The tension in the air was palpable, but Wilbert observed with understanding. Sieg, explaining that he kept his power a secret to protect his family, now wanted to use it to save Syrah. Wilbert, surprised, began to chuckle lightly. He had suspected Sieg's ability, but never imagined its extent. When he asked how Sieg managed to hide this from the assessment eye, Sieg hesitated, uncomfortable, and tried to steer the conversation away. Wilbert noticed the hesitation and, with a knowing smile, said that he, too, had secrets he couldn't easily share and understood how difficult it was for Sieg to open up. Wilbert, easing the tension, commented that using advanced abilities like cursed magic would require a lot of training. He also warned about the great sacrifices and risks involved, as this magic came with a high cost for the user. Sieg, excited, asked to be taught, assuring that he would master the technique. Wilbert, recognizing Sieg's potential, suggested that with his innate skill, he would eventually learn on his own over time. This made Sieg realize the responsibility of his abilities, but it also motivated him to grow and protect others. Seeing Sieg's determination, Wilbert decided to teach him, acknowledging that it was safer to guide him than to let him explore on his own. Sieg, motivated and grateful, promised to do his best. They both decided to start the training immediately. Sieg promised to use his abilities to the fullest, determined to save anyone who needed his help. This conviction guided him every step of the way. Wilbert, on the other hand, was absorbed in a mysterious message from the royal family of Manchester, which seemed related to Estania's negotiations. He pondered how Estania would respond, considering the implication of Prince Julius in the discussions. Political tension was rising, making the future even more uncertain. In the royal palace of Estania, Tobias was furious with a letter he considered an insult to his position. Louis tried to calm him down, but Tobias was outraged by what he saw as an interruption in negotiations and the revelation of Diana's connection to Manchester. A counselor suggested that Manchester's intentions might be tied to the martial arts tournament, proposing a new round of negotiations with Princess Diana and Manchester's representatives. The future of their relations seemed more uncertain than ever. While political tensions grew, a dark conspiracy began to take shape. Some were planning to eliminate the Abel family and Princess Diana, seeing them as obstacles to their goals. Meanwhile, Syrah, now dressed in an outfit carefully prepared for her, seemed different, more confident. The woman who helped her dress, smiling, praised her beauty and delicacy. Syrah, a little embarrassed, thanked her. The woman explained that, as the only woman among the brothers, she rarely prepared anything so refined. This special moment created a bond of affection and admiration between them, reminding the woman of when she used to dress Sieg when he was younger. Syrah, shy, admitted she felt the same way, and while they tried to keep the mood light, she worried about the upcoming treatment. The woman, noticing her hesitation, asked what was bothering her, but Syrah brushed it off. Syrah reflected on the effectiveness of the treatment prepared by the curse mage from her uncle. The woman encouraged her, saying that the clothes were a charm for her transformation, and that she would be strong enough to support Nikolai. Syrah, moved, replied that she would do her best and believe in everyone around her. The moment was filled with anticipation before the treatment. Nikolai, nervous, tried to compose himself, expressing his determination to be available, but his anxiety was evident. Syrah, on the other hand, showed confidence, displaying a calmness that contrasted with her brother's nervousness. Sieg, absent from the room, was likely preparing to support Sira in another way. With renewed confidence, Sira said her goodbyes and promised to return, while Sieg's words of encouragement, "Good luck, Sira," echoed in the air. Upon reaching the treatment location, Sira was met by a mysterious figure who explained that, to proceed, she would need to sign a confidential contract, similar to the one her brother had signed. The seriousness of the situation was evident. Sieg was mentioned as the person with the necessary aptitude for cursed magic. Despite his youth, his ability was highlighted, and Sira trusted him, deciding to sign the contract. Recognizing Wilbert's sacrifice, Sieg expressed gratitude for Sira's trust, while she committed to keeping the contract a secret, especially from Nikolai. The exchange of glances between them reflected their shared responsibility. Before beginning, Sieg received final instructions from his uncle about the possible side effects of curse absorption magic. The mental strain and risks were clear, and Sieg was warned about the need to keep his willpower strong. Sieg, determined, assured Sira that he would do his best, despite the gravity of the situation. He apologized for putting her through the discomfort of the process, but assured her it was necessary for the treatment. Extending his marked hand, he revealed his seriousness and commitment to helping her, symbolizing the mutual trust between them. Sira, touched by Sieg's sincerity, began to accept the situation. He reaffirmed that both she and Nikolai could start over, and his words brought a wave of hope. With a resolute expression, Sieg activated his curse magic, curse absorption, and an explosion of energy erupted. The intensity of the spell reflected his effort, sacrifice, and determination to save Sira. As he struggled to absorb the curse, a cruel voice echoed in his mind, accusing him, "You can't save her. You, who killed your mother." Sieg was shaken by the accusation but forced himself to stay focused, remembering his goal of saving Sira. The shadow that appeared beside Sira fed his torment, but Sieg resisted, determined not to give in. With renewed strength, Sieg faced both the shadow and his own doubts. The absorption magic caused hallucinations, but Sira continued to believe in him. Her faith in Sieg was an anchor, and it kept him steady, even as the pressure intensified. As the pain and fears threatened to destabilize him, Sieg continued to fight, remembering his commitment. He knew he couldn't fail, and his memories of weakness, like his relationship with Gelt, became fuel for his determination. Sieg, with an internal shout of "Save Sira," channeled all his strength into the magic. A burst of light destroyed the shadow, breaking the curse's hold. The energy released illuminated the room, and Sieg, exhausted but resolute, remained standing, watching the impact of his effort. When the light dissipated, Sira was surrounded by a soft glow, signaling that the worst was over. A sense of relief filled the room, marking a decisive change. The impossible had happened, and hope for Sira and everyone around her was renewed. After completing the ritual, Sieg declared that it was done. Sira observed the room, trying to understand what had happened. The curse seemed to have disappeared, and a calm took over the place. Sieg, exhausted, remained standing as Sira looked at him, realizing that the treatment had been successful. They briefly approached each other, ending the moment with a silent connection that symbolized trust and overcoming challenges. After the ritual ended, Sira, determined, approached Nikolai in the main hall. He, initially surprised, watched as she extended something towards him. The exchange was brief but full of meaning. Nikolai, silent, seemed to absorb the unspoken message in Sira's gesture, as she completed her action and remained firm, looking at him seriously. In the hall, Nikolai received from Sira's hands a bouquet of flowers he had planned to give to her. Sira, with a calm gesture, indicated that he himself should be the one to deliver the flowers. Nikolai hesitated, but Sira's words were confident, conveying the certainty that everything would be fine. As he looked at the bouquet in his hands, an overwhelming emotion struck him. The atmosphere was tense as, in the background, a sudden movement caught his attention. He turned quickly, surprised, as the situation took an unexpected turn. Sira appeared suddenly at the entrance, calling for her brother, Nikolai. Her radiant expression and the absence of swelling on her face revealed that the treatment had been successful. She displayed her arms, now free of any signs of the curse, while Nikolai watched her, surprised and emotional. As she approached, Sira noticed the bouquet in his hands. Recognizing it as her favorite flowers, she reacted with gratitude. Nikolai, still hesitant, tried to justify that the flowers were intended for her, but his words were interrupted by Sira, who hugged him joyfully, marking the end of suffering and celebrating the new hope between them. Sira, holding the bouquet of flowers, expressed her happiness as she looked at Nikolai. Her words and smile showed the relief and joy of being free from the curse. Nikolai, initially serious, observed his sister with attention, until an emotional smile appeared on his face. He replied with a simple yes, trying to hold back the overflowing emotion. The discreet tears and the relieved expression reflected the depth of his feelings. As they shared this moment of renewed hope and reconnection, Nikolai, overcome with emotion, watched Sira from a distance before running towards her. The tears on his face revealed the relief and joy he felt seeing her fully cured. Sira waited for him with open arms, welcoming him into an embrace filled with affection and gratitude. As they hugged, Nikolai repeated, sincerely, how happy he was that she was well. The moment was marked by a deep connection between the two, celebrating the end of a difficult period and the beginning of a new phase together. As Nikolai and Sira shared a moment of emotion and reconnection, the other characters observed from a distance, choosing to give them privacy. One of them commented on the importance of that moment for the two, acknowledging the impact of the sibling bond. Despite this, it was mentioned that Sira's treatment was still in its early stages, with rehabilitation and training challenges ahead. The trust, however, was that she would become a crucial support for Nikolai. Sieg, for his part, was asked about his condition after using much of his magical power in the ritual. He admitted to being exhausted, but stated that he had overcome the side effects. With determination, he reflected that, this time, he had managed to face and overcome the shadow of Gelt, strengthening his conviction for the future. After resolving the matters related to the vassal, Sieg breathed a sigh of relief, stating that he would face the next challenge appropriately. The preparations for the title ceremony were also mentioned, indicating that new steps were being taken. Another character informed that they would bring something to Sira soon and asked Sieg to accompany them. They also mentioned that Princess Diana's concealment magic had been repaired, marking another step forward. Finally, they revealed that there was something important to discuss with Sieg and another ally. The serious and direct expression caught attention, making it clear that the topic would be decisive. Sieg, surprised, reacted to the mention of an important discussion, preparing for what was to come. The princess, using her magic, performed a spell that completely concealed her distinctive features, like her ears and tail. The success of the spell was celebrated by those present, who showed relief and admiration for her skill. The companions expressed their gratitude to Wilbert, recognizing his essential help in the process. He, for his part, dismissed the thanks, emphasizing that it was a necessary step. The atmosphere in the hall reflected satisfaction and relief as the group gathered, moving forward with their plans without leaving any traces of concern. Wilbert announced that he was organizing his title ceremony, and unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to invite Princess Diana directly. He revealed that he had requested Sieg's presence to discuss a plan related to the event. Diana, confused, questioned the reason for the invitation to something seemingly disconnected. Wilbert explained that the plan to be proposed was crucial for protecting the princess, linking the ceremony to a greater purpose. Sieg, for his part, admitted to being lost about what was happening, but listened attentively, sensing the seriousness of the matter. The meeting marked the beginning of a strategy that promised to involve everyone in a significant goal. Wilbert, with a confident smile, proposes an unexpected idea, considering an engagement with Princess Diana. His suggestion takes everyone by surprise, provoking dramatic reactions from both Sieg and Diana. Both exclaim in unison, utterly perplexed by the idea presented. Diana's shocked expression reflects her surprise and uncertainty, while Sieg, equally stunned, tries to process the situation. The previously serious atmosphere is now filled with a mix of tension and disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. During a prestigious social event, conversations about the unexpected engagement between the youngest son of the Abel family and the Princess of Estania begin to circulate. Many are surprised, especially because the young Sieg, associated with controversial rumors, has never been seen publicly before. The guests discuss the sudden alliance with a foreign princess, speculating whether the two will appear at the upcoming title ceremony. The atmosphere is charged with curiosity and intrigue as the rumors grow among the noble guests. The guests begin entering the ceremony, with prominent figures drawing attention. Wilbert leads confidently, followed by other notable members, including Princess Diana, Sieg, and other important allies. Each one carries an air of elegance and determination, emphasizing the significance of the event. Among the crowd, whispers and curious glances follow the group as they move toward the center of the ceremony. The sight of Diana and Sieg together sparks murmurs among the spectators, and the atmosphere in the hall fills with anticipation, highlighting the political and social significance of this moment. During the ceremony, Diana stands out with her striking and unshakable presence, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Her confidence and dignity radiate, earning admiring looks and respect from those present. Sieg, standing beside her, feels the weight of the comparison, recognizing her grandeur and questioning his own posture. While struggling against the feeling of intimidation, Sieg attempts to compose himself, determined to stand firm. The scene reflects the contrast between Diana's natural self-assurance and Sieg's momentary insecurity, highlighting the growth and mutual admiration between them in this high-expectation environment. Sieg is surprised to hear about the supposed engagement with Diana, but it is quickly clarified that it's a fake engagement, strategically planned to protect the princess from external threats. Wilbert explains that the Abel family proposed this plan as a way to ward off unwanted suitors and to preserve Diana's safety. The plan also aims to address royal succession issues in Estonia, especially to neutralize the intentions of Prince Tobias, who could represent a political risk. However, there is a price. If Diana marries someone from outside the royal family, she will lose her right to the throne, making this ruse a risky but necessary move to protect her in the short term. Wilbert explains that the engagement between Diana and Sieg will be announced during the title ceremony, making it clear that it's a strategy, even though the announcement will appear serious. Sieg, though surprised, reflects on the weight of such a decision, even if it's a falsehood, while Diana observes with a serious expression. After a moment of consideration, Diana accepts the plan, declaring her willingness to go along with the engagement to Sieg. Her decision, marked by determination, reflects her understanding of the importance of protecting not just herself but the kingdom. Sieg, still impressed by Diana's resolution, realizes the magnitude of the responsibility they are both assuming. Diana expresses that she wouldn't mind pretending to be Sieg's fiancée if it helps protect him, demonstrating her determination and loyalty. Sieg, initially surprised and unsure, reflects on the situation and decides to accept the false engagement, recognizing the importance of protecting someone he considers a precious friend. He firmly declares that he will do everything in his power to fulfill this role, his expression full of determination. Diana, hearing Sieg, realizes how much he values their friendship, and the two share a moment of mutual understanding, further strengthening their bond. Wilbert explains that he has already informed the other party about the engagement and reassures Diana and Sieg, stating that, as they get along well, everything will go smoothly if they act naturally. Diana agrees with the situation, showing understanding. Sieg, lost in thought, is asked by Diana about his health, but he quickly assures her that he is fine, though clearly concerned about the responsibility. In a gesture of humility, Sieg apologizes for complicating things and promises not to cause trouble, showing his effort to handle the situation. Diana, serene, responds that she is fine, reaffirming her willingness to move forward with a plan. The moment reflects the tension and determination of both as they prepare for what lies ahead. As the group walks through the venue, Theo complains about the discomfort of the formal clothes he's wearing, asking if he can remove his jacket. However, he is quickly reprimanded by Marie, who insists that, as a servant of the house, he must dress appropriately. Theo, resigned, admits his difficulty with formal attire but accepts the situation. Marie unexpectedly compliments him, saying he looks handsome, which leaves Theo a bit flustered. Another comment from Marie, calling him cute, provokes an embarrassed and humorous reaction, lightening the mood and adding a lighter tone to the scene before the official event. At the event, An elegant woman approaches and praises Marie's dress, asking to see it up close. Marie, confused and surprised, recognizes the visitor as an acquaintance of her uncle and tries to understand the situation. The woman introduces herself as Frau, saying she has heard a lot about Marie through Willy and was eager to meet her. Frau explains that she was invited as a reward for helping Sieg when he was lost in the dungeon. She mentions that she used telepathy to inform Gil and others about the situation, detailing her efforts at the time. Marie, impressed and grateful, thanks Frau for her help. The moment reflects an unexpected but pleasant meeting, strengthening the connections between the characters. During the event, Haku, the loyal companion of the group, appears wearing a shiny cloak and a magical bracelet, a gift from Willy. The cloak and bracelet are enthusiastically commented on, highlighting how Haku now matches the others in appearance and importance. Willy explains that the bracelet is a magical talisman that will protect Haku from ill intentions, ensuring his safety. Sieg, noticing Haku, also expresses surprise and admiration for the revamped look. The lighthearted and fun moment reflects the affection within the group for Haku and Willy's special attention to ensure the safety of all, including their animal companions. During the event, Sieg encounters his Aunt Louise and grandfather Herbert for the first time since his childhood. Both express admiration for how much he has grown, noting his maturity despite his young age. Sieg, surprised, reflects that this is his first real conversation with them, as the last time he saw them, he was still a baby. Louise mentions having heard of Sieg's impressive magical abilities and expresses curiosity about seeing them one day, showing pride in his progress. Herbert, on the other hand, acknowledges Sieg's determination and observes with satisfaction the development of the young man, marking a significant moment of family connection. During the ceremony, Diana approaches Louise and Herbert, formally introducing herself as the third princess of the Kingdom of Estania. She sincerely thanks them and apologizes for any trouble caused due to the rebellion in her country, showing her humble and diplomatic demeanor. Herbert and Louise, showing respect and understanding, assure her that no apology is needed. They explain that they were already informed about the events in the dungeon and had offered their help willingly. Herbert reinforces that Diana doesn't need to lower her head, as they recognize her dignity as a princess. Diana thanks them deeply, promising never to forget the kindness shown, sealing the moment with mutual respect. During the conversation, the topic of Gelt comes up, who was taken in by grandfather Herbert. When questioned about his absence, Herbert reveals that he sent several letters but never received a response. Another member mentions that they also tried to contact him without success. They discuss the restrictions imposed by the magic school, which made it difficult for even Gelt to contact his family, justifying that this might interfere with his studies. Herbert recalls that Gil, when he was alive, tried numerous times to negotiate with the school so Gelt could visit his sister Rhea, but was always denied. This raises the indignation of everyone, questioning how a school could separate a child from their family like that. Finally, it is clarified that after Rhea's funeral, it was Gelt himself who decided not to return home, declaring he would never return. The revelation leaves everyone reflective, understanding that this time, the decision was personal, but still painful for the family. The conversation turns to the magic school and its strict methods, which keep students like Gelt apart from the rest, making it difficult to even contact their families. Marie comments that during her studies, she never managed to see Gelt, even using magic to search for him. This reflects the school's ability to hide information and separate students. Wilbert mentions that the school has strict rules, especially for those with magical attire, reinforcing its exclusivity. The group expresses frustration with the situation, while Wilbert suggests that investigating the school's internal operations would be necessary in the future. He proposes that Sieg, being the youngest, should take on this role when he reaches the appropriate age. At this moment, Prince Julius, the heir to the throne of Mangatsua, appears and introduces himself to Sieg, showing interest in the young man. Julius is mentioned as a prominent figure, and Sieg, although nervous, responds politely, marking a significant encounter between the two figures. As the ceremony prepares to begin, Sieg notices the fixed stares of Julius and others in his direction, which makes him uncomfortable. He wonders if they know something about him, or if there's another reason for the focus on him. Julius, noticing his unease, finds it amusing how Sieg's expressions change quickly, but is reprimanded for not provoking him. Wilbert intervenes, suggesting that it is not the time to discuss the Magic Academy in public, redirecting attention back to the event. He mentions that with the arrival of the king, the ceremony is about to start. Sieg, still reflecting on his concerns about Gelt and the mystery of the Magic Academy, sighs and confirms that he is ready to move on. The formal atmosphere begins to settle, signaling the official start of the ceremony. The ceremony reaches its peak when the king officially grants Wilbert Abel the title of count. With solemnity, the king instructs him to continue using his power for the benefit of Mangatsua and its people. The ceremonial sword is raised, symbolizing the responsibility and honor that the title carries. Wilbert, kneeling before the king, accepts the title with humility and determination, committing to his new duties. The moment is marked by an atmosphere of respect and grandeur, as petals fall around, symbolizing renewal and the weight of Wilbert's new position. All those present watch reverently, recognizing the importance of this milestone in the kingdom's history. After the ceremony concludes, the focus shifts to the upcoming ball. Wilbert and the others begin preparing for the next event, while Diana and Marie converse about the elegance and importance of the Abel family, realizing their closeness to royalty. Sieg, observing everything, reflects on his lack of experience with formal events like balls. He feels the pressure of wanting to perform well in his expected role as part of the group and tries to figure out how to behave. The atmosphere shifts to a mix of expectation and nervousness, with everyone adjusting for the next phase of the event. Diana invites Sieg to dance, explaining that the ball also serves as a formal introduction for them. Sieg, hesitant, admits that he isn't good at dancing and fears embarrassing her, but Diana reassures him, stating that since they are still children, small mistakes will be easily forgiven. She reminds Sieg of how he saved her in the dungeon and says that this time she will be the one supporting him. Her confidence and kindness help Sieg overcome his insecurity, and he accepts the invitation, determined to do his best. This moment symbolizes the strengthening of their bond and their willingness to face the social and formal challenges of the event together. Sieg gathers courage and, with determination, asks Diana to dance. She accepts with a calm smile, saying she would be happy to join him. They position themselves at the center of the hall, under the attentive gazes of the guests. With a mutual look of confidence, they begin to dance, moving gracefully under the grand chandelier that lights the space. The dance, full of elegance and harmony, marks a significant moment for both of them, reinforcing the bond between them while facing the gaze of the public. The scene reflects Sieg's overcoming of his doubts and the strength of their mutual support. As they dance, Sieg struggles to remember the basic steps he learned, but Diana reassures him, praising his performance and encouraging him to remain confident. She reminds him that he looks especially elegant that day, boosting his confidence. Sieg, slightly blushing, thanks her and returns the compliment, saying Diana also looks stunning in her dress. The moment between them is warm and filled with mutual respect, while the other guests watch with approving smiles. The dance continues, symbolizing not only their partnership but also Sieg's growth and courage in facing his challenges. As they continue to converse during the dance, Sieg comments that, although Diana looks stunning in the formal dress, he thinks she would look even better in her usual outfit, the one he is more accustomed to seeing her wear. He explains that perhaps it's because her normal clothes reflect her true essence, like when he saw her in the dungeon. Diana, surprised, processes the comment, but Sieg finishes with a sincere smile, saying he likes her in any outfit. His honest words visibly touch Diana, creating a moment of genuine connection and reinforcing the trust between them. During the dance, Sieg accidentally makes a small mistake, stumbling and almost losing his rhythm. He quickly apologizes, concerned about being more careful, but Diana smiles gently and says that such situations relax her, as they reflect his true essence. She admits that she thought everyone despised her usual look, but Sieg reassures her that this is not true and that he genuinely likes her, both in her usual clothes and formal ones. The relaxed and sincere moment between them strengthens their bond even further, creating an atmosphere of trust and mutual support as they continue dancing. As they keep dancing, Sieg smiles and sincerely declares that the true essence of Diana, just as she is what he most appreciates. His words, full of genuineness, deeply move Diana, who looks at him with visible emotion. With a warm smile, she thanks Sieg, calling him Sir Sieg in a respectful and affectionate tone. The moment between them, surrounded by an air of trust and mutual admiration, symbolizes the strengthening of the bond they share, while the dance continues as an expression of their special connection. As Diana and Sieg dance, the guests around them comment on the princess. Many are surprised by her youth, especially finding it hard to believe that she could be accused of being involved in the rebellion. Others, more critical, suggest that the accusations are probably lies fabricated by Prince Tobias to weaken her position. Diana and Sieg, noticing the stares and whispers, maintain their confident posture. Sieg reinforces his presence by standing beside Diana, while she, with calm and dignity, ignores the rumors. The dance becomes not only a moment of connection between the two, but also a symbol of resistance and strength in the face of the doubts and insinuations from the crowd. As Diana and Sieg continue dancing, the murmurs among the guests change tone, with many commenting on how they make such an adorable couple. Their grace and harmony attract attention, drawing smiles and compliments from various people present in the hall. Wilbert observes the scene from a distance, with a thoughtful look and a slight smile, noticing the positive impact Sieg and Diana's dance is having on the atmosphere of the event. The night progresses, and as the ball continues, the image of Sieg and Diana together becomes a symbol of hope and renewal amid the challenges they face. After the ceremony and the ball, Wilbert talks to Prince Julius, expressing relief that he has successfully fulfilled his responsibilities and has the weight lifted off his shoulders. Julius, satisfied, praises Wilbert for executing his tasks flawlessly and mentions that there are many other responsibilities he plans to delegate now that Wilbert has officially assumed the title of Count. However, Julius decides to postpone those tasks until the issues related to negotiations with Estania are resolved. Wilbert, demonstrating his efficiency, informs Julius that he has already secured an opportunity in writing to begin the negotiations. Julius trusts that Wilbert will fulfill his obligations brilliantly and expresses relief and confidence in the continuation of their political alliance. The dialogue reinforces the mutual trust dynamic and both men's determination to stabilize ties between the kingdoms and face future challenges. Estania's response is presented on a scroll, indicating that they have agreed to arrange a direct meeting with representatives from Mangatsua, including Lady Diana. The invitation seems to be a diplomatic opportunity to strengthen ties and resolve outstanding issues between the two kingdoms. However, it is mentioned that the acceptance of the meeting comes with certain conditions. The word immediately catches Wilbert and Julius's attention, both expressing curiosity and caution. The unspecified conditions suggest an element of uncertainty, adding complexity to the negotiations and making it clear that challenges lie ahead in the relationship between the two kingdoms. The condition imposed by Estania is revealed: the Able family must participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. This request is presented as a crucial requirement for the continuation of negotiations between the two kingdoms. Wilbert and Julius react seriously, recognizing the strategic importance of this request.